away from our borders. So the geopolitics has changed. What you are right about is when boots on the ground, when forces invade territories like Iran, then the story changes. Then the people that have to defend themselves, they can cause troubles. And I think this is why this is a campaign, and this is an attempt to create something that was not done before, a campaign without boots on the ground, and to create a regime change. So whether this would work, many experts think this can't work. It's yet to be seen, because once you enter the territory, you have to fight the Iranian army or the Revolutionary Guard. This is a different story, and this can turn messy. Even in Lebanon, we were very careful with Hezbollah. We succeeded to push them and to dismantle their capabilities without really actually entering Lebanon, and we have the old lesson of the 82 war. So we are very careful not to find ourselves in this kind of terrains fighting with this kind of forces on their own grounds.
Right. And Yasmin Mathur talking about Iran, and as per all the reports which are coming in and the extension of the conflict that we are seeing, it seems that the Iranian regime has the stomach to bear the brunt of this conflict. At least that's what they've shown initially. What is your analysis? You think the Iranian regime, which pretty much is now operating from its underground nexus, it has the stomach to just bear the brunt of this conflict, take this war through the proxy routes, through the swarm drones, raise the cost of war, but from the shadows or even under the wreckage of Iran? Do they have the stomach to just continue to wait it out till Israel and the United States don't have the stomach to continue?
Very difficult to say, because inevitably the price they are paying is very heavy, both in terms of civilian lives, but also losing missiles. They have lost a very large number of missiles. So, and today the nuclear plants were attacked. The question will be, can they rely on the kind of support they got immediately after the death of Khamenei, or will that fizzle out as people blame the regime for loss of lives? A war has many aspects, so as the war goes on, in some ways, some in Iran will say the fact that they've survived 3 days is a miracle. Imagine you're fighting a superpower and the second largest military in the Middle East. It's not a simple issue. So in some ways, they might think that they are doing very well because they have survived. But it's a very dangerous situation in that this could turn ugly very quickly. And I assume Trump and Israel are hoping that there will be a situation where the people will be against this regime. We are not seeing it now. I have watched videos, I have seen funerals, for example, for the school kids in south of Iran. You don't see a distance between ordinary people and the government. On the contrary, I think the war has consolidated the regime, but you never know how this will develop as the price becomes heavier and heavier.
Right, but as Ambassador Sajjanar was pointing out, could a new Ayatollah from the cleric class emerge as a symbol of Iranian nationalism? Yasmin Mathur?
Yes, that's possible. And there are many figures who have in the past and even in the last few weeks advocated a softer approach regarding the nuclear issue, regarding missiles. They would want better relations with the West. But remember that within the same regime, there are people who are far more hard lines than Khamenei, who do want Iran to be much closer to China and Russia.
Absolutely.
And want a military response to all of this.
Absolutely. So this could only embolden the hardliners as the cost of war only rises inside Iran. We're also getting another piece of breaking news. Ashok Sajjanar, I want to come to you on this part. Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has the chief of the IAEA has said that there is no evidence of a plan of structured Iranian nuclear weapons. This pitch coming in as the United States has been hammering the point that Iran is extremely close to creating a nuclear bomb. Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency chief has said that there is no evidence of a structured Iran nuclear weapons plan. This flies in the face of the situation that, as well as the argument coming in from the American side and the situation that has escalated as a result of that. You can see the damage that has been caused at Natanz as well as Isfahan, which are the nuclear sites inside Iran, which have been targeted by the American forces. Remember, Donald Trump has said that the nuclear regime has been completely decimated inside Iran, but that has been the pretext of war once again this time around. But the IAEA, which is the global atomic watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency chief, has said that there is no evidence of structured Iran nuclear weapons plan coming in from the Iranian regime. Ashok Sajjana, I want to take your point on this. When it comes to this statement coming in from the IAEA chief, does it even matter anymore what the International Atomic Energy Agency has to say on this matter? Trump has pretty much made his argument. His cabinet is in lockstep with that. The MAGA base is in lockstep with that argument. And pretty much NATO is also rallying around what Trump has to say. Does it matter what the IAEA has to say?
As far Ayushman, as far as the world is concerned, I think it does carry weight because, this is one issue that has been debated for a long time. Although you would recall that last June when we had the B-2 bombers coming and putting in those, bunker buster bombs within that, and Mr. Trump claiming that he has, these bombs have obliterated, that means completely demolished any thing of any evidence of the uranium enrichment plans of Iran. Although even at that time IAEA had said yes, that the entrances have been shattered, have been destroyed, but there is no evidence of any radiation around that area. And you would recall that even around that time, the US intelligence had stated that, what the president had been saying, that they had been completely destroyed and demolished, that was not the case. And, there would have been some damage that was caused to the doors, the entrance of this, nuclear enrichment, or where, all the centrifuges were placed and where, it was stored. So that, these bombs had not really been able to penetrate and go down deep into it. So I think it's a very confusing situation still as to, there are, of course, very many reports which seem to suggest that these centrifuges and all the nuclear enrichment plants are not in any buildings but under the mountains. And it is impossible for any of these bombs to go in there. But what you say is right, because this argument has been made that we are going there, and the negotiations that were going on was that Iran said we cannot give up our right for nuclear enrichment, at least 20%, because if you're members of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, I have the right to be able to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes, for generation of energy, and up to 20%. But at that time it was said that the demand of the United States was 0% enrichment. You cannot have. But so I think that is going one way or the other, because either you are a part of the NPT, then you should get all the rights under the NPT. That having been said, Ayushman, if you permit, two comments, if I could make that. First is that even after these 3-4 days, we have not seen any protests. What was happening from 28 December till middle of January, all those who were on the streets, who were protesting against the economic hardships that they had been subjected to, the real coming down, depreciation, inflation, unemployment. We don't see any of those. We don't see any of the women protesters on the roads. The only things, that we are seeing are basically the people who are mourning the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. So, that is something strange. Second is maybe, Iran over these last 2-3 days has had all these many successes in the Gulf area, in West Asia, because no one really expected that Iran is going to come back and start hitting residential complexes, commercial centers, airports, etc. And they were quite unprepared. So they've had these initial successes, but maybe going forward, as has been mentioned, Israel and the United States
Yeah.
will be able to deal with the launchers and the missile arsenal and the stockpiles.
Right, but can they deal with the political consequences of the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei? That's also the big question. Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital, that question to you. In the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei, have you created a political martyr that jeopardizes any long-term strategy with Iran? And at the same time, talking about what the International Atomic Energy Agency has to say, I've always seen that the IAEA and the Israeli government are at odds with each other when it comes to talking about the nuclear capabilities of Iran. Once again, that discrepancy has come up. But clearly, have you disregarded what the IAEA has to say time and time again? Because Israel has mandated the point that its intelligence has told it time and time again that Iran is very close to a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. The question, what does it mean close? I mean, there's the issue of the enrichment, but there's also the issue of the capability to launch an atomic bomb, which always takes, it's longer, even if you have the enriched material, and we have those enriched material that it's not clear where they are. So the question of, I would agree that politicians in both sides are using the facts in order to support their position or their pretext for doing what they do. So the facts would be when the dust will settle, we'll know the facts for sure. In terms of your first question, clearly this is a big step. And I don't think Israel would have taken a step like this, the elimination of leadership of a sovereign state, if it wasn't for the fact that it's under the American umbrella. Because, I mean, when you hit, for example, Nasrallah, the head of Hezbollah, this is the head of a terror organization. I think it's within the rules of the game. But when you go and make a decision like this to eliminate the leadership of a sovereign state, this is a decision that maybe an empire like the US can take and take the consequences that comes with it. So I think Israel would not have taken this act, and it should be clear to hearing Rubio, and would not have taken this step unless the U.S. basically is under the umbrella of the U.S. and the consequence of this decision would be, again, yet to be seen.
I'm not surprised that you're very confident in the foreign policy strategy when it comes to taking on Iran. Of course, this has been Israel's long-standing demand that Iran has to be cut at the knees. But has there been a miscalculation is the big question that emerges, given the fact, as Ambassador Sajjanar is also pointing out, the anti-Ayatollah sentiment seems to have evaporated the minute this entire operation began. Clearly, there might be something inside Iran, but as Yasmin Mathur is also pointing out, there is a hardening of support around the Ayatollah's regime. There could be a revival of Iranian nationalism, which goes against the stated end goals of what Israel and the United States want to achieve. And I want to take one point to Yasmin Mathur, because we're getting another piece of breaking news where Israeli strikes have hit the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom. It is the body that chooses the supreme leader of Iran. This is a massive shock to the core of the Iranian regime's power structure. But what will be the effects of this strike on the Assembly of Experts in Qom? You can see those visuals on your screen. This is the Assembly of Experts in the city of Qom, one of the key power centers of the Iranian regime. This is the building where the next Ayatollah is chosen by the Assembly of Experts. And this is the situation that has emerged, where this entire building has pretty much been destroyed as Israel has struck the Assembly of Experts in Qom. Yasmin Mathur, what does this say to the people of Iran? Clearly, there have been protests against the Ayatollah's regime, but to destroy an icon of the Ayatollah's power, to destroy an icon of the Iranian regime that has been there for several decades now, what kind of bigger message does this send to the people of Iran? And once again, as you were highlighting, does this harden support around the Ayatollah's regime?
I don't think they were meetings there. I think, as far as I know, this is a building that's used for a number of purposes. But at the moment, this three-man interim council is running Iran. And my guess is that they will not decide on the next supreme leader until the war is finished, for various reasons, practical reasons, the fact that the person they would nominate will become a target, and all the rest of it. So the interim can last even a year, even longer. It doesn't need to nominate a supreme leader immediately. The question about Khamenei is still in many people's minds. He knew he was a target. He didn't move from his home, his house. It's not a magic Secret Service information that gave him away. He refused to move from his house. And given that he was 86, he was quite ill, he had a crippled arm, there are those in Iran who are saying he chose martyrdom. Now remember, this is quite a notion in Shia Islam. Because he knew he could unite the country in his death. If that is the case, this was a serious miscalculation. It could be none of this is true. He didn't want to become a martyr and all the rest of it. But we have to take into account that in war, truth is the first victim. So what both sides are saying is not exactly the truth necessarily.
Talking about mobilization, we're getting these new visuals coming in from Tehran. Ashok Sajjanar, as you were pointing out and as we were discussing, a sort of revival of Iranian nationalism that could be possible. You were talking about the protests against the regime. Look at these visuals coming in from Tehran. These are protests in favor of the regime. You can see the posters of the Ayatollah everywhere. Are we seeing signs of Iranian nationalism reviving itself in the nation of Iran, as so many people have come out on the streets to protest against Khamenei's death, showing a sense of solidarity with the Iranian regime as the strikes continue from the United States and Israel? Ashok Sajjanar.
No, you're absolutely right. I think this is I think the powers that be in Iran also would be trying their very best to whip up, opposition to the United States and also to Israel. And that's not very difficult. That's easy. The people have been fed on anti-US, anti-Israel sentiments since 1979. I remember I used to be in Iran in the 1980s, and even at that time it used to be, the chants used to be Mar Bar America, death to America, death to Israel. That is the sort of chants, and these are the sort of chants that I heard this a few years ago also when I went there. So nothing has changed as far as portraying these two countries as the inveterate enemies as far as Iran is concerned. So, and after this, so to say, martyrdom of Ali Khamenei, I'm sure it is not very difficult for them. But what is surprising for me is that there is initial, on the first day, 28th night, first morning, there was some body of people who were running around, who were celebrating and all. But they are not visible there at all. And that is, something very surprising. But, if I could just add to what, your other panelist, she said, and that is that Mr. Khamenei might have chosen martyrdom. But, along with him, about 20, 30, 40 senior generals were also killed in the same venue. Right. It is not... So they at least could have been more careful, the head of the IRGC, head of intelligence, defense minister, etc., etc. I'm not very certain whether he was at his home, because the reports that are emanating right now is that, very, very serious intelligence collection had gone into locating exactly, and Mr. Ali Khamenei used to be whisked away to secret places, right, safe places. Because if it is so easy, one hardliner whose voice we hear right now is Larijani, the secretary of the National Security Council. So he is the one who's coming out with these statements. We are not going to negotiate. We will continue. Right. And I think for them, what is important is, for Iran, what is important is to survive. Not to win the war, but to survive. And I think that if they are able to do that for the next 2, 3, 4 weeks, I think they would have made a point as far as the world is concerned.
And I want to keep those visuals on our screen. And Doro, Navital, I want to get those visuals back of these protests which are erupting inside Tehran in support of the Ayatollah, as well as showing solidarity with the Iranian regime. Now, that was something that at the end of the day, I don't think Israel wanted, because Israel continues to say that their war is not against the people of Iran. But at the same time, as we can see, the protests in favor of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei as well as the Iranian regime, it seems that the regime as well as the people are not so different anymore.
First, I'm not sure the chain of events going forward would show us where do we stand. What we want to see, I think what the West wants to see from Iran is a more pragmatical leadership. I mean, if not a liberal democracy in this very great vision that maybe some of the people had, a pragmatical regime. I don't think the leadership under Khamenei was a pragmatic regime in terms of negotiating with the West, in terms of this rhetoric of the US and Israel.
But could you have created an irrational, I'll say irrational, Frankenstein's monster in Iran?
Yeah, I'm sure this is a possible scenario, but you talked about, I think I can't pronounce his name, Lajerani, head of the, So I think this guy, if I'm not wrong, he has a PhD in philosophy, Western philosophy, Immanuel Kant, the great philosopher of the Enlightenment. So those kind of people that have some view to the West, and I myself, a philosopher of Western civilization, a mathematician and a philosopher, I think if those people would think more pragmatically about the place of Iran in the global context, in the geopolitical context, in the context of the relationship between East-West, the corridor between the Arab Peninsula, India, Arab Peninsula, Europe, Israel, Middle East, if they would be willing to be more constructive players, I think this would be a reasonable outcome. Not they would have to choose their own leadership, but so hardliners or not, but more constructive, more pragmatical, willing to play the political game.
Right, but Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital, at the end of the day, the point is, as Ambassador Sajjanar is pointing out, and I completely agree with him, the fight is for Iran to survive, not to think about these lofty geopolitical goals right now. Currently, the people of Iran, they just want to survive and make it through this war. Yasmin Mathur, I'll give you the final word. These visuals that we are getting from Tehran of the support for the Ayatollah, how do you see this and what kind of message does this send?
It is partly nationalism. It is partly anger at loss of civilian life. Any missile, however accurate, can make mistakes, and there has been civilian casualties. I think 780 was lost. It's probably 800 by now. And that creates nationalism because people have lost relatives, people have lost friends. So the regime can benefit from this, but as I said, Iranians are paying a very heavy price for this. And so how long this lasts will depend. The regime can rely on this for the next week or so. But if the war continues, I think that could change.
So a lot of moving parts when it comes to the situation in the Middle East. Thank you, Yasmin Mathur, Ashok Sajjanar, and Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and decoding all of this for us. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Friend here, Tom Cooper, to that big wall, because what we're going to show you, viewers, is something that you haven't seen till now. And I'm going to show you a map that's going to tell you what really is happening. Tom, what are we seeing? These big red dots, how are they? What are they? How have they been captured? What do they tell us?
This is a map that was eventually published by Israeli think tank ENSS, based on, between others, satellite photographs of areas where there were, in the last 4 days, there were bigger fires registered.
So you're saying that these are special satellites that capture areas where there are big fires?
Yeah, for example,
this is Israel,
bush fires. This is Israel, yes.
I mean, this looks as if it's completely burning.
And Israel and southern Lebanon.
So Israel and southern Lebanon,
Beirut,
viewers,
for example, is up here.
These are the boundaries of Israel.
No, of Lebanon.
Of
here,
Lebanon.
Right,
and that's Israel.
That's Israel, yes.
And so you have a situation where there are some big fires in both areas.
Yes. Up here and
in
then
both
in central,
areas.
this is Tel Aviv.
This is Tel Aviv. This looks as if it's not a one-way street. This is a fight that is also being fought in Israel itself. And now you look at Iran, and you look at Kuwait, and you look at Riyadh. These are lesser intensity fires. The red ones are really big that have raged for 24 hours or maybe even longer, right?
I'm not sure how long, but it's interesting to see. We have Bahrain here, Qatar. We have United Arab Emirates and the tip of Oman up here, also heavily hit.
And this red area?
No.
This is
Dubai. This is Dubai. This is Abu Dhabi, and this is the Hormuz Strait.
The Hormuz Strait.
And then along the coast, several objects have been hit obviously.
And this is of course Iran. We expect to see heavy fires in Iran because of the bombardment. But what we didn't expect was this picture, and we didn't expect this whole picture, because this tells us this whole picture. This tells us that there has been a fair amount of Iranian strike back.
Yes, for example, indeed, we can follow Bushehr. This is one of the biggest ports in northern Persian Gulf. We can follow, for example, Bandar Abbas in this area, and obviously the Americans striking Iranian missile sites around the coast, which are firing at Bahrain and Qatar. Plus here Chabahar.
Yes. So all of this, viewers, is a theater, and this is all being captured now by these satellites.
And more breaking news coming in. These are inputs brought to us by investigations editor Manoj Gupta. Amid the widening Gulf war, which continues to escalate, Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Ishaq Dar, has said that Pakistan made tireless efforts to mediate between Iran and the United States, led by Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Army Chief Asim Munir. He added that Pakistan had condemned attacks on Iran. Listen in.
जितनी एफर्ट्स अब नहीं, इसलिए नहीं, पिछले राउंड में भी वो गालबन ईरान की अपनी लीडरशिप वो ज्यादा बेहतर एक्सप्लेन कर सकती है। हम बिल्कुल लो की में बैक डोर में रह के हमने डिप्लोमेटिक एफर्ट्स बहुत की हैं ताकि ये मामला कहीं सुलझ जाए। उसके बाद था कि जी ये डायलॉग कहाँ हो। एक पार्टी ने दो कंट्रीज का नाम दिया, ओमान और इस्लामाबाद। दो ही पार्टीज हैं, यूएस और ईरान। दूसरी पार्टी ने दोहा और इस्लामाबाद का नाम दिया। इस्लामाबाद दोनों में कॉमन था। दे वर हैप्पी टू बी एंगेज्ड इवन इन इस्लामाबाद, and we were happy to be host to mediate ताकि इस मसले को हल खत्म करवाया जाए। इसमें वज़ीर आज़म ने बेपनाह उनकी एफर्ट्स उन्होंने की। इसमें फील्ड मार्शल सैयद आसिम मुनीर साहब अपने लेवल पर कनेक्ट एरिया में उन्होंने बहुत एफर्ट्स की, अपने डिफेंस जो उनके कॉलीग्स और जो हैं। तो ये एक कलेक्टिव एफर्ट थी और डिप्लोमेटिक ऑब्वियसली मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, फॉरेन ऑफिस की जिम्मेदारी है। हम भी साथ साथ तमाम एफर्ट्स कर रहे थे।
And I'm joined by my colleague Greha Atul on the broadcast. So Greha, it seems like just like the United States, now Pakistan wants the moniker of a mediator.
Absolutely. And where is the equation really coming from? They are trying to equate themselves with Oman. They're also going and suggesting that they were ready to offer Pakistan as the soil in which the mediation should happen, because they go on to mention Islamabad. Ishaq Dar, the foreign minister, deputy prime minister, in fact, going and saying exactly this, Ayushman, that if Iran had not attacked the Gulf countries, we would have rallied those countries to our side as well. Another assertion that is coming in from Pakistan, claiming that this is a big miss by Iran, that they have gone on to get the entire Gulf nations involved, and this is why they are not able to, in fact, get any mediations now on board because of strategic ties that they have with countries like Saudi Arabia. And remember, he's also mentioned the Pakistani Prime Minister and the Field Marshal together, hyphenating them almost. So this is the kind of heft that army has in Pakistan, and even the foreign minister, the deputy PM, is pretty much underlining that both of them together have made these tireless efforts to mediate these negotiations between Iran and United States of America. Which here's where the twist lies. At the same time, where they are talking about how US is being viewed as a reliable source and how they have got a very, very strategic interest as far as US is concerned. But there are also past accusations of double dealing on militancy, that the US really sees Iran with the kind of lens, and Iran also sees close Pakistan and Saudi ties, like I've been mentioning. And that's why this double game that Pakistan seems to be playing has been laden bare with this assertion that's coming in from Mr. Ishaq Dar there, because US also is not really, it's going on to call Pakistan's bluff, and so is Iran possibly.
Right. Thank you, Greha, for decoding that for us. So that pitch coming in from the Pakistani side to gain some level of credence in the diplomatic power play surrounding this conflict. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
Friend here, Tom Cooper, to that big wall, because what we're going to show you, viewers, is something that you haven't seen till now. And I'm going to show you a map that's going to tell you what really is happening. Tom, what are we seeing? These big red dots, how are they? What are they? How have they been captured? What do they tell us?
This is a map that was eventually published by Israeli think tank INSS, based on, between others, satellite photographs of areas where there were, in the last 4 days, there were bigger fires registered.
So you're saying that these are special satellites that capture areas where there are big fires?
Yeah, for example,
this is Israel,
bush fires. This is Israel, yes.
I mean, this looks as if it's completely burning.
And Israel and southern Lebanon.
So Israel and southern Lebanon,
Beirut,
viewers,
for example, is up here.
These are the boundaries of Israel.
No, of Lebanon.
Of
here,
Lebanon.
Right,
and that's Israel.
That's Israel, yes.
And so you have a situation where there are some big fires in both areas.
Yes. Up here and
in
then
both
in central,
areas.
this is Tel Aviv.
This is Tel Aviv. This looks as if it's not a one-way street. This is a fight that is also being fought in Israel itself. And now you look at Iran, and you look at Kuwait, and you look at Riyadh. These are lesser intensity fires. The red ones are really big, that have raged for 24 hours, or maybe even longer, right?
I'm not sure how long, but
yes.
It's interesting to see. We have Bahrain here, Qatar. We have United Arab Emirates and the tip of Oman up here, also heavily hit.
And this red area?
No.
This is
Dubai. This is Dubai. This is Abu Dhabi, and this is the Hormuz Strait.
The Hormuz Strait.
And then along the coast, several objects have been hit, obviously.
And this is, of course, Iran. We expect to see heavy fires in Iran because of the bombardment. But what we didn't expect was this picture, and we didn't expect this whole picture, because this tells us this whole picture. This tells us that there has been a fair amount of Iranian strike back.
Yes, for example, indeed, we can follow Bushehr. This is one of the biggest ports in northern Persian Gulf. We can follow, for example, Bandar Abbas in this area, and obviously the Americans striking Iranian missile sites around the coast, which are firing at Bahrain and Qatar. Plus here Chabahar.
Yes. So all of this, viewers, is a theater, and this is all being captured now by these satellites. Let's go back there and let's talk a little bit about. So, Tom, are we to suggest, and are you telling me that perhaps at the end of the day, this is not the easy in and out war that we were thinking it was going to be?
No, this is obvious from the start. The Iranians are fighting.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Friend here, Tom Cooper, to that big wall, because what we're going to show you, viewers, is something that you haven't seen till now. And I'm going to show you a map that's going to tell you what really is happening. Tom, what are we seeing? These big red dots, how are they? What are they? How have they been captured? What do they tell us?
This is a map that was eventually published by Israeli think tank INSS, based on, between others, satellite photographs of areas where there were, in the last 4 days, there were bigger fires registered.
So you're saying that these are special satellites that capture areas where there are big fires?
Yeah, for example,
this is Israel,
bush fires. This is Israel, yes.
I mean, this looks as if it's completely burning.
And Israel and southern Lebanon.
So Israel and southern Lebanon,
Beirut,
viewers,
for example, is up here.
These are the boundaries of Israel.
No, of Lebanon.
Of
here,
Lebanon.
Right,
and that's Israel.
That's Israel, yes.
And so you have a situation where there are some big fires in both areas.
Yes. Up here and
in
then
both
in central,
areas.
this is Tel Aviv.
This is Tel Aviv. This looks as if it's not a one-way street. This is a fight that is also being fought in Israel itself. And now you look at Iran, and you look at Kuwait, and you look at Riyadh. These are lesser intensity fires. The red ones are really big that have raged for 24 hours or maybe even longer, right?
I'm not sure how long, but it's interesting to see. We have Bahrain here, Qatar. We have United Arab Emirates and the tip of Oman up here, also heavily hit.
And this red area?
Yeah.
This is
Dubai. This is Dubai. This is Abu Dhabi, and this is the Hormuz Strait.
The Hormuz Strait.
And then along the coast, several objects have been hit obviously.
And this is of course Iran. We expect to see heavy fires in Iran because of the bombardment. But what we didn't expect was this picture, and we didn't expect this whole picture because.
Joining me live is now PV Sindhu, who's been through quite an ordeal. And Sindhu, you were telling us a lot about this, on your social media. We heard you earlier as well when you spoke first to CNN News 18 yesterday. And, this was clearly having a lot of impact on you as a person, mentally, physically, everything that you were going through.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of, I don't know what to say. I mean, it was scary because, we had to just do a transit in Dubai and then go to UK, Birmingham for the All England Championships. And all of a sudden we land at 1 and like in 15 minutes, it says that all flights are suspended. Like we didn't know what was happening. And initially they said there was, we are postponing, like there's a delay in the flight. But we waited, we thought, okay, things will be fine. And then slowly we got to know that the airspace was also shut. So it was creating it's like what was happening? Like, what is next? Like, will we go or what? Like, we didn't know what was happening. Then, it was getting bad. And they said finally all the flights were suspended. And they said, for now, we don't know anything. We have no idea. Please wait at the airport. So this is what they told initially to us.
Friend here, Tom Cooper, to that big wall, because what we're going to show you, viewers, is something that you haven't seen till now. And I'm going to show you a map that's going to tell you what really is happening. Tom, what are we seeing? These big red dots, how are they? What are they? How have they been captured? What do they tell us?
This is a map that was eventually published by Israeli think tank INSS, based on, between others, satellite photographs of areas where there were, in the last 4 days, there were bigger fires registered.
So you're saying that these are special satellites that capture areas where there are big fires?
Yeah, for example,
this is Israel,
bush fires. This is Israel, yes.
I mean, this looks as if it's completely burning.
And Israel and southern Lebanon.
So Israel and southern Lebanon,
Beirut,
viewers,
for example, is up here.
These are the boundaries of Israel.
No, of Lebanon.
Of Lebanon. Right, and that's Israel.
That's Israel, yes.
And so you have a situation where there are some big fires in both areas.
Yes. Up here and then in central, this is Tel Aviv.
This is Tel Aviv. This looks as if it's not a one-way street. This is a fight that is also being fought in Israel itself.
Yep.
And now you look at Iran, and you look at Kuwait, and you look at Riyadh. These are lesser intensity fires. The red ones are really big that have raged for 24 hours or maybe even longer, right?
I'm not sure how long, but
yes.
It's interesting to see. We have Bahrain here, Qatar, we have United Arab Emirates and the tip of Oman up here, also heavily hit.
And this red area?
No.
This is
Dubai. This is Dubai. This is Abu Dhabi, and this is the Hormuz Strait.
The Hormuz Strait.
And then along the coast, several objects have been hit, obviously.
And this is, of course, Iran. We expect to see heavy fires in Iran because of the bombardment. But what we didn't expect was this picture, and we didn't expect this whole picture. Because this
of what we are trying to achieve. But President Trump has not even said that. We don't get a real picture of what he's interested in. Will he settle for some kind of an agreement, some kind of a nuclear compromise, which would be enough for him? Would he say, I did my share, we eliminated Khamenei, we started a massive military campaign, now it's up to the Iranian people? None of this is clear yet. Now, paradoxically, I think the golden hour or the opportunity to change something serious in Iran has passed. That happened around the beginning to mid-January of this year, the terrible night between the 8th and the 9th of January, when the regime slaughtered thousands and thousands of protesters on the streets of Tehran and other Iranian cities. And at that time, apparently, we now know in retrospect that neither the American intelligence community or the Israeli one knew exactly what has happened. Then the president was deliberating for a few days. He was about to strike on January 14th, and he was persuaded both by the Pentagon and by Netanyahu, strangely enough, not to act because the assumption was that the Americans were not ready, not enough defense layers to protect American forces in the region and to protect Israel, and not enough options on the attack to overthrow the regime. So that golden opportunity was missed, and that was 6 or 7 weeks ago. Now, when you finally have what Trump called this beautiful armada in the Middle East, and there are so many forces and so many fighter planes there, it gets messy and complicated to actually achieve those goals because the Iranians are ready than before and they're taking no prisoners. It's quite apparent that they're willing to do anything in order to stay in power by any means necessary.
And now that Hezbollah has entered the war, obviously a much weakened fighting force, but nonetheless capable of doing damage inside of Israel, Israel vowing to continue to fight Hezbollah now in that fragile ceasefire now coming to an end. We've had General Petraeus and others describe Iran's decision to attack GCC neighbors as a stupid one, and many are now saying that is the same characterization for Hezbollah in deciding to join this war. Nonetheless, does Israel view this as an opportunity to finally eliminate Hezbollah, or could you see potential risks and challenges and even strains on the resources that now Israel is having to expend not only against Iran, but to its north?
So there has been a recent development. Just about 30 minutes ago, there were sirens in the northern Israel and in the center of Israel, around the Tel Aviv area, because apparently Hezbollah had launched a few rockets, 2 or 3 rockets towards the north and the center of Israel. Thankfully, they missed their targets, and some of them, at least 2 of them, were intercepted by the Israeli forces. So Hezbollah means business. It's quite clear by now, and yet Hezbollah is much weakened. If we look back, you probably recall that at the height, after October 7th, things got more tense on our northern border, and between, I'd say, July and November of 24, there was a massive military campaign which ended in clear Israeli victory and a ceasefire which forced Hezbollah to put down its arms and to stop fighting Israel directly. They're not as strong as they were. They have less weapons. They have less experienced commanders, less fighters. And the man in charge, Naim Qassem, is not a charismatic leader. He was not somebody who was born for this job. He replaced, of course, Hassan Nasrallah, who was assassinated by Israel in late September of 24. So they're playing this game with different cards now. On the other hand, they don't have much choice. It's the Iranians who've been financing them for decades with probably close to $1 billion a year supply of weapons, salaries, and so on, who are demanding their help, considering what is going on in Tehran. But Hezbollah is not going all the way, and the Israeli reaction for the time being is rather limited. There were a few assassinations in Beirut. Israel has announced that it will deploy more forces on the ground in southern Lebanon, but this is a very a narrow zone close to the Israeli border. For the time being, it doesn't seem as if Israel is about to launch a massive ground campaign in Lebanon. The main priority right now is Iran and Lebanon, but this is not working out very well for Hezbollah. They practically stepped into a trap, and this trap was prepared by Netanyahu and the Israeli military.
How significant is President Aoun's sort of defiant pushback and threats against Hezbollah to not enter the fray?
This is extremely interesting from an Israeli perspective. I think from an Arab or Lebanese perspective as well. A year or two ago, one could not have imagined that the leadership of both the political leadership in Beirut and the leadership of the Lebanese military would be that vocal in their opposition to Hezbollah and their demands that Hezbollah would stop fighting. I think I'm not an expert on Lebanon, but from what I've followed the news there in recent days, it's quite clear that most of the political arena and most of the public are deeply against another Hezbollah military campaign because they know that they, as the other citizens in Lebanon, would pay a dear price. So Hezbollah is stuck into a corner, and not unlike the situation in which the Iranian leadership finds itself. Now, of course, there are those in Israel who say we should not waste this opportunity. We should hit harder against Hezbollah, hoping to finally change the status quo there. We'll see how this plays out. But this, in my view, this remains the second arena and not the first one. Things will be decided about Iran and in Iran, and the decisions would be made in Washington more than anywhere else in the world.
And while we heard Secretary Hegseth describe Israel as a model partner, the two countries working in lockstep here, the mood on the ground in Israel among the population is quite different than sort of the skeptical reaction that we're seeing from not only Democrats here in the United States, but even some Republicans as to the urgency of the United States having to take these actions now. This in Israel is viewed, Iran is viewed as a first and foremost, its biggest existential threat, not the case here in the United States. But in terms of where Israel sees this going and the Prime Minister's ultimate goal, this operation is being called Roaring Lion. Is this the end of the so-called Lion operations, or is this one of those promises the Prime Minister is making, like he did in Gaza, that military officials are not quite sure or as confident they will be able to accomplish?
So I wouldn't say that people are elated by this. The beginning of this war, Saturday morning Israeli time, took us, most of the public, by surprise. There were sirens all over Israel, and pretty quickly there were missiles being launched and drones being launched from Iran towards our population centers. People are not happy about that. We've been fighting since October 7th. There haven't been long ceasefires. And stuff was happening all the time, and this was not an easy experience for Israelis, especially after the trauma of October 7th. And yet I think there haven't been many public opinion polls, but I think the majority of the population for the time being sees this as a necessary step. And of course, it's happy to see Khamenei, who preached the defeat of Israel and wanted us annihilated completely. We're not happy. We're not sad to see him go. Nobody here is going to miss Khamenei, the dictator. On the other hand, I think at least half of the Israeli population is very suspicious of Netanyahu's intentions. He's not a popular prime minister. Many Israelis demand his resignation because of what they see as his responsibility for the massacre, for the mistakes that led to the massacre on October 7th.
Right.
And people remain suspicious that he's using this for his political gains, that he's actually, his strategy is to maintain war on all fronts in order to avoid discussion of what has happened on October 7th and other issues that remain open in Israeli politics.
Amos Harel, I do apologize, we are tight on time, but it's interesting to see that the opposition thus far has publicly embraced this operation. We'll see how long that will last. Well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And we'll be right back after a short break.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent?
You've asked, or not your turn. Exactly? Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to present to the healthy Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you?
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte if he said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, you know, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic.
I have to say, over this weekend, while no one knows what the future will hold, and you know, Iranian Canadians, many of them have family in Iran. They're very well informed. They are as smart as any analyst you will talk to about knowing that there could be all kinds of difficult and hard to predict developments in the future. But one thing that I did hear from my friends this weekend is celebration that a tyrant has died. And from my perspective, all of us need to really start there and recognize that.
One of the things that the Russian officials have been saying is that this kind of unleashes them to do regime changes and attacks. You obviously will talk soon about Ukraine. You've just come back from there. But they even said on Estonia, maybe now Russia will start acting this way. Is that something you fear?
I think we need to be worried about a few things. One is if the precedent that is being set is any country with superior military force simply has the right to take out the leadership of another country, that's really, really troubling. I think there are also some real concerns that we should be talking about nuclear proliferation. Because if you are a smaller country that is concerned about this precedent, it's going to be pretty tempting for countries to think that in a world where there are no rules, where there are no rules of war, where that post-war liberal order, imperfect as it was, is now completely being disregarded. If that's the world we're in, it's going to be hard for smaller countries to resist the view that they need to develop nuclear weapons. And that makes the world more dangerous for all of us.
Let me unpack something you just said, which is that this notion of a strong power deciding to take out the leadership, in other words, to kill the leadership of another country, is that a line that's been crossed here that's somewhat unusual and may have a dangerous precedent?
Well, you know, Walter, it's not that unusual. It is, after all, what Vladimir Putin tried to do in Ukraine. And thanks to the remarkable resistance of the Ukrainian people, in February of 2022, he did not succeed in taking out the Ukrainian leadership. So this has happened before. What I do, you know, it's pretty trendy right now, Walter, to say, oh, you know, that rules-based international order that we had after the Second World War, it wasn't really real anyway. It was hypocritical. It was actually just a mask for American hegemony. And lots of bad things happened anyway in that post-World War II era when this rules-based international order ostensibly existed. And I think those criticisms, of course, are just. Of course, terrible things happened in that period. But I hope that we will all now start to reflect on the fact that there was an order of some kind. There was a view that a degree of international consensus was necessary. There was of international consensus was necessary before intervening in foreign countries. There were rules of war. And I think that all of us need to be very, very thoughtful about supporting the creation of a world where anything goes and might makes right. And, you know, I'm especially glad to be talking to you, Walter, because you are American. And America is still the preeminent power, the superpower, the global hegemon. You really can do pretty much what you want. And I hope that this is a moment for Americans to reflect on the fact that the rules-based international order, which did act as a constraint on American power, also provided America with some meaningful protection.
You've just stepped down from the Canadian Parliament to become an unpaid advisor to President Zelensky in Ukraine. If Russia, looking at what we just did in Iran, decided, why don't we just send in large amounts of planes and drones and track Zelensky and kill him and everybody, do you think that's possible for them to do, and might they be encouraged to do it by what we did in Iran?
Vladimir Putin needs no encouragement to go after Ukraine and President Zelensky. He has been trying to subdue Ukraine, to conquer, to decapitate the government since February of 2022 and the full-scale invasion, and in fact, since 2014. It has been an explicit effort to control Ukraine and to unseat the government. So Vladimir Putin needs no encouragement. He is already throwing everything he has at Ukraine, and it is a testament to the strength of the Ukrainian leadership and the Ukrainian people that after more than 4 years of war, they are still strong and independent. President Zelensky has been publicly clear and supportive of this attack. At the Munich Security Conference, he singled out Iran as a country which is supporting the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and he is right. It is Iranian Shahed weapons which are being used to rain down death on the Ukrainian civilian population. That's, important to remember that alliance exists. President Zelensky has been clear that this attack is an attack the U.S. and Israel.
You've just come back from Ukraine. Tell me what you saw on the ground.
Walter, I saw people who were really tired. As I'm sure your viewers know, what has been particularly horrible about this winter is that Russia attacked the power grid. It attacked the power grid in major Ukrainian cities, including the capital, Kyiv. And that meant that a lot of people in a winter where the temperature dropped to 20 below 0 Celsius, a lot of people went for hours and hours, days even, without heating in their apartments. This is a city of Soviet skyscrapers, so when the power is out, the elevator doesn't work either. Often the water doesn't run as well. There was a lot of real personal hardship for people. And you could see it on people's faces. Everyone I talked to said they were really tired. But what I was also struck by is being tired didn't mean that people were inclined to give up. What really every single person I spoke to, that includes, I spoke to a lot of soldiers, I spoke to a lot of their commanders. Every single person I spoke to said, yes, we're tired. Yes, we hate this war. Yes, the cost is very, very high, but we can't give up because the alternative to fighting is to be subjugated. And we're not going to accept that.
Do you think what's happened in Iran will make it more likely this gets resolved, or will it continue to drag on for another 4 years?
Walter, no one gave me a crystal ball when I was a cabinet minister, and no one gave me a crystal ball when I stepped down from elected politics. So I'm not going to make a prediction. I think actually the international outlook is more volatile and harder to predict than it has been for a long time. It's one of those moments, that great Yeats line, the worst are full of passionate conviction, the best thing to be The torture is really vile, and who today is a civil society activist, a writer, a historian. I spoke to him over the weekend, and he said something I thought was very powerful to me, which is he said, Ukraine has already won this war. We didn't know. We didn't know how, as a society, we would respond to a full-scale Russian invasion, and now we know. We have consolidated as a society. There's a high degree of social solidarity. And also what Ukrainians have learned about themselves is they're pretty good at fighting. It is actually remarkable. The Russian army, the second largest military in the world, has been basically held to a standstill by the Ukrainian military for more than 4 years now. So I would say people of Ukraine are exhausted. They're bleeding, they're wounded, they're paying a high price, but they are absolutely determined to maintain their independence, their sovereignty, their democracy. And I think they're very confident that they will succeed. They don't know how long the war will last. They don't know if there will be a ceasefire in the near future and then a further Russian invasion in the years to come, but they're confident. I think that the bigger challenge now, the bigger question is not whether Ukraine can resist Russia. It is whether there will be in the future a further Russian incursion into other parts of Europe and how prepared Europe would be to resist such an incursion. I think that's the big question now.
Chrystia Freeland, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be with you. A real honor.
And that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye from New York.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person, But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent?
You've asked, so not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to potentially help you? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello and a very warm welcome, everyone. I'm Isa Suarez. I'm coming to you from London, and we do begin the hour in the Middle East, the war in the Middle East, which is seemingly escalating by the hour. Here are the fast-moving developments on multiple fronts that we think is important for you to be abreast of. US President Donald Trump says most of Iran's military installations have been knocked out, and most of the people the United States had in mind to succeed the Iranian regime are dead. An Israeli source tells CNN Israel struck a compound of a group responsible for choosing Iran's new supreme leader. Iranian state media claims the building was evacuated before the attack. Meanwhile, the conflict in Lebanon is intensifying. Israel's defense minister says the IDF has been instructed to, quote, advance and seize additional strategic high ground there, following a wave of Israeli attacks on Hezbollah targets. And alongside President Trump at the White House earlier today, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says he's on the same page, his words, with his American counterpart when it comes to getting rid of the regime in Tehran. Mr. Trump was asked whether Israel forced his hand and pulled the United States into this war with Iran. And here's the response.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics. And it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
Let's get more on all these strands. Our Oren Lieberman is in Tel Aviv, and our Kevin Liptak joins us from the White House. Let me go to you, Kevin, first. Of course, just picking up on what we heard from the president. He sat alongside Friedrich Merz of Germany. We heard the president say today that, I think his words were, he had a feeling that Iran would attack first. He said, and we play there, they were going to attack if we didn't do it. Is there anything to suggest that this was the case? Because they were due to meet in Vienna for the next round of diplomatic discussions. We've also heard from the head of the IAEA today on CNN saying that Iran was not days or weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Just speak to some of the discrepancy in the messaging we're seeing from this White House.
Yeah, and in fact, what we have heard from American intelligence officials is that the opposite is true, that there, in fact, was no evidence that Iran was preparing a preemptive attack. In fact, that is what administration officials told congressional staffers over the weekend. And so I do think it just raises many more questions about what exactly was the imminent threat that the U.S. was facing here. And, you know, when the president said that it was not Israel that was dragging him into this, that in fact he thought it was the U.S. that was dragging Israel, the president even there is contradicting what we heard from the Secretary of State Marco Rubio yesterday, which was that the U.S. thought that Israel was going to take a preemptive attack and that would result in an outsized retaliation from Iran. And so I still think, you know, we are searching for what exactly was the imminent threat that has prompted the president to go to war. You know, the other episodes that the president was citing as pretext for this were more than 4 decades old. You know, he talked about the 1979 hostage taking in Iran, the 1983 bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut, suggesting that this was all of an ideology that had to be taken out immediately. And so I still think plenty of questions for the president about what exactly precipitated all of this. You know, just in the last hour, we've been hearing from senior administration officials describing how the nuclear negotiations with Iran broke down, and they have suggested that there were a lot of attempts at deception by the Iranians, that in fact they were prepared to enrich uranium to near weapons grade levels. That I think does not comport with what we heard from Rafael Grossi today, who said that the IAEA, quote, has no information a structured since systematic program to build a nuclear weapon was underway in Iran. So I still think there are a lot of gaps in the information here. And as this conflict, I think, proceeds potentially for many weeks, as the president says, those will be questions that the administration will continue having to answer for.
Yeah, stay with us, Kevin. Let me bring in Oren Lieberman for us in Tel Aviv. And Oren, on this day 4, we are seeing the conflict escalating. It seems regime change is still very much the focus from both for the US and Israel. And we are hearing, and you have more information on this strike, according to sources, I believe, Israeli sources, on the Iranian city of Qom and this compound, this committee. What more can you tell us about this?
And it's not just an Israeli source we're hearing this from at this point. The Israeli military spokesperson, Brigadier General Efi Defrin, was just asked about this in a briefing a short time ago, and he said they are still evaluating the results of this strike, but acknowledging that it was an Israeli strike on the Iranian holy city of Qom. And the target of this was a gathering of what's called the Assembly of Experts. This is 88 senior clerics who are intending and meeting and appointed to essentially pick and vote for the next Iranian supreme leader, to set the succession here of who would replace the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in the opening wave of this strike early Saturday morning. Israel's target was the council itself, to take them out as they were meeting to pick the next supreme leader for Iran. Now, what's unclear is if Israel was successful in taking out that group of senior clerics. Iranian state media, which at least from what we're seeing had initially said the building had been evacuated before the strike itself, now says the Assembly of Experts was meeting virtually and that the strike did not hit its intended target, or rather scores of targets, earlier today. So there are still questions, and it's not clear to us whether Israel was successful in killing this council of leaders. So that still remains the question here. But as you point out, Issa, this underscores that this very blatantly appears to have been about not only regime change of the current regime, but this is targeting the succession mechanism, the ability for the regime to keep on functioning and to pick the next leader here. So Israel has gone after the top of Iran's leadership and is now, it seems, going after the ability of the Iranian regime to pick who it is that's coming next, and that's on top of everything else Israel has targeted. As it says, it has expanded its air superiority, which basically means Israel's Air Force feels it can do whatever it wants and strike whatever targets it feels it needs in Iran.
And just outside of Iran, if we look to Lebanon, because Prime Minister Netanyahu, Oren, has ordered, of course, the Israeli military, we're talking about this, to advance and seize the territory in Lebanon. What is your sense of what is happening in Lebanon, inside Lebanon, what the strategy is here for Israel?
So I'll kind of work backwards here in terms of what happened most recently. There were red alerts warning of a large barrage of incoming from Lebanon, from Hezbollah a short time ago, so we'll wait to see the results of that. But as that happens, as there is incoming, Israel has very clearly, very broadly expanded its offensive against what it says are Hezbollah targets, not only in the capital of Beirut, but in southern Lebanon as well, issuing evacuation warnings to a growing list of villages in southern Lebanon, and effectively carrying out the campaign that Israel, it seems, had prepared for and was just waiting to carry out, going after and trying to finish off or at least to disarm Hezbollah. In fact, the Israeli military chief of staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, said a short time ago that Israel will not finish this campaign or conclude the attacks on Lebanon, the attacks on Beirut, until Hezbollah is disarmed.
Oren Lieben for us there in Tel Aviv. Good to see you, Oren, and our Kevin Liptak in Washington. Thank you to you both. Well, as Israel and US strikes continue against Iran, as Oren was saying there, and Iran responds with its own military action on American targets and on Gulf allies in the Middle East, the US has closed embassies in Beirut, Saudi Arabia, as well as Kuwait, and warned its citizens to leave more than a dozen countries in the region. Gulf states have intercepted hundreds of Iranian drones, as well as missiles. Among the countries, Kuwait says it's down more than 175 Iranian ballistic missiles and almost 400 drones. The UAE reports it's intercepted more than 165 Iranian missiles and 645 drones. Bahrain and Qatar also report interceptions. Well, the UAE says it's prepared to fight a prolonged attack by Iran. A UAE spokesperson tells CNN its military has sufficient number of weapons to repel as well as combat any aggression by that country. Our Becky Anderson with a deeper look at that.
Just walk us through what we've got here.
Moving to this area, this is an attack suicide drone developed by the Iranians. It's called Shahid 136. It has a range of over 2,500 kilometers, and we've intercepted hundreds of these over the last 2 or 3 days.
One of the things that, as a resident here, one of the things that is scary, shocking, is to hear these booms, these thuds, which are the interceptions, obviously, of these missiles or these drones that have been coming in. Can you just describe how high up those interceptions are? Because at times people will feel that they're very close to them, of course, particularly when it's the middle of the night.
Yeah, we repeatedly announce to the public that if they hear those sounds, they hear those bombs or popping sounds in the air, it's basically a comforting signal, because it means the air defense system are working as supposed to, and it's actually doing its job by intercepting or destroying those threats. So if they hear those noises, they should feel comfortable.
Well, let's get more from our Nick Robertson, who is in Riyadh for us this hour. And Nick, as we've been stating there, showing our viewers, Gulf states very much now on the defense as the war in Iran kind of spreads its tentacles. What is the calculation where you are in Saudi Arabia by the leadership of how to proceed? Because I know this is multi-layered and it is escalating.
It is, and it's to calculate the amount of escalation that the leadership here thinks Iran is putting into play, and to try to calculate as well what that Iranian leadership looks like. I think the calculation at the moment is that Iran is still making, in its context, rational, calculated decisions about going up an escalation ladder. In this region, they're used to Iran sort of having threats against a couple of the countries in the Gulf and sort of trying to divide them and not having threats against others and trying to divide them. What Iran has done now is attack all of these countries at the same time, but to differing degrees. And what Saudi Arabia's experienced over the past 24 hours is a ratchet up of the way that it has been attacked. Oil refinery attacked, intercepted, but it did, fragments did fall, did set fire to the refinery. You have 5 attempted strikes on a massive Saudi military airbase just outside of the capital. And then, of course, the multiple drone impacts at the Saudi embassy, the US embassy here in the capital capital, Riyadh. All of that paints a picture here telling them that Iran is intentionally ratcheting up, going up this threat ladder very quickly. However, analysts are also pointing out that at the moment it's only drones that we know about that are being fired against Saudi installations, not ballistic missiles. If ballistic missiles, for example, were used against oil infrastructure, that would be a massive ratcheting it up. So that's the calculation here for the Saudis. How much is Iran ratcheting it up? If you strike back, do you really defeat the threat? Do you really just escalate it and bring about more damage? So as we understand here, it's a very, very difficult diplomatic position. The language is very careful. The language says we'll protect the sovereignty, security, territory, citizens here in Saudi, but we have the option to use. We have the option if we're attacked to respond to aggression. So it's where that calculation is, and of course this is happening behind closed doors. We're not getting a lot of insights, but what I understood last night, not long after the US embassy was hit here, was that those discussions absolutely active and ongoing and appear still to be.
Everything being very carefully calibrated. We have also heard, Nick, that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is vowing to basically destroy American political centers in the region. What are you hearing in terms of what is being done? How is preparations underway for any more further potential attacks here?
There are several things. There's one, from a US point of view, from the diplomatic missions throughout the region, there's a view that they need to be able to extend whatever help they can to US citizens trapped in the region that want to leave. Saudi Arabia is becoming one of those places where airports remain open, and if you can't fly out of Bahrain, if you can't fly out of Qatar, if you can't fly out of Abu Dhabi, then possibly find a land route to Saudi Arabia where you can catch a flight out of Riyadh or Jeddah. So I think there's an effort diplomatically to try to find out how to help those citizens. But the message in Saudi right now is shelter in place, particularly in the east of the country. Don't go out. Don't go to the US consulate. Don't move around. Shelter in place. And that is because the threats currently are big and they're active.
Yeah, very good advice, Nick. Appreciate it. Nick Robertson for us this hour in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Well, the Iranian Red Crescent says nearly 800 people have been killed in Iran since the start of the US-Israeli war. According to Iranian state media, at least 168 children and 14 teachers at a girls' school in the southern part of the country were among the casualties. Today, thousands turned out to grieve the young lives lost as mourners carried small coffins, as you can see there, through the streets. Footage from Iran's state media showed what they called a gravesite that was being prepared to bury the victims. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told reporters Monday that the U.S. would not deliberately target a school. Those are his words. He said an investigation is underway. Well, we don't know what is happening every minute inside Iran. After Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei was killed in initial strikes, who will be next in line? That is the big question. Israel has bombed the compound of a group responsible for choosing Iran's next leader. We heard that from our Oren Lieberman at the top of the show. And as US allies are targeted by Iran, will there be a coalition of Gulf nations ready to join and fight? And where does that leave, really, European allies like Britain, France, as well as Germany? We saw the German Chancellor speaking to President Trump hours earlier. Joining us now is Rob McCare, who served as British ambassador to Iran from 2018 to 2021 and is now a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Ambassador, good to have you back on the show. I did not expect to see a war so soon, but last time you and I spoke, we were talking about a possibility of a war. Let me just get your reaction, first of all, to this war. As we've heard from the region, from the Gulf states, seems to be growing and spiraling, with now Gulf countries being involved too. Your thoughts on this day 4?
Thank you, Issa. Well, look, clearly the escalation has, to some extent, taken quite a lot of people by surprise. The speed with which the war has gone to a much wider range of targets from Iran, what that means in terms of the regional states. But it's kind of a rational thing for Iran to be doing, if you think about it. I mean, their relationship with those Gulf neighbors is important to them. It's been beneficial. But when you set it against regime survival, and those are the terms in which both the US and Israel have really characterized these attacks, then clearly they're going to prioritize regime survival. And for them, creating economic pain in their neighboring countries in order to put pressure on the US to ratchet down and to end the campaign is a rational thing for them to do. So I think that is one very, very clear thing we're seeing now. Of course, we're also seeing, as you were reporting inside the country, a situation where future political control and succession is uncertain.
Yeah, and we heard, the US clearly trying to continue to decapitate kind of any sort of Iranian leadership. We heard from the Israelis, from sources earlier today, that Israel struck the Assembly of Experts compound in the holy city of Qom. These will be voting on who the next leader would be, which then raises a question, Ambassador, about succession. I want to play what President Trump said earlier about this. Have a listen.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
Pretty soon we're not going to know anyone. I mean, just your initial thoughts about who the US will be negotiating. Does this show any sort of strategy here?
Well, I think as President Trump says in that clip, one of the key facts about this is we don't know who's going to be alive at the end of this when the bombing stops and when the dust settles. So it's very hard to say who the US could be talking to after this. I think with the death of the supreme leader, with the death of Khamenei, the range of options got a lot wider in terms of what might happen, the future scenarios, because, of course, there is, in theory, a scenario where the people of Iran rise up and overthrow the regime. I don't think anyone feels that's very likely, however desirable it might be. There's a scenario where it breaks down into complete chaos as a result of this military attack, which would be bad certainly for the people of Iran and for the neighbors. But there is potentially the scenario that the regime either splits or a new leadership inside the regime comes forward after this and says, okay, we're going to change course radically. We're going to do a deal with the West. We're going to allow more freedoms inside the country.
You're talking about capitulation, Ambassador? You think that's likely? Capitulation, is that likely?
I don't think it's the most likely scenario, but I think when you hear President Trump talking about a Venezuela scenario, I think that's what he's talking about. And I think it's probably it's more likely that happens than you get the sort of the full-scale regime change that people might dream of. I think another likely scenario is just that the regime survives and just doubles down and is completely decimated in a military sense, but at the end of the bombing is still there.
Let me get your thoughts as we wrap up here. I know we're short on time, on what we heard from President Trump. He met today with Chancellor Merz, and he said very clearly on numerous occasions that he was not happy with the UK. He said the UK wasn't being cooperative. Let me just play what he said.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Well, just for our viewers around the world, Prime Minister Starmer has stated that the UK will not join the US and Israel in any offensive action, though Starmer has allowed, to be fair, the US to use British bases for defensive strikes, from my understanding. So just President Trump went on to say that, this has ruined their relationship. What has this done to US-UK relationships, you think, Ambassador?
Well, I think that if you look at the comments that President Trump has made about the UK during the course of his second term in office, they have ranged from the very positive to the very negative. And I don't think that anything he says today is necessarily the final word on the relationship. I think that will continue to be a volatile situation. And I think that Prime Minister Starmer has done what you would expect him to do, which is to tread a pretty cautious line, to be very aware of international law, to be aware of the political pressures on him, and to try to be both supportive of allies and to be within the bounds of international law. So I think it would be overwriting it to say that this is a fundamental breach in the UK-US relationship.
Ambassador, great to get your insight. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us on the show. Thank you. We're going to take a short break, and still to come right here. Stuck in the Gulf, an update on the thousands of travelers trying to escape a region that is suddenly at war. This is next.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. We've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me...
On the very latest from the war in the Middle East that we'll be following here, breaking news on CNN, and it appears an Israeli airstrike has taken out more of Iran's senior leaders. The strike came as a council of Iran's religious leaders were gathered to pick a replacement for the slain Ayatollah Khamenei. Iran claims the building was evacuated before the strike hit. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says he has no idea who will be the next leader of Iran because US and Israel have killed so many of the country's top political voices. The US president also expressed anger with Spain for not supporting the war with Iran. Mr. Trump said he will cut off all trade with Spain as a result. And all of this comes as the conflict seems to be expanding with new Israeli attacks on Iranian sympathizers in Lebanon and continued Iranian strikes targeting US bases and embassies, by the way, as in other Gulf states. Well, Donald Trump also took time today to discuss the thousands of Westerners who are stuck in the Gulf region with few days really to get out. He said the operation against Iran unfolded so quickly there was no time to evacuate embassies or warn tourists or others actually to leave. Air travel has been severely restricted since the war began, with busy international airports in the UAE and Qatar virtually shut down and flights cancelled all over the region. I want to bring in our resident expert, global travel, Richard Quest joins us now. Richard, good to see you. When we're talking about air travel going at a standstill, give us a sense of what numbers we're looking at here.
You're talking about tens of thousands of people and hundreds, if not thousands, of flights. And for one simple reason, over the last 15 to 20 years, Doha, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, they have become the global hubs for world aviation through the airlines of Emirates, Fly Dubai, Etihad and Qatar Airways. They bring the passengers in and they fly them out again. It is what's called a classic Sixth Freedom flight. And as a result, the hubs of Dubai and Doha are incredibly important in aviation. Now, if they are shut down very quickly, the ripple effects will spread. Just think about it. From Europe, from Europe to Asia, Australasia, from the United States to Asia, right the way down, Dubai is the global hub. And as a result, when it closed over the last couple of days, the effects were felt dramatically. Now, we are starting to see some flights starting again. Fly Dubai is doing limited flights. Emirates is doing limited flights. Certain corridors are being established. I won't go through the list because it could change hourly, and it really does depend on the flight and the destination.
Yeah.
But slowly but surely, they are starting to open up. But it'll be a long time before things are back to normal.
Right, you mentioned safe corridors. I'm just seeing in the last, 20 minutes or so, we heard from the UAE, said that it opened, Richard, a safe air corridors with its neighbours. Just for our viewers who may have been stranded, who may want to know, is it safe? You know, the war continues on day 4. Tensions have been ratcheted up. It is expanding. What does this mean when you're talking about the UAE opening safe air corridors?
What you're talking about is bearing in mind the missiles flying around. The last thing you want, I mean, look, just remember, for example, the Kuwaiti Air Force brought down 3 US fighters as friendly fire. Now, that was where they intended to hit a plane and got the wrong planes. Just think of the number of missiles in the region flying around from Iran and others. And the last thing you want is a commercial aircraft anywhere near that. So what they're doing is working out which directions, which routes, which ways they can take aircraft from these hubs. And for instance, I'll give you a good example. Saudi Arabia, for example, has not closed much of its airspace and most of its flights have been flying normally. That's because of its location. It's got better air defenses in a sense, and there isn't the same risk. It's not under attack. What we would expect to see, Issa, over the coming days is more of these calibrated and calculated air routes opening up. Always remembering one stray missile will actually stop and will close the airspace all over again.
Richard Quest, good to see you, Richard. Thanks very much. Richard will be back with Quest Means Business, of course, in about an hour and a half or so. And still to come tonight, as strikes escalate across the Middle East, how long can the Gulf states defend themselves? I'll break it down with a Middle East security expert. That is after the break. You are watching CNN.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who is no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, it would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after You know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from. All of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was the imminent?
You've asked, so not your turn.
Exactly?
Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat?
News coverage of the war in Iran. If you're just joining us, I want to bring you up to speed on what we know so far. US President Donald Trump says most of Iran's military installations have been knocked out, his words, and that new strikes today focused on killing Iranian leadership. Israel says it launched simultaneous strikes in Tehran and in Beirut. The targets were Iranian military sites as well as the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah. All the while, Israeli troops are intensifying their push in Lebanon. And as for Iran, you ask, well, its military continues to strike US targets and US allies in the Middle East. And here you can see in yellow all the countries around the Persian Gulf that have been hit. The US has closed its embassies in Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and warned Americans to leave more than a dozen countries in the region. Joining me now in the studio to discuss is Burcu Uçalik, a senior research fellow for Middle East Security at RUSU. Good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
There is so much for us to talk about. I do want to start with the intensification of these strikes that we have seen from the US and Israel. The Central Command was saying something like 1,700 strikes we've seen so far. We're in day 4. Give us a sense, we're looking here at these strikes and how spread out, of where have they been focusing on, what they've been targeting in these last 4 days, and how effective they've been.
So the coordinated attacks by the U.S. and Israel have focused on the western part of Iran, that stretch of land that borders Iraq. And the reason for that is that's where the location of Iran's, the majority of its missile launchers are, as well as radars. So by that, I mean the capability of the Iranian regime to attack westward. They also have air defense installations in that stretch of land, which means that they would be able to protect against incoming missile strikes towards the inside of Iran.
And I suppose at this juncture, it's quite hard to know how effective these strikes have been. Do we have a sense how effective the US strikes, Israeli airstrikes have been on the missiles capabilities or so?
We do, in a sense, in that we have reporting by the U.S. and by Israeli sources as well that are claiming that these have been highly effective to date. And when we look at the pace, the tempo of Iranian strikes, retaliatory strikes against the Gulf, the Persian Gulf down below in the GCC countries, we're seeing a slight slowing down in that pace, which could suggest that the Iranian stockpile of ballistic missiles are becoming depleted.
Right, expand on that, because now we're looking, in the initial image, we were looking at US-Israeli strikes on Iran, just for our viewers. Now we're looking at Iranian strikes on the Gulf. And this is expanding horizontally, right? I've heard from multiple guests now talking about how surprised they are that Iran has made a decision, the strategy to go after Gulf states. Before we talk about what you think about the strategy, tell us why they've hit some countries and not others, because they've been using mostly drones, is that right?
That's right, they have been, as well as some missiles, but the focus has been on territories that host U.S. military assets, personnel, and interests. And the Iranian regime made that very clear in the lead up to the campaign or this war as well, that they would target American interests across the region, which explains why they have hit countries like Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE. Oman was a key facilitator during the talks, which have been initially excluded from Iran's strike package, but then was also hit. We have Jordan as well, which is a key U.S. and U.K. Security ally in the region, and of course the most intense in Israel, as well as the UAE actually was also hit very heavily.
Yeah. Are you surprised at all by this strategy from Iran to go after some of these Gulf states? Does that isolate them further, or is there a strategy here from the Iranian side?
There is a strategy here, and I think what that is to create pressure and pain on the U.S., but as well as Gulf states. So the message to the Gulf is you're hosting American military installations, so you have to bear the risk of this. And this is a moment of great existential crisis for Iran. So it seems as though their plan, the strategy, is to go all out in order to pressure the Gulf countries to then talk to President Trump, to put pressure upon him to de-escalate, to draw down, to find a way towards a ceasefire.
Right.
But there is a gamble here.
I was going to say, that could backfire, right? Because I was speaking to our correspondent who was in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where leadership there is really weighing this moment. If this intensifies, how do they proceed? And that is the risk, is it not?
It very much is the risk. There's a great deal of resentment, a sense of betrayal across the Gulf. This is the very scenario that they were hoping to avoid and have been following the diplomatic track for a long time to encourage this not to happen. So at this moment, I think the Iranian strategy is very likely to backfire because it invites future military engagement by the Gulf states, potentially, as well as maybe other countries in Europe as well.
So just for our viewers, we've looked at how the US and Israel, where they've been striking inside Iran. We've also been looking at where Iran has been retaliating, of course, across the Gulf region, mostly with drones, of course. And I want to focus now on US bases, because you hinted at that there, why they're picking certain countries over others. I suppose, where are we seeing in terms of US capabilities and them getting ready for if this continues to escalate? Where are you seeing the biggest developments here?
Along
and the risks, of course.
Along the Persian Gulf. They're in the military bases, particularly the naval fleet in Bahrain.
So all around this line
That's
here.
right. That's right. These are where American assets are most vulnerable, but also most protected. But Iranian attacks there are also a distraction because U.S. forces have to focus on defending those assets as well as defending their allies in the Gulf. So there are multiple interests there as the U.S. and Israel try to support efforts to keep the Gulf as safe as possible in this moment of great crisis, really.
Indeed. Great to have you on the show. Thanks very much for coming. Really appreciate it. And French President Emmanuel Macron says his country cannot approve military actions by the US and Israel in Iran. In a flurry of diplomacy, he held separate meetings with several regional leaders today to discuss the situation in the Middle East. And moments ago, President Macron addressed the nation. I want you to have a listen.
The attacks launched by American and Israeli missile strikes against Iran have now spread throughout the region and continue to have serious consequences for world peace and security.
Well, President Macron also said 2 of the first flights to evacuate French citizens from the region will land in Paris this evening. We'll stay across this for you, of course. And still to come tonight, the politics of war. The US House and Senate will soon receive their first full briefing on Iran as some lawmakers push to curb President Trump's war powers. That is after the break.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them and a big part goes to us. and it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there.
Spreading across the regions that we were just highlighting for you before the break. Here's what we know right now. US President Donald Trump is rejecting suggestions Israel may have pulled the US into war with Tehran. He told reporters today the United States may have actually been the ones who forced, his words, Israel's hand. Mr. Trump says he doesn't want Iranians to protest yet, saying it's very dangerous out there. Iran's Red Crescent says nearly 800 people have been killed since the start of the war last weekend. And just a short time ago, the US closed its embassy in Beirut until further notice, and it follows a decision to shut down American embassies in both Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. And this just into CNN, a source telling CNN that the US embassy in Dubai has been struck and is on fire. We're hearing this in the last few moments. Of course, we'll bring you more details, of course, as we get it. But this is just coming into CNN right now. The embassy has been struck and is on fire. We'll bring that as we get our report on the ground and more details on this breaking news. Well, less than an hour from now, in the meantime, top US diplomats and military officials will begin briefing the full Senate on Iran behind closed doors, followed by the House. Senators have been taking the podium for hours now, as you can see, making their case for and against the war launched with no congressional approval. Many Democrats and a few Republicans are pushing for a quick vote on a war powers resolution meant to limit President Trump's authority to conduct military operations. Senator Richard Blumenthal says the administration's, quote, contradictory and conflicting explanations for the war are deeply concerning.
The administration can't get its story straight. And that is absolutely mind-boggling when it comes to this kind of life and death attack on another country that could risk a forever war with huge costs and casualties.
Well, we indeed have heard differing rationales for this war, depending on the day and really on who's speaking. And some lawmakers say that shift in messaging exactly why Congress must be involved. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson says there was no declaration of war because the strikes are defensive in nature. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, though, says Iran was bombed because it was going to retaliate against US forces after Israel attacked. And earlier, you heard, of course, President Trump saying he might have forced Israel's hand instead of the other way around. Let's get more from our Stephen Collinson, trying to make sense of all the lines we're getting for us in Washington. And Stephen, let me just pick up with kind of the mixed messages that we're trying to read the tea leaves, because questions are now being asked about why the US decided to take action against Iran when it did. Secretary of State Marco Rubio suggested the president decided to launch the attacks on Iran because the US believed, I think he said, Israel was poised to take unilateral action, right? And then President Trump, I understand, I heard them, he was speaking with alongside Chancellor Mercer today, basically disputing this, saying that he might have forced Israel's hand. And he said, I'm going to quote him here, they were going to attack if we didn't do it. But I do want to play what Rafael Grossi of the IAEA had to say on this.
We never had information indicating that there was a structured, systematic, program to build or to construct a nuclear weapon. So we have to balance the two things. Yes, many reasons for concern, but there wasn't to be a bomb tomorrow or the day after tomorrow.
So, Stephen, I mean, how are these kind of shifting narratives within the administration itself and senior leadership within the administration being received where you are?
Well, I think it's adding to a great deal of confusion, and I think the reason this is important and that it looks like they're making this up as they go along is because it gets to the real potential motives of why this is taking place. Every government official, as you say, has come up almost with a different rationale. Pete Hegseth was talking about the killings of Americans in Iraq during the occupation by Iran-backed militias. The president previously was talking about regime change, then he stopped, then he started talking about nuclear weapons, although he said last year he'd eradicated or obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Then you have what Rubio said. So this is all very confusing. I think a lot of people believe that the real reason that Iran was attacked was because President Trump's credibility was on the line after he made multiple threats and said he would come to the aid of Iranian investors. The problem with that is it's not a legal or constitutional rationale that works before Congress. The administration has to argue that the United States was under imminent threat and that he took emergency action, which he could then go to Congress and get endorsed later on. So this debate about what the war is actually about is politically damaging. It's damaging, I think, on President Trump's right flank in his MAGA movement. That seems to be a little bit split increasingly over the war. And while at this point I don't think there was a congressional majority to vote against the president on this war, it's very troubling. And, you know, we saw during the Iraq and Afghan wars when there is confusion and a lack of clarity on the reason for waging the wars, that tends to bleed into strategy.
Yeah, a lack of clarity, a lack of strategy. And while I have you here, just before we came on, we came to you, Stephen, we were breaking news, of course. We were saying that a source, now we've got beyond the source, a US consulate in Dubai is on fire after being struck late, this was on Tuesday, so tonight, by suspected Iranian drone. And this is according again to a source in the region. This follows, of course, we've seen shutdown. We've seen the American embassies in both in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait both shut down. I mean, the pressure is intensifying, of course, on President Trump as Iran continues to retaliate.
Yeah, and I think this obviously would be a very troubling development politically for the administration. And it comes at a time when markets are tumbling. The president seems to be surprised that the Iranians went after Gulf states when that seems like it was a obvious potential response to him attacking Iran. And he said today that the whole thing happened too fast to get Americans out of there. Well, he was the person that ordered these strikes. So if anyone should have known about it in advance, it was him. So I think if this incident in Dubai turns out to be very serious, it's going to increasingly add up to the pressure on the president. In the past, we've seen when pressure builds, he tends to look for an off-ramp. And it will be interesting to see if the United States starts to talk about, well, we've destroyed everything we can destroy in Iran, and now it's time to move on to the next stage. Perhaps the Iranians coming out into the streets, and the president looks for a way out of this. But I think the clock, the political clock, is ticking for the president here, even though they were saying yesterday, well, this could go on for weeks or even a month or even longer.
Right, and let me stay with the breaking news. Stay with us, Stephen. If you're just joining me, bring you up to date on the breaking news that we received in the last few minutes. A source tells CNN the US embassy in Dubai has been struck, as you can see from this video here, and is on fire. This is just a moment ago. This is in Dubai. We have seen, of course, American embassies also in Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait was shut down. But this coming into CNN, source telling CNN, the US consulate in Dubai has been hit by a suspected Iranian drone. We can see a plume of smoke there, black smoke, and we understand it's on fire. We're getting more information. I think our Jennifer Hansler with us. Jen, what more are you hearing on this?
Well, we're not hearing much of anything yet, Issa. We've asked the State Department if they can confirm anything on this suspected Iranian strike on the consulate in Dubai. But of course, as you're saying, this is the latest in a series of suspected Iranian attacks on U.S. diplomatic facilities. Last night, we saw two suspected Iranian drones hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. 2 more hit at or near the embassy, sources told me. There were no injuries initially reported with that strike. We don't know yet if there were any injuries with this latest strike on the consulate in Dubai. Earlier this week, the embassy in Kuwait was also hit. So this is coming amidst this massive retaliation in the region. Of course, this also comes, Issa, as the State Department last night ordered the departure of non-emergency personnel and their family members from 6 countries in the region. That included the UAE, that includes Kuwait, it includes Qatar, Jordan, Iraq as well. And so they are calling on all non-emergency personnel to leave the countries. They've also temporarily closed 3 embassies for now because of these safety concerns. So there are still small footprints of diplomats in all of these countries in which they have ordered the departure. But this is a very fast-moving situation here. This is, a very, very risky time to be an American in this region. The State Department just announced that they are working to facilitate commercial flights and military flights for American citizens who have been stranded there in the region, Issa, and we are going to continue to keep following this story.
If you're just joining us, Jen, stay with us, bring up viewers up to date. We are now hearing from a source, a U.S. consulate in Dubai. As you've seen, that plume of smoke has been hit by a suspected Iranian drone. We've been told it's on fire. We can certainly see on this footage here a plume of black smoke. It is 53, almost 54, almost midnight in Dubai. Can I take a step back, Jen? Do we know, I know you were saying some people have left from these consulates. Do we know if this consulate was still active in Dubai, how many people were inside? Do we have any of that, a sense of that? I know some of the other embassies have been closed. What do we know about this one in particular, just to get ascertain how many people could have potentially been inside?
We don't have a sense right now, Issa, of how many people are inside. The hope, of course, would be that there were no one there because it is so late in the evening there. The United Arab Emirates had been put on ordered departure yesterday, which means they were calling on only the essential small staff to stay. And a number of these posts, they've also had people shelter in place, work from home. So they may not have actually been in this facility. That would be the hope in this case, so that there are no injuries. We don't know yet if there was anyone there. We are working to get answers here. But this is, of course, what the State Department tries to prevent. They try to keep their diplomats safe, and sometimes that calls on them to have them leave the country. There have, of course, been questions about why these ordered departures weren't ordered sooner ahead of that initial U.S. and Israeli strike that happened over the weekend, which precipitated all of these Iranian retaliatory attacks. So there are questions here about why these warnings weren't issued sooner, both for the diplomats on the ground as well as the U.S. citizens who are there. But we have started to see days later the State Department moving towards helping their diplomats leave the country as well as U.S. citizens.
Yeah,
but of course, a lot that's uncertain.
Absolutely, and I'm just looking at the Dubai media office. They've put out a tweet. We have a translation. I'm just going to read it out as we look at these images. The competent authorities in Dubai succeeded in extinguishing a limited fire in the vicinity of the U.S. consulate in Dubai, resulting from a drone targeting operation, and the incident did not result in any injuries. So for viewers joining us now, no injuries, thankfully, but U.S. consulate in Dubai being hit in the last few moments by suspected Iranian drone, and it is on fire. Our thanks to everyone in this hour, breaking news. We'll have much more on this breaking news story. Max Foster is up next. I shall see you tomorrow.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have, I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was the imminent?
You've asked, so not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans to present to the healthy Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you?
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte if he said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful and some haven't. And I'm, you know, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain...
And breaking news.
Well, Max Foster following breaking news out of the Middle East this hour as the United States and Israel's war on Iran continues. Our breaking news is that the US consulate in Dubai is on fire after a suspected Iranian drone strike. That's according to a source in the region. Video obtained from X a short time ago shows black smoke rising into the sky in the area around the consulate building. You can see how it's that built-up area, so very close to home for many people. Nick Robertson is in Riyadh. Nick.
Yeah, this seems to be a systematic effort by Iran to intentionally target U.S. embassies, U.S. consulates in the region. The U.S. consulate in Dubai tonight, dramatic images of huge plumes of black smoke rising over the skyline there. Dramatic pictures that many people probably never imagined that they would see, even if the United States and Israel went to war in Iran. That is what is happening. The assessment here in Saudi Arabia is that Iran retains control, command and control of what it does militarily, and it is systematically, carefully, in a calibrated and calculated way, targeting things that it believes will cause maximum panic, maximum disruption, and maximum pressure on the White House to end the war. Overnight last night, 4 drones impacted the U.S. embassy here in Riyadh. The embassy is now closed. In the afternoon today, there was an imminent immediate threat to the US consulate in Dhahran in the east of the country. The warning went out that there are potentially ballistic missiles, potentially drones incoming, shelter in place, don't go to the consulate, don't leave your home. Overnight, last night as well, in Jordan, the embassy, we understand, was evacuated. The day before, the US embassy in Kuwait was appeared to be the target, black smoke billowing around there. So this is what appears to be happening. It is stark. These images are stark. We know that Dubai, we know that the UAE, we know that Bahrain, we know that Saudi Arabia, we know that Qatar, we know that Oman, we know that Kuwait have got air defense systems. They have been very effective. Yesterday, Saudi shot down 5 missiles fired at a big airbase just outside of the capital here. They shot down missiles, suspected Iranian drones that were fired at a huge oil refinery. There was some damage. But the picture that emerges is somehow Iran seems able to get drones through to key US premises that send a voluminous signal and message across the region here. Particularly think of all those people that are stranded in those Gulf countries. They can't fly out because the war has essentially shuttered the airspace there. And now they're seeing these prime diplomatic targets off limits in times of war under international norms of law being hit. It appears to be Iran intending to put pressure on the White House and specifically on the US public. And of course, what Iran wants is an end of the war. Max?
Nick, what are your contacts saying in the region? How much longer can these Gulf states accept these hits? You know, this is, as you say, symbolic. This is a city that so many people in the world know. How long can they take these hits without responding themselves?
Everything's calibrated, everything's on a scale. A country like Saudi Arabia, an apex oil producer in the Gulf region, huge oil producer. Let's say if Iran was to specifically target upstream, we call them upstream oil facilities, so it's not just like the last bit where the oil gets put on the tanker, but way further upstream. I'm not going to it would be wrong for me to put down information that perhaps Iran would like to use. Of course, they can make their own calculations, but an attack that decimates oil production capability in any of these Gulf countries is huge and it's significant. And drawn into a war where Iran is smashing their oil infrastructure, they're smashing Iran's oil infrastructure, because ultimately this has to be built. Ultimately they have to continue to live into the region, so live in the region together when the war's over. But your question raises a fundamental point. How much more can they take? And that's a real and active question that's under debate. They will not stand back, I don't think, and watch the decimation of their critical infrastructure. Saudi has said very clearly that it will protect its sovereignty, its territory, its infrastructure, its people, its territories, and they reserve the situation to respond to aggression. But they don't want to get drawn into what they would calculate at the moment, Iran's intentional effort to draw them in, intentional effort to escalate. And from perhaps a real hard, realpolitik position, at the moment it's only drones that are doing this damage that we see in Dubai tonight, that we saw in Riyadh last night, that we saw in Kuwait the night before. If it were ballistic missiles that Iran was using, and Iran has an option here, when it decides to target somewhere, it has an option. What it should target, when it should target, what it should target with. That's the assessment here in Saudi Arabia. So the assessment would be, at the moment, Iran's just using drones. If Iran steps up the escalation ladder and starts using ballistic missiles to try to target a Saudi oil infrastructure, let's say, that would be much harder to stop and potentially way more destructive than a drone, the game begins to change. So you can see there's room, if you will, to absorb more. There's reasons to absorb more, but the image that's being created here is there is a threshold. We don't seem to be at it yet. We don't know quite how close we are to it, Max.
Nick, thank you so much. Let's go to Jennifer Hansler at the State Department as we look at these images, Jennifer. I mean, this is I don't know quite how to describe it. The city that everyone knows, people are close to it, it's central, it's the city that relies in large part on tourism. What is the State Department saying about what happened here?
Well, we haven't heard anything yet from the State Department, Max. We heard from the UAE Media Center, the Kuwait Dubai Media Center, saying that no one had been hurt in this incident. We have not yet heard from the State Department if they have gotten full veracity on all of their personnel. I should note that they were sheltering in place, the personnel in the United Arab Emirates, and it is one of several countries that were put on an ordered departure yesterday. That means that the State Department has ordered all non-emergency personnel and their family members to leave the UAE, along with 5 other countries in the region, as these Iranian retaliatory strikes continue to play out. As Nick noted, this is not the first diplomatic facility to be hit by suspected Iranian drones. We saw the embassy in Riyadh be hit last night. The embassy in Kuwait was hit both yesterday and on Sunday, as Iran continues its retaliation across the region. Now, I think there are going to be questions here, Max, about why these embassies were not put into ordered or authorized departure earlier. That's when you're given the option to leave the country. That is always something that the State Department is considering in these high-risk situations. So they finally did trigger that yesterday. There are also, of course, a number of concerns about the American citizens who have been stuck in the Middle East since the start of these military operations. We have finally started to hear some responses from the State Department today, saying that they are working to facilitate both charter commercial flights as well as military flights out of the region. The UAE is one of the countries that the State Department said it is working to facilitate flights for the Americans who are stuck. But this is a very dangerous, very rapidly escalating situation for both American citizens as well as American personnel on the ground there, Max.
We have had the good news, if I can call it that as well, that the UAE are developing a safe air corridor, which will allow flights to leave the UAE. So Americans will be able to get back to the US, but there's going to be a long queue, of course. They're going to be pretty angry, aren't they, that they were left in this stranded position with events like this happening around them because there was no plan in place for them.
Yeah, I mean, the president himself said today when asked in the Oval Office that they didn't have an evacuation plan because they weren't expecting such a quick retaliation. Now, of course, that if that is in fact the case, that is a really, really shocking admission because, you know, the State Department, as Secretary of States across the board throughout history, have said their top priority is protecting American citizens abroad. So it is typical that they would have some sort of contingency plan in place to help Americans. But we have heard from folks on the ground who are incredibly frustrated and incredibly scared because they have been stuck in what has now essentially become a war zone for days and days. And we saw, of course, yesterday there was a tweet put out by the State Department calling on Americans to depart now from some 14 countries in the region on commercial travel when there was virtually no commercial option available to them. So there is a lot of anger, a lot of fear among the people who are stuck. And of course, Max, as you mentioned, there's going to be a long queue of people trying to leave. And there are concerns about how they might even be able to access these flights as there are shelter-in-place orders in place and, you know, the continued threat of Iranian retaliation.
Yeah, and there's the cost of all that as well, particularly the Americans that live in Dubai and how they're going to get support going forward. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Now, Donald Trump says he doesn't even know who is still alive amongst Iran's leaders. Israel struck the building earlier today that supposedly contained the group of Iranian leaders picking a successor to Ayatollah Khamenei. Iran claims the people inside the building were evacuated before the strike, but it's worth noting that they also claimed Khamenei was alive until they admitted he wasn't. The Iranian Red Crescent says the death toll from days of attacks by Israel and the US is approaching 800. This as Iran continues to fire back at both Israeli and US bases across the region. The vast majority of those counterattacks are being shot down. Donald Trump says Iran's military has been decimated.
That is coming along, as you see very well. They have no Navy, it's been knocked out. They have no Air Force, it's been knocked out. They have no air detection, that's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out.
But the conflict is expanding beyond Iran. Israel hit numerous targets in southern Lebanon and Beirut on Tuesday as it battles Iranian-backed Hezbollah forces. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says his forces are ready to move into southern Lebanon to prevent Hezbollah from attacking Israelis.
Hezbollah made a very big mistake when it attacked us. We have already responded with force, and we will respond with even greater additional force.
Jeremy Diamond joins us now from Tel Aviv. How significant would a ground operation be, Jeremy?
Well, we've already seen some Israeli troops moving into positions in southern Lebanon beyond the 5 positions that we know Israel has continued to control since that ceasefire went into place more than a year ago between Israel and Hezbollah. The question is, will they continue to go even further? You know, the last time Israeli troops went into Lebanon over a year and a half ago, I believe it was, we saw Israeli troops take up a thin strip of land in southern Lebanon. Ultimately, they did not continue to march towards Beirut or anywhere approaching the Lebanese capital. And we've heard no indication that that will be the case this time either. But what is clear is that Israel is intent on trying to destroy Hezbollah's capabilities in this latest round of this conflict once and for all, with the Israeli military chief of staff saying that they plan to deliver a devastating blow to Hezbollah, framing Hezbollah's decision to enter this war in support of Iran as a serious miscalculation. At the same time, we're continuing to watch as Israel and the United States are pummeling Iran, including the Iranian capital of Tehran. Today, we saw this report of a strike targeting the Assembly of Experts. That's the group of 88 senior Iranian clerics that were supposed to be gathering in order to pick the next supreme leader following the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in the opening round of strikes on Saturday. Israeli officials say that they're still waiting for the battle damage assessment from that strike, but the Israeli ambassador to Washington, Yechiel Leiter, he said that he believes there is a, quote, very good chance that those electors will not be readily available for future elections, an indication that Israel believes this strike was successful, even as Iranian state media says that the meeting was evacuated prior to the strike. Max?
Jeremy, thank you so much for that. President Trump denying that the US was forced into a war with Iran by Israel, the president making those comments earlier today in the Oval Office. Instead, Trump says the US may have instead forced Israel's hand, explaining that Iran was going to attack first and the willingness of the US to prevent that. They've pushed Israel to join them. Kristen Holm joins us from the White House because I can't keep up with the reason all of this started, Kristen.
Yeah, and Max, clearly pushing back there on Secretary of State Marco Rubio's remarks that really changed the narrative yesterday afternoon. We had just had this briefing from the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, as well as from President Trump. They seemed to be on the same page for the first time in public, taking questions, at least in the case of Pete Hegseth. You had President Trump speaking in public with a definitive line on why, at least from their perspective, they went into this war or this attack and what the objectives were. And then you got to Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who threw in this idea that perhaps it was because we were forced into it, because Israel was going to strike them no matter what, and that the United States had learned that Iran was able to strike back and retaliate and would against American assets. So because Israel was going in, we had to as well. This, of course, rankled an enormous amount of people across the board, including in President Trump's own base, who said that we were following Israel into a war after President Trump had promised not to go to war and to instead end wars. It does seem, though, as though they all being the White House, walking that back. I've gotten a number of clips sent to me of different parts of what Rubio said yesterday that stress the same objectives as President Trump. And of course, you have President Trump pushing back, saying, no, it was probably us that forced Israel.
And more developments coming in when it comes to the war in the Gulf. This is a huge statement coming in from US President Donald Trump. He has made it clear that effective immediately, I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, especially energy traveling through through the Gulf. It's a huge statement coming in from Donald Trump. This comes as Iran has been targeting the oil and energy sites across the Arab nations, primarily targeting the tankers going through the Gulf of Hormuz. This is another significant part of the breaking news that's coming in. This will be available to all shipping lines if necessary. The United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. The United States' economic and military might is the greatest on earth. More actions to come. Thank you for your attention. This is what Donald Trump has said. And here is the clincher of the entire statement coming in. As the Strait of Hormuz becomes more and more destabilized by Iranian drone actions against oil sites across the Arab nations, he has said, if necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world, is what Donald Trump has made extremely clear, that there could even be US naval escorts for the free flow of the tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, making sure that energy markets are not disrupted. So clearly it seems that the pressure has come in from the Arab powers to ensure that the energy markets do not go into a tailspin, as Iran is targeting all those oil sites, not just in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in the UAE and Oman. So that pressure coming in from the allies, and as Trump tries to ensure that he is the security guarantor in the region, he has made this huge announcement that if necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy. Remember, oil prices across the globe were elevated by almost 8%. There was an 8% rise in oil prices, given the fact that Iranian drones were targeting the oil fields in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, as well as Oman. But Donald Trump now clearly listening to his allies who have questioned the security guarantee stature of the United States, now saying that if necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. So clearly, along the Strait of Hormuz, the very crucial lever that Iran had, now that there is a heavy US naval presence, Donald Trump announcing that the US Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. This is the big underlying statement coming in. No matter what, the United States will ensure the free flow of energy to the world. This also coming in as Donald Trump has stated that the United States Development Finance Corporation will now extend political risk insurance and guarantees for the financial security of all maritime trade, so giving them that financial safety net as well. This is a much needed announcement coming in for not just the Arab powers, but the different energy companies across the globe who have been jolted by the attacks coming in from the Iranian regime on those oil fields across the Arab world, which has shot up global oil prices for almost 8%. So clearly a statement coming in from Donald Trump to somewhat stabilize the energy markets. While this is coming in, another piece of breaking news that's coming in, which is the attack, the drone attack on Dubai also, that is emerging as the developments come in from the Gulf. What we are learning is that the US consulate in Dubai has also been targeted by Iranian drones, and smoke has been seen rising from the US consulate in Dubai. You can see those visuals on your screen. This is more breaking news that's coming in. We get to our reporters on the ground, but these are visuals coming in from Dubai. Remember, after the attack on the hotel district in Dubai, the US consulate in Dubai also facing the brunt of Iranian aggression, where a drone strike has been reported on the US consulate in Dubai. A fire has erupted in the wake of that drone strike, but as per the reports, the fire has so far been contained. But Dubai, one of the key financial and tourist capitals of the Arab world, also on the target list of the Iranian regime, which is only escalating its operations in the region. Let's cut across to CNN to get more details from Dubai.
take apart this terroristic regime and defang it and take away its ability to threaten its neighbors or hide behind a zone of immunity that allows them to develop their nuclear ambitions. This terroristic, radical, cleric-led regime cannot be ever allowed to have nuclear weapons. We saw what they were willing to do to their own people. They were willing to slaughter their own people in the streets. Imagine what they would do to us. Imagine what they would do to others. Under President Trump, that will never, ever happen.
Mr. Secretary, yesterday you talked about Israel. Mr. Secretary.
Please, guys, I can't hear them all. Yes.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get involved.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked you a question.
No, were you the one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. And if you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
This is your statement. This is your statement, Mr. Secretary.
Go ahead.
What do you make of the war powers resolution that's being considered here?
I mean, Congress votes on those. They can if they want. There's mechanisms for it. We've complied with the War Powers Act, even though we believe it's unconstitutional, as has every other administration. Every other president has found the War Powers Act to be unconstitutional. Nonetheless, we notified Gang of Eight, which was an appropriate mechanism by which to notify Congress. We sent the notification within 48 hours, the way the law requires. I'm here today to have, I don't know, my 6th or 7th briefing before the entirety of the House and Senate, which is far more than I ever got from any administration in the time that I was here, certainly when I was a member of the Gang of Eight. And so we've over-complied with the law and what it requires. This is an action by the president to address a real threat. This is hostilities designed to eliminate a threat to the safety and the security of the United States and to our allies.
Mr. Secretary,
Was there a plan in place to evacuate Americans before the attack took place?
Well, that's the plan we're trying to carry out. The problem is, or the challenge we are facing, is airspace closures. If a country closes their airport, for example, in some cases the airports have been hit. So the airport in Kuwait was hit. So if an airport's been attacked or the airspace is closed, then we can have the planes lined up to go, but we can't get them to land because we don't have the permissions to land there. So that's the challenge. But rest assured, we are confident that we are going to be able to assist every American. As I told you right now, we have about a little over 1,500, maybe closer to 1,600 Americans requesting assistance. And we know that we're going to be able to help them. It's going to take a little time because we don't control the airspace closures. That said, there may be more people out there that need help. We need to know who you are. So please, I'm asking the media, publicize the phone numbers and the website because we need people to call in so we have their name, we have their contact information, we have their location and their request. So as these opportunities begin to open up, we can act very quickly to reach them and get them out of harm's way.
Mr. Secretary, I want to just clarify what you said. Because you said...
There's nothing to clarify.
Well, but you said I would...
No, but you have to read... If you're going to read the whole statement...
But your quote is about, we knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that would precipitate an attack.
Yeah, no, I understand. But listen, all right, but let me understand.
And that's what...
but I had a very specific question from that gentleman, right?
And the president said that...
Hold on one second. I asked
he may have forced Israelis.
Okay, but let me answer because this is my press conference.
Sure.
Okay. You asked me, I was asked a very specific question. So you guys can misrepresent it, but I was asked a very specific question yesterday. The bottom line is this. The president determined we were not going to get hit first. It's that simple, guys. We are not going to put Americans' troops in harm's way. If you tell the president of the United States that if we don't go first, we're going to have more people killed and more people injured, the president's going to go first. That's what he did. That's what the president will always do. He will always put the safety and security of our men and women in uniform and of all Americans before anything else. He's always going to do that, and that's what he did here. In addition to that, I would argue that this threat from Iran, they are hiding behind these missiles and hiding behind these drones. They wanted to reach a point where you couldn't touch them, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted with their nuclear program. And there is no way in the world that this terroristic regime was going to get nuclear weapons, not under Donald Trump's watch.
So the
that's
U.S.
for sure.
attack has nothing to do with Israel. It has nothing to do with
Go
Israel.
ahead.
This operation, there's a general question of why the president gave the green light, and then there's a question of why did it have to happen this weekend? Are you saying it had to happen this weekend because of that Israeli action?
No, this weekend presented a unique opportunity to take joint action against this threat. And we wanted this to have maximum success. We want this operation to be successful at achieving its objectives. I'll repeat the objectives. The president laid them out yesterday. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It cannot have, and therefore it cannot have the things it was hiding behind to have a nuclear weapons program. What are those things? Number one, we are going to destroy their missiles and their missile launchers. We are going to destroy their capability to make these missiles and these launchers, and we are going to destroy their Navy. Those are the objectives, and this weekend, acting at this time, gave us the highest probability of success in achieving those objectives, and as the Department of War will brief you, we are on or ahead of schedule to do that.
So the U.S. attack would have happened no matter what? Or the U.S. attack about no matter what Israel is planning to do?
The House said Israel was going to act with or
The
without
president had already made a decision to act on the timing. The president acted on the timing that gave us the highest chance of success. And that's what you're seeing play out right now. You're seeing it play out right now, and you'll see it in the days to come. We will systematically take apart their missile program. We will destroy their ability to sponsor terrorism, by the way. We will destroy their factories. We will destroy their Navy. Those objectives are going to be met. We're well on our way to meeting them. It will not be easy. There will be a price to pay for it, but that is a much lower price to pay than having a nuclear-armed Iran. I got to go brief these guys. Hold on. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
How heavily is the administration leading into 2001 Justification?
What now?
How heavily is the administration?
Well, that's not our notification to Congress. Our notification, listen, let me explain to you guys this in simple English. Okay? Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics. They have an ambition to have nuclear weapons. They intend to develop those nuclear weapons behind a program of missiles and drones and terrorism that the world will not be able to touch them for fear of those things. And this is the weakest they've ever been. Now is the time to go after them. The president made the decision to go after them, take away their missiles, take away their Navy, take away their drones, take away their ability to make those things so that they can never have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president made this decision. It was the right decision, and the world will be a safer place when these radical clerics no longer have access to these weapons. You see how they're using them now. Imagine how they would use them a year from now if they had more of these. All right, I got time for one more. Yeah, go ahead.
Several Democrats criticized what you said.
Yeah, of course they could have. The question is, several Democrats criticize. They're going to always criticize. We've been doing this for years, guys. They come out. I'll tell you right now, they're going to come out after the briefing and say, we didn't hear anything. We have more questions than answers. You mark my words. But we still do these briefings. Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, their criticism was on the timeline. They said that Israel is dictating the timeline for the United States.
No, the president.
As you know, several people on the right have also agreed with that. How would you respond to
Well,
that?
the United States made a decision. Under the President of the United States made a decision. This is intolerable. Iran cannot have these missiles, cannot have these drones, cannot threaten the world. The president said this is the weakest they've ever been. If we don't hit them now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, no one will be able to touch them, and they'll be able to do whatever they want. And he made a decision to go. And he made a decision to go in a joint operation because it gave us the highest chance of success. And he made the decision to go first because he concluded that we were not going to get hit first. We were not going to absorb a blow from them. We were going to go first. He was not going to run the risk that they could attack us before we could hit them, because in addition to costing lives, it would undermine the effectiveness of our operation. All right, guys, I got to go. Thank you.
Marco Rubio answering a whole list of questions there. First of all, addressing that dramatic video that we've seen from Dubai of the US consulate there, saying there was a drone attack on the car park there, started a fire. Everyone has been accounted for in that building. Then talking about the assistance that the State Department is now offering Americans. There's been a huge amount of criticism after a statement yesterday saying the State Department can't offer any assistance. Now they are offering a mixture of charter and military flights as soon as they can get the airspace, he said, urging people, though, to notify the State Department that they're there. Currently, they have a list of about 1,800 Americans wanting to get out, but he wants everyone to get in touch with the State Department so they know that they're there. Finally, this comment that he made yesterday, which was interpreted as saying that America went into this conflict because Israel was going to go in anyway. That was clarified by President Trump saying actually it was the other way around. America was very much leading on this. Rubio saying, his message yesterday was basically misinterpreted and he's on message with the president. We'll be right back. I'm Max Foster, following breaking news out of the Middle East this hour as the United States and Israel's war on Iran continues. Our breaking news is that the US consulate in Dubai is on fire after a suspected Iranian drone strike. That's according to a source in the region. Video obtained from X a short time ago shows black smoke rising into the sky in the area around the consulate building. You can see how it's that built-up area, so very close to home for many people. Nick Robertson is in Riyadh. Nick.
Yeah, this seems to be a systematic effort by Iran to intentionally target US embassies, US consulates in the region. The US consulate in Dubai tonight, dramatic images of huge plumes of black smoke rising over the skyline there. Dramatic pictures that many people probably never imagined that they would see, even if the United States and Israel went to war in Iran. That is what is happening. The assessment here in Saudi Arabia is that Iran retains control, command and control of what it does militarily, and it is systematically, carefully, in a calibrated and calculated way, targeting things that it believes will cause maximum panic.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. The Middle East is now, viewers, engulfed in a full-scale regional war that has rapidly expanded beyond its initial fronts, drawing in major states and also non-state actors in a volatile conflict. The current crisis erupted when Israel and the United States launched coordinated airstrikes deep into Iran, including targeted attacks on key leadership and military infrastructure, killing Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and other senior figures. Now, in retaliation, Iran has fired ballistic missiles and armed drones not only at Israel but also at US forces and US bases in several of the Gulf nations in that region, including strikes that hit parts of the United Arab Emirates, causing casualties and infrastructure damage and prompting widespread air defense responses across Dubai, the country of Qatar, the nation of Kuwait, Bahrain, and also Saudi Arabia. At the same time, Iran-aligned militia and proxies have also entered the conflict. Hezbollah in Lebanon launched rockets and drones at northern Israel, ending a fragile ceasefire and quickly drawing devastating Israeli airstrikes on Beirut and southern Lebanon. Thousands of civilians have been displaced amid intense bombardment and cross-border fire. The violence is now spread across at least 9 countries in the Middle East, affecting major cities from Tehran to Beirut, Dubai to Doha, and shaking civilian life far beyond traditional battle lines. In Erbil in Iraq, you've had another militia front propped up by the Iranians attacking US security forces and their residential accommodation premises and services. Now, here's the latest from the war zone. First up, Donald Trump has said it's too late for Iran to negotiate. He's saying their top leaders across politics and defense have been wiped out. I'm not going to talk to them anymore. IDF has struck Iranian leadership compounds in Tehran, and they've released the video of how they did it. And why? Water bombing. And how did they collect that intelligence is a case study in itself. Now, Iran has also targeted oil facilities across the Arab nations, forcing nations like Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Oman to shut down some of its refineries and its facilities, clearly wanting to get the commercial angle in and hurt nations commercially. Drone strikes on US assets in Saudi Arabia and Iraq have been reported and filmed. The Indian embassy has relocated students in Tehran because Bharat is focusing on what it will do to protect its citizens. Now, let's listen into what Marco Rubio had to say. Even as the conflict escalates, it seems the United States is struggling with the rationale, even as Trump has said that there is no room for negotiation. This is the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who now says there was an imminent threat from Iran.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission. There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
So there could be loss of infrastructure, but there could not be loss of life. So Marco Rubio, they're trying to say that, listen, we've preempted a particular strike. Similarly, like what the IDF has always said, listen, they had already made plans. They had already made plans to try and call for the death of Israel, and they were going to get ready 8,000 ballistic missiles by 2027 and wipe out Israel once and for all. And that's the reason why we needed to act first. That's what the Israelis have always maintained. Now, somewhere from the Americans, the same tone that our strikes were preemptive. But have they been shifting goalposts? And has Iran's low-cost, high-impact war strategy and their very clear focus taken them by surprise? Now, why? Because Iran's game plan is to raise the cost of conflict for the United States and its allies while being in a heavily disadvantaged position. Iran still has a war strategy in place to try and hit back at the United States militarily. Now, let's try and understand. In the first step, Iran plans to blind US forces by hitting critical radar and command and control modes. And to achieve this, they would employ swarm drones and short-range missiles to hit critical nodes in the US communication systems. Now, what it hopes to achieve is to disable early warning systems of the US forces. In the second step, Iran then plans to deplete US air defense systems by forcing it to use expensive missile batteries to counter its cheap drones. And how it plans to achieve this is by launching waves of inexpensive missiles at American bases and ships, and Iran can then drain the US missile stocks and increase operational costs, weakening the air defense network over a period of time. Step 3, overwhelm the US air defense. Iran then aims to breach the air defense and strike critical targets. And this is how Iran aims to achieve this, with larger, high-speed or hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles. Iran then aims to penetrate remaining defenses and hit strategic installations, maximizing the damage. Now, Iran is also striking energy centers, so it is raising the cost of war commercially also. It is also putting pressure on other nations who will suffer because of an energy crunch. So it is actually sending shockwaves through the energy markets. Look at this. Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura has been shut down. Qatar's Ras Lafan LNG hub, that's also been shut down. Then you have Oman in Duqm, the Duqm port fuel tanks. This one, again, it's been shut down. UAE, the Fujairah oil field was targeted and it's up in smoke, so it had to be temporarily shut down. And most importantly, the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians are saying, we see any ship, we're going to bomb it. Now, when they take a position like this, one wonders, did the enemy from Iran's perspective, or did the allies from America's perspective not game this? Those who mounted epic fury, is this an epic fail that they didn't war game this? Tom Cooper continues to stay with us. Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Sweden and co-chair of the European Council for Foreign Relations, should also be joining us. I'm just going to check if he's through with us. We'll go straight across to Mr. Carl Bildt. Carl, namaste. Thank you very, very much. We have a Swiss in our midst here, and now we have a Swede. Let me ask you, what's your assessment of what's happening here? Have US and Israel not gamed this properly? Are they getting into a war of attrition?
But that remains to be seen. We're just a couple of days in it. But it is, of course, a war that was initiated with sort of unclear background and with unclear aims. And it's very difficult to see where this is going to end and what victory would be, either for one or the other side. So it is a very muddled situation, highly dangerous, with easier, I would say, to identify who will be the losers than to identify possible winners.
What do you think will be Iran's off-ramp? Because there are many who believe they have lost their supreme leader. They will have to go back and show revenge. And unless they get an off-ramp, they're not going to back off. And Trump does not seem to have the stomach for a long war. So how do you see this progressing?
No, I think what the Iranian objective is rather simple, is regime survival. I mean, when Trump and Netanyahu initiated the war, they talked very explicitly about sort of regime change. They backed off somewhat since then. But for the ones running the regime or trying to run the regime in Tehran, survival of the regime is number one objective. And I'm quite certain that if they manage to survive the regime in the one or the other form, clearly weakened, whatever, they will declare victory. And they will say, we stood up against the most mighty force that you could think of in the world today. We are still here. And that's going to be a dilemma, because the US pronounced these very sort of expensive aims of regime change. And if that's not achieved, who is the victor?
But from your vantage point, how do you see this progressing? Do you see this dragging on beyond 15 days?
Could well be, but I mean the uncertain thing that we don't know that much about is when does either side run out of missiles and ordnance. I mean the Iranians don't have an unlimited amount of ballistic missiles and drones, even if numbers are fairly substantial, obviously. But the Western side, the Americans and the Gulf allies, I mean, they have very expensive defense systems that they are deploying at the moment, and Israel is the same. Do they have endless numbers of them? No, they don't. So we might see them sort of starting to fade away gradually in terms of the intensity of the war at some point in time.
Do you think Trump may just decide 3 days later that he's already won the war because the Khomeinis are dead, the top leadership is dead, and Trump may just say, America may just say, okay, we are done, we're getting out. Now it's the rest of the region to sort out this mess?
Well, there are more or less difficult things in the world, and the one thing that I would not go into is predicting the behavior of Donald Trump, because he's notoriously unpredictable. I think he was very clear yesterday that he's going to go on for quite some time, but quite some time, whether that is further 3 days or 3 weeks, I don't think then he knows that himself.
Is there a clear objective? Many credit India for having a clear objective with Operation Sindoor, that the aim was the terror infrastructure, and that was demolished, and then India backed off. And even though there was a military response from Pakistan, India then just responded gradedly to that, and then they were able to back off. Here, the Americans seem to be shifting the goalpost by the day. First it was regime change, then it is nuclear arsenal, now it's ballistics, and thereafter we don't know where this is going. Your thoughts?
No, we don't. We don't. And I think one of the lessons of history is that if you start a war, if you consider that absolutely necessary, and it should be necessary, one shouldn't start war on just a hunch of some sort, you should have a clearly defined objective for your forces. You must tell your military, this is what we expect you to do. And that must be clearly defined. If you do that, they either succeed or they fail. But if you just launch them into war, and then go all over the place with different objectives, or shifting ones and impossible ones, then it becomes very difficult. Even difficult for the war fighters themselves, what are they supposed to do? And even more difficult for the politicians or the strategists who are going to say, where are we heading? Where is this going to end? What's going to be after the war? We don't know.
Is it possible that other nations could be dragged into it? You see Europe getting dragged into this?
Not in any major way. I can see, and I think it's already happening, that sort of French and European assets or UK assets that are in the region. I mean, they have fighters there that have been there permanently, that they take part in defensive missions. But I wouldn't call that dragged into the war.
the dismantling of the Khamenei regime, if they are able to achieve that, what would that mean for politics and geopolitics around this region and also globally? Because Iran's been considered a rogue nation. Many believe 80 to 90% of the trouble in this region and globally has emanated from Iran over the last 4 or 5 decades.
Well, yes, but there are of course other problems in the region. I mean, if you go to the region, you can hear Israel described in those particular terms as well, and said the Palestinian issue and the way that has been handled by the Israelis have created profound uncertainty in the entire region. I don't think anyone contemplates to attack Israel because of that. But if the regime were to collapse in Iran, it's a big country, not by Indian standards, but by European standards, 90 million people. What comes after? I would love there to be a representative government and a democracy in Iran. But do I see that happening in the state of general chaos or collapse? I'm very hesitant.
Right, Carl Bill, thank you very much for speaking with us and thank you for your time. We're going to just bring it back into the studio with Tom Cooper and also go across to our other guests. We have Major General Yaakov Amidror, who's back with us, former National Security Advisor, Israel from Tel Aviv, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. He zoomed out. He was zoned into our studios this morning. I hope you had a good round of golf, Ambassador. But meanwhile, Major Gaurav Arya is also with us, and we also have Roxana Chagini, Iranian analyst, who's joining us from Germany. Thank you, everybody. We've just got pictures, and you were explaining this, Tom, and let's just start with these pictures of Israeli demolition of the trucks, which are launchers, missile launchers. These are Iranian missile launchers, and like you said, if you can just freeze this picture, and can we go full frame here on that picture?
Very nice.
It's those 3.5-ton trucks. That's what he's been talking about, that they look like ordinary commercial trucks. Can we call that picture here quickly? And this is the classic strategy. Just before this, if you could,
okay,
yeah, if you could freeze it there. Yeah,
so
there you
go.
go.
This is one of the small trucks, 3.5 tons, probably, well, unclear on this photograph, either used to launch the UAVs to the side from 3 boxes, or to carry one short-range ballistic missile, tactical ballistic missile. This is something like perhaps 150 to 300 kilometers.
Okay.
So this means almost any kind of local delivery truck is suspicious for the Americans and Israelis these days.
So how many trucks are they going to shoot down? That's what. How many trucks are they going to shoot out? Do you look at that truck? There were so many trucks like this. How many are the Israelis going to chase remains a question. Let's go across to the Major General and ask him from Israel. Has Israel bitten off more than it can chew with respect to trying to bring down Iran? Because if regime change was the objective, that doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, Mr. Amidror.
First of all, there were other aims for the war before the regime change, is to eliminate the ability of the Iranians to produce missiles in the future and to completely destroy the military nuclear project of the Iranians. That was first priority. Before regime change, we don't know how to make regime change. What we can make is to make the regime much weaker, and then the Iranians will have to decide if they want a regime change. We cannot be the Iranian opposition. We not pretend to be the Iranian opposition. What we want to be is to be sure that the Iranians cannot continue with the ballistic missile production, with the military nuclear project, and to prepare the circumstances for the Iranians to make the change in their regime. We are not making a regime change. We are not Iranians, and the Iranians have to make that decision.
But what if the Iranians decide not to make a regime change? What if the current lot is able to sustain it and everybody accepts Ali Reza?
So what will happen if the Iranians decide not to do it? First, the Iranians will not have the ability to resume the nuclear project. B, the Iranians will not be in a position to manufacture ballistic missiles that can be launched into Israel. And C, Iran will be much weaker, and it will be easier to take care in the future that they will not resume both the nuclear and the missile project. If the Iranians decide that this is the regime that they want, all what we can do in the future is to make sure, to guarantee that they don't have the ability to destroy Israel.
Do you believe the Iranians have gamed your defense systems, the three-tier defense system that includes arrows, David Sling and the Iron Dome? The Iranians have figured out a way to sneak past it? Because
no, the statistic is very clear. Very few percentage of what they are launching is reaching Israel. We never said that our defense is 100%, it cannot be. And from all the around 200 and more missiles that they launch into Israel, you can see that the number of missiles which reach a target inside Israel are very, very few. Let's assume that it is 90%. 10% out of 200, it's 20 missiles. It's not more than that. So, no, we have very good defense system. 90%. I'm not saying this is the percentage. I don't know. They didn't publish the success, but it's around 90%. 85-90% of the missiles didn't reach any target in Israel. And I think that it's a very good. No one has a better system than those systems, and we are learning all the time and we are enhancing our capabilities.
No offense meant, but in Operation Sindoor, our effectivity was 99.6%, and also over a larger spread of area and terrain. But in this case, Israel, I'm just going to open it up. Major General Amit Rohr, getting our other guests into the conversation. Tom Cooper, there is on social media, open source intelligence, claims of Iranians having cluster bombs. We've got news just coming through. Donald Trump seems to have just taken to Truth Social and he's said something. We just read Donald Trump's big warning to Iran. We have unlimited upper tier weaponry. Now, in the morning, he said we could have had more about the upper tier weaponry. Now he's saying we have unlimited upper tier weaponry. What do you read from this, Tom?
Another desperate threat. In total.
You say it's a desperate threat?
Yes.
You don't believe that there could be something big that could be happening tonight?
Well, there are only two weapons I haven't seen being deployed by the United States in this war so far. One would be the GBU-57, this Moab, this 10,000 kilogram massive bombs, penetrator bombs, and the other would be nuclear weapon.
The other would be nuclear weapon. No, but he says have unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry. So that's what he said, mid to upper tier weaponry. I'm going to check with our team if he can just juxtapose what he's tweeted or put out just now on Truth Social against what he put out in the morning, where he said we have the smaller arms and infinite and better than but as far as the upper tier because of Biden and him giving it to Mr. Zelensky, we don't have as many as we should have, etc., etc. We just put that out and this. So within hours, there is a different statement that's come from Donald Trump.
That's typical Trump.
That's typical Trump, master of shifting the goalpost. But we also had pictures of the Iranians having cluster munition.
Yes, they have bought them from the Americans.
And this was fired over Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. And there were a lot of missiles that seem to have landed in Tel Aviv. The Israelis may not accept it, but it's there on open source. Your thoughts, is that possible?
Yes, it is possible. They have deployed one such warhead, at least one, against Tel Aviv last year in summer. So it is perfectly possible that they have repeated the exercise now.
It's possible. Major General Gaurav Arya?
Major Gaurav Arya.
Major Gaurav Arya, I beg your pardon.
Yes. No. Anand, what I'm saying is that I think what they have is limited. And in fact, Donald Trump mentioned it earlier also when the case came up for India receiving the Apache helicopters that it paid for.
Yeah.
And that is what Donald Trump said. He publicly said that we do not have the capacity to manufacture, and people keep on saying we want to buy American weapons, but we don't know how to supply those American weapons. And this is exactly what is happening. So I agree with Tom when he says most of this is bluster. Most of what Donald Trump says, we have unlimited, nobody has unlimited weapons. Nobody has unlimited weapons.
Correct.
Least of all the United States of America. So I think I'll go with what Tom said.
Yeah, this is a lot of bluster. But are we looking at it from just the Iranian lens because they are counter-punching so well and at a cost-effective manner? Or are we underestimating the firepower of the Americans and the Israeli? Because what the Israeli have achieved in the first few hours nobody thought they would be able to do. So we can't take that away from them. Nobody thought that the Khomeinis would be bombed out of existence. Trump has achieved that. So he's already ticked the legacy box along with Netanyahu. Major Arya.
No, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. But see, what is happening is the lack of objectives in this war. That is what is the problem. They're shifting goalposts, and they actually expected people to come out on the streets and take over the institutions in Iran as soon as they heard of Khamenei's death. That was the expectation of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That did not happen. Now, about the Israelis have very clear-cut objectives. The Israelis are not confused. Donald Trump and his cabinet are confused. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Israelis know who they want to wipe out, and they're going they're going to use this Lion's Roar as an operation to try and wipe out who they. So they already put boots on ground in Lebanon. They're going to go hammer and tongs against the Hezbollah immediate threats. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, Roxana, coming to you after this. Yes, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Well, I've been thinking about an entirely different track.
Yep.
You see, wars, whether it is 1 versus 2, 1 versus 1, have a specific criteria for judgment. For example, Russia-Ukraine. You can easily sort of measure in your mind that Russia has been able to get a couple of miles or not succeeded in getting more than what it wanted. So you can call it a failure of Russia or a war being stalled or war not achieving its results. But here in Iran versus so many different actors, you don't have a specific criteria. You don't have a territorial aim by which you can judge a victory or defeat. It's all in the air. And with a man like Trump, since the goalposts keep shifting, you don't know how to judge the results of a war. But what you can, and the other complicating factor is the huge amount of censorship, whether on Iran's part or Washington's part or Israel's part. Hardly anything is getting out into the open space except what emerges through video grabs. So it's difficult to judge how the war is going. We don't even know how many American ships have been hit, if at all. So all we can say is that yes, the war is not going unidirectional. Iran has not folded over. Iran continues to fight, and Iran is playing a smart diplomatic move by saying, if the latest reports are correct, that yes, we want to negotiate, but on our terms.
Right. Roxana, one of the aspects is, why is it that there hasn't been the kind of outpouring on the streets the moment the Khomeinis were gone? Because that was one dynamic out of the multi-pronged assault on the regime that was being expected. Even Shah Raza Pahlavi is exalting everybody who has any Iranian roots, not just Shia, any Iranian roots, to come down and then take control of proceedings and take back Persia. That's not happening.
No, that's not happening because Prince Reza Pahlavi and Donald Trump said, you have to stay home until we call you. They are staying home because they have been called to stay home. It's not time to go out, because if they go out, they will be killed like 1.5 months ago, 40,000 people in just a demonstration. I need to mention a couple of things. There has been, who is the winner, who is the loser. Maybe we don't know how long this war is going to have to continue. We don't know who is the winner, but we know who is the loser if we don't continue demolition this regime. They have been supporting terrorist groups for 47 years. This is not to ignore. You cannot say no. They have been supporting financially and powerful. They said day one when Khomeini moved to Iran, he said, we are going to export our ideology. You are not doing with the internal problem in Iran. It's the ideology whose plan is to take over. And we see that in New York, in France, in Paris, in Germany. They are taking over. They're exporting their ideology. But who knew, who could believe that after Nazi and the power of Nazi's government, there will be a democracy after that? You cannot be quiet just because we are scared. We don't know what's happening. 47 years they tried to negotiate with Iran. They ended up giving money to keep this regime quiet. Just see what they do. They are crazy. They don't care about any political affair. They don't care about what is written in the books. They are going to use the last missiles they have to make a chaos in the world, to bullying the government, to bullying the politicians, to bullying the countries, to stay in power. They are not going to give up, and it's not going to be good time. We are losing buildings, we are losing life, but we have been losing 47 years, many lives. This is not an internal problem about Iranians' life. This is an international and the world problem, and you should see that. We deserve democracy. Who believe that democracy will come after Germany or so many countries? This is a revolution. It has been taking long. Yeah.
Right, but you know, it's a revolution that's been taking long. Trump has come out and said we are not putting boots on ground, somewhere trying to indicate that the Persian people themselves are going to be the boots on ground eventually. You are saying the call to take to the streets or come out in the open has not yet been made. They are just still saying get ready, get ready, get ready. It's time for the people to take over. But amidst all of this, oil production has been fully suspended at the Rumaila oil field, Iraq's largest and the world's second largest oil field. So there is going to be an energy crisis that's going to be brewing, Tom Cooper. Even as the Iranians say they have not attacked Oman at all. But Oman is shutting its operations. Oman is claiming that its sovereignty has been attacked. Qatar has shut down operations. They're not just LNG. All the other production they've stopped, including methanol and also urea, etc.
The biggest issue, in my opinion, is the closure of Qatari LNG production, because this is hitting lots of countries hard, especially considering one does not know how long this might last.
Right.
And unless this is quickly solved, we are facing some very hard times, including India, which imports 20% of its or more of its energy in this fashion.
Right. Even as we speak, the IDF has confirmed that their Air Force has launched the 9th wave of attacks on Tehran. So what's going to be unleashed today, we'll have to wait and watch. Even as Iran says Trump has trillions of dollars in debt and he is eyeing Iranian oil. So is that the crux of it all? Ambassador Rajiv Dogra.
Well, as I said earlier, there is so much of fog in this war that you can't come to a single judgment. You have to change your views, your assessments, your analysis, almost minute by minute. On the other hand, what we have to see is what is going to pinch us or what is coming at us. That is beyond the actors themselves, beyond Iran and beyond Israel and the United States. Because the game now is, for example, you've listed out that Qatar has shut its gas operations, Oman has shut its oil operations, Saudi Arabia has done that. Who does it hurt? It does not hurt Iran, it does not hurt Israel, or it does not hurt America. In fact, America profits out of it.
Right.
It hurts countries like India, it hurts countries in Europe, and that is why Europe is cautioning. In fact, some countries in Europe are saying that we are not with USA in its attack on Iran. Spain, for example, has asked American fighters to get out of Spain.
Right.
Italian Prime Minister has spoken against the war. Croatia has said very clearly it is not with war. I think the same may be the case with Hungary. So things are in flux, but what everyone, and here I'm talking about people at large, not just in the Arab world or the Persian world, but people, whether they are in India or in Rome or Paris, they feel that this unnecessary war is going to hurt worldwide economy sooner or later, and it will pinch us.
Well,
that is the crux.
If it pegs back the other economies and helps shore up or bring them closer to the Trump mechanics or the American mechanics hegemony, because Netanyahu also said this, that this puts America once again front and center of the world order. That's what this war does. He said that earlier in the day, that nobody has that clarity or gumption that Trump has. These are the latest pictures that are coming in. This is Iran has targeted Tel Aviv. So these are pictures coming in from Tel Aviv. Major General Amidror. So clearly missiles are landing, drones are landing, people are taking these pictures. So Israel is facing the brunt. They are able to breach the defense systems and this is showing massive damage, at least vehicular damage. It's landed in a civilian area, that's what we see. Vehicles are on fire and these pictures are coming. Women are upset and they are saying, they are actually saying Baddua or I curse you. That's what they are saying. Major General.
Israel, it was understood that it is a war. When you have a war, the other side is also his capabilities, and from time to time you have to take the price, and we are ready to pay the price. Up till now, it is not a high price. We have around 15 Israelis which had been killed during the 3 and around 100 injured all around Israel. It is something that we know how to live with. If we succeed to reduce the capabilities of the Iranians in the future to launch missiles into Israel and to have the nuclear project, it's worth the price. So with all due respect, this is the price that Israelis know how to take.
Right.
The share market in Israel is up, is not down. People understand that at the end of the war, we will be in a much better position because the weaker Iran is, the better for Israel.
Right.
About the change we spoke, no one can guarantee. And what we are doing is to reduce the capabilities of the Iranians as much as we can with the American or the Americans with us. We achieve a lot up till now, and we will continue to bomb to bomb Iran regime and to try that the regime will be even weaker in the future. And as I said, at the end, the decision if they want to continue with the same regime or not is the decision of the Iranians. Our job is to make the regime very, very weak, and we are slowly doing it. The Americans destroy a big part of the Iranian navy, military navy, and probably we will continue. And now we are hitting Iranian command and control centers, basis of the
you have see, even if you're trying to weaken Iran, and they have been able to decentralize their command. Earlier in the day, President Pezeshkian, actually Iran has right now, viewers, banned all export of food. So they're going to try and store as much of food and granary that they can. They have also, what they've also done is they have said that we have decentralized. Each of the provinces have now got the authority to manage matters on their own. They know how to do it. So they've not just decentralized the command centers of the IRGC, but even in terms of governance across the provinces of Iran, they have gamed this. They've figured this out. Interesting development here, Major Arya and Tom Cooper, just requesting you to come in on this. That Barak Ravid of Axios. Yes, Major Amidrod, you are Major General Amidrod. You wanted to say something?
Yes, I want to say.
Yes,
look, if you judge from the results, how many missiles did they succeeded to launch? How many missiles we succeeded to intercept? How many salvos they succeeded to make in big numbers? Their system is very weak and becoming weaker all the time. They didn't succeed even once to put us in a situation in which our system couldn't answer to the threat.
Right.
For that you need big salvos, and they didn't succeed to produce even one big salvos in the whole 3 days of the war.
Yeah, you make a very fair point, and viewers, we have to also put out and qualify here on our coverage. There is a blanket ban, or if I may say absolute coverage or zero access to footage from inside Iran. We are not getting anything from Iran. What's coming is via the Israeli sources, and what we are getting is from Israel and some of the other Gulf nations. The pounding that Iran has received, it's all confirmations coming from the IDF. Iran is, there are no local upload or access of data or access of footage of what's happening in Iran and the kind of pounding that's happening in Iran or Tehran is receiving. Even as we speak, Tehran and Karaj are seeing a fresh wave of attacks from the IDF, the Israeli Air Force, which continues to own the Tehrani airspace or the Irani airspace. We'll go across and understand from Tom in a bit. But before that, big development. This Barak Ravid of Axios and also CNN analyst has come out and said, President Trump spoke by phone with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss the US-Israel war with Iran and what might come next. 3 sources with knowledge of the call have told me and other reporters. What does this mean, Tom Cooper and to our other guests? So, the Kurds being activated by the Americans.
Yeah, the talk is what we call this rumors intelligence in my circles, is that the Americans are attempting to organize a mix of special forces, their own special forces, and Kurdish forces, which would then enter Iran, and this would be American boots on the ground. Something like they have organized in 2003 for invasion of Iraq, then advanced deep into northern Iraq and down to Mosul and Erbil. That they are now trying to do something similar in northern Iraq and in eastern Turkey.
Right, no, because they're saying Trump spoke to leaders from 2 main Kurdish factions in Iraq. I think we've just, Mr. Major General Amit Roar has just woken up, gotten up and gone. Yeah, thanks for that, reacting there. Trump spoke to leaders from 2 main Kurdish factions in Iraq, Masoud Barzani and Bafel Talabani. A day after the war started, 2 of the sources have said a source with knowledge of the call said they were sensitive and declined to give details of their content. What does that mean, Major Arya? Do you agree with Tom? Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Tom to a very large extent. Yes, it can be done. Whether it will be, of any consequence inside Iran is something that we can always discuss and debate, because all the while they were talking about an internal uprising.
Yeah.
They were talking about people who would rise one day, and like the Iranian analyst here, the lady said that the call has not yet been given. So clearly, if you are asking the Iraqis, you call them Kurds, but the fact of the matter is that they are currently stationed in Iraq. And how many will they be? 1,000, 10,000, 20,000? How many? Iran is a huge country. Iran is a huge country. 2 quick points.
Yeah, but 40% of Persia doesn't necessarily subscribe to the Ayatollah and his leadership. They've been persecuted, and among the remaining 60%, not necessarily all of them subscribe to the radical views of the Mullah regime. So they they may not have spoken till now. They may come back and come out and speak and perhaps join. So.
Absolutely, Anand. So there are 2 quick points that I'd like to make with your permission. Number 1, BBC has quoted Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, who's from the Revolutionary Guards, and he says that the price of oil is $81 a barrel. What we're waiting for is, and what we're trying to do, our end game is to make sure it reaches $200 a barrel. So that is one thing that they're clearly trying to do. Number 2, you said that the authority has now been given to the provinces, or it's no longer central. That has happened inside the Revolutionary Guard also, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's happened there. And don't be surprised if, because you've wiped out their central leadership, the senior leadership is gone. They were killed. How many of these elements are rogue? How many of these elements are acting without central authority? And how many of these elements are fanatics? Because that is what the Ayatollah actually, for the past 40 plus years doing there. How many of these people are fanatics who are just doing whatever they want till the time they can sustain it?
Right. Ambassador Rajiv Dogra?
Well, let me come back to your Kurdish question. I mean, firstly, I think we have to understand where the Kurdish population exists. For a long time, Kurds in Turkey had revolted against the Turkish imposition. Now they have been pulverized. Similarly, Kurds in Syria, in the part closer to Turkey, had also not liked Turkey's imposition, but then they again have been bombed and pulverized, and they have been made to submit. The other major Kurdish population is in North Iraq, which is an oil-producing area, and Barzani, whom you mentioned, has been a leader from Saddam days, especially post-Saddam days. In fact, some of us in the diplomatic service had met him. Right. He continues to be, if the report is correct that Trump spoke to him, continues to be an important leader. So Trump speaking to him is because Iran has a Kurdish population of its own, an area contiguous to Iraq. But that does not mean they are aligned. They also know that they've been made use of, whether it was by Saddam, whether it was by Turkey or America itself. So I don't know how far America would succeed in this effort, but I really doubt that they'll be able to make much more inroad beyond a little.
All right, let's quickly understand here. I'm going to ask you to come and join me, Tom. If you can quickly understand, where are the Kurds? Where are the... Yeah.
Draw this for you, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
And also Tehran and Karaj. Why is it that the Israelis are bombing on the 9th wave also Tehran and Karaj? Yeah, first the Kurds. First the Kurds.
First the Kurds.
Yeah.
Okay. So, there are Kurds in eastern Turkey.
Okay.
There are Kurds in Syria.
Okay.
There are Kurds in northern Iraq.
Okay.
And that is ironic. Iran is the only country that contains an area named Kurdistan.
Kurdistan, yes.
It is a province here in Iran. Of course, there are Kurds up here in Tabriz province as well.
Okay.
So, 1916, British promised the Kurds their own nation, or some say no, they didn't, and so on and so on. But the problem is, until today, the Kurds are foremost disunited between themselves.
Right.
They are led by their tribal leaders, who usually command organizations that including designation democratic, but have nothing with democracy to do.
Right.
They were short of gaining autonomy in Turkey, but then started quarreling between each other. Which of 47 different languages are they going to use as official Kurdish in Turkey? Yes. Now, what happened lately is that the PKK, which is a terrorist organization and considered as such in the United States, in all of Europe, has given up its pretensions to control all of northeastern Syria, all this entire area.
Right.
So they have fled partially to Iraq.
Okay.
And it now seems, at least according to my contacts, that the Americans are gathering them somewhere here in Iraq and trying to figure out how to use them against Iran. The problem is this: the Iranian offshoot of PKK, the Pajak, is not particularly popular. It's finding no sympathies in Iran at all.
Right.
Because between others, it was working with Saddam Hussein during the war with Iran.
Right. Let me ask you: if the Kurds get mobilized here on this side, and then you have the Baloch being mobilized here on this side of Iran, if I may say, and then there is some street mobilization of the local population which are anti-Khamenei. The infiltration happens. Will there be a possibility of trying to showcase or perhaps portray to the world an uprising on the streets?
I doubt this.
I'll
tell you why. Iranian Kurds, whoever I ask in Iran who is well enough positioned, always says an uprising against the mullah is only going to get serious when there are troubles in Tabriz.
In Tabriz?
He is northwestern Iran.
Northwestern Iran.
Yes.
So,
and until now, there were no troubles in Tabriz. Even in January, when Mossad was so successful in boasting this protesting, increasing the number of protesters on the streets of Iran, there were no troubles in Tabriz.
There were no troubles in Tabriz.
So this means that Mossad was not successful with mobilizing Iranian Kurds.
Okay, let's get Roxana Chagini to quickly react on this, that unless there is trouble in Tabriz or an uprising in Tabriz, there is not going to be an unseating of the mullahs from the seat of power. Agree, disagree, Roxana Chagini?
I agree and disagree. Azaris and Tabriz is a very important part of Iran. They played a big role in the revolution in 1997, and we need their action. We need them to be alive. But good news is Prince Reza Pahlavi isn't speak with them. There is so many news that we receive from Iran that maybe is not coming to the agencies or news TV stations and radio. We know that the things are organized in Iran more than other people out of the country know.
Right.
We know that we are 10 million Iranian out of the country. We know what we want. We want the democracy, and we have a vision. There is a plan by Prince Reza Pahlavi. Nobody knows. God knows. Maybe it works, maybe it not works. But we cannot give up just because we are not sure. Tabriz is very important. I agree. We have Bakhtiari, we have Baluchi, we have Kurd, and there are very strong provinces that we need all ally together. Now, Mr. Trump and Israel and Prince Reza Pahlavi, they are having talk with them, and they're because everybody wants mullahs out. This is an Akhund call, and just imagine. They have no ally. They are attacking all Arab countries. They have no religion, moral limitation. They are attacking Israel. They are attacking USA. And just imagine if they have nuclear weapon. They are going to attack the whole world. They are planning for that for 47 years. And they are very strong. I agree with the gentleman that we don't know because there is no leader anymore, but everybody can lead. Everybody can decide. We know that. There is a price to pay, and we're willing to pay the price. Iranian people are paying the price. Now it's time the whole world get together and stop this Nazi of 2026. They are Nazi. They are Hitler of the time. They have an ideology, and they want to take the world. I agree with that. We need Tabrizi. We need Azari. That's right.
Right. I've got limited time. Can you just delete this and let's just zoom in on Tehran and Karaj? Why is it that Tehran and Karaj are being attacked right now? What is the target? Tehran and Karaj is not so far away. Karaj is not so far away from Tehran, is it? Yeah,
Karaj
there you
is
go.
here.
So there is Tehran and there is Karaj. So why are they being attacked?
So let me mark this on the...
Use the pink because that's visual. It's readable.
Blue?
Yeah, blue backspec.
Okay, then let's do it in blue.
Okay.
So, Karaj is firstly a site of one of the major radar stations of the Iranian air defense.
Okay.
There, furthermore, there are several factories for manufacture of ammunition, missiles, and so on.
So can we say here this is radar stations, and also munitions?
Exactly.
Okay, so that is why Karaj is being attacked by the Israelis.
Essentially, if the Israelis and the Americans want to approach Tehran in order to bomb Tehran, they have to first neutralize air defenses in Karaj. So there is a concentration of air defenses in Karaj.
And why bomb Tehran?
Well, in order to hit, for example, the regime, as we have seen them reporting in their videos today. So that means, why is that important? Because when the Israelis come and launch their air-launched ballistic missiles, for example, at Tehran, or if they come over Sanandaj and then release their missiles like Icebreaker and similar, 300 kilometers range, the guys in Karaj are shooting this down.
Okay.
That means only a part of Israeli and American ammunition is actually reaching Tehran. So this is why they are bombing Karaj in order to neutralize the air defenses in Karaj.
Right. Now what we see, viewers, is a lot of it is concentrated towards the western parts of Iran. Central Iran has not yet come into play. But if Western Iran is where the command and control systems are and where from the radar systems are, and if this is bombed, then your Natanz and some of the other nuclear sites also are in this region. Now, if they are able to try and strike and neutralize this force and pummel even the remaining leadership that has stepped in place of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, then what happens is there a vacuum. Is that time very close when Israel will and Shah Reza Pahlavi will urge the Iranians to take to the streets, and nearly 8 to 10 million Iranians who are spread across the world will also come back to Persia. We'll have to wait and watch. To all our guests, thank you very, very much. Have to wind up. We've run out of time, but the coverage continues. Brass Tacks with Zakir Jacob up next. Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. The war in Iran is continuing for the fourth day today, and Iran is expanding the ambit of the war. Now it has attacked the US Embassy in Riyadh, in addition to oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, and even in Oman. Iran's strategy is simple. Expand this war, bring in as many countries as possible, drag the entire region into this conflict. Iran has gone guerrilla. It's gone guerrilla against America's most traditional Gulf Arab allies in the hope that these countries will put pressure on Trump to quickly end this war. America, as a result, is now constantly having to shift the goalpost. Initially, it was regime change. Now, it's not regime change. It's dismantling Iran's ballistic missiles and its naval program. Will this war end quickly, given that Trump does not want a long, protracted, drawn-out war? Or the bigger question is, if this war has to end quickly, then what will be the off-ramp for Iran? Now, here are some defining moments from the conflict that we've seen in the last 24 hours. Today is the fourth day. The action began on Saturday when US and Israeli troops launched Operation Epic Fury. But here are some of the defining moments from the last 24 hours. Two drones, and this happened early this morning, two drones struck the United States Embassy compound in the Saudi Arabian capital, Riyadh. There you go. This was the first time that Riyadh was struck. Yesterday, an oil facility, an Aramco oil facility was struck. But this was the first time the capital of Saudi Arabia was struck. There was a limited fire and minor material damage that happened to the embassy compound. The embassy had to be shut today. President Donald Trump said that the U.S. response to the embassy attack would be clear soon, meaning that there will be some form of retribution. That's not the only attack that happened today in Saudi Arabia. A fire broke out at the Fujairah oil industry. This was in the UAE because of the falling debris from a drone interception. That happened again in the United Arab Emirates. They've had their hotels, their apartment buildings, their residential complexes targeted over the last 4 days. Now it was an oil facility there. Also in Iraq, in central Erbil, there was a hotel that came under fire. It was a coordinated drone swarm attack launched from Iran onto this hotel in Erbil in Iraq. This hotel apparently was being used as a clandestine barrack for American troops and for American contractors. So a wide range of countries. There was also an attack on an oil field in Bahrain today. So whether it's the UAE, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's up north in Iraq, a whole bunch of these Gulf Arab countries, many of whom are American military and treaty allies, have been attacked over the last 4 days. So the question is, what is Iran trying to achieve? Now, we'll get to that in a second. But as these missiles continue to fly, the question is, has America miscalculated? Or have they truly justified their actions? Or has it simply plunged the world into another unpredictable war? First, you had Donald Trump, the president, on the night of the campaign. On Saturday morning, India time, he came out and he spoke to the world. He launched this war by saying that when the American operation, the Israeli operation is finished, you come and you take over your government. He was appealing to the people of Iran, clearly in an attempt for them to overthrow their government. The message was clear. America was openly calling for regime change. Then, yesterday evening, the Defense Secretary, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, stepped in, signaling a slight shift. He said, and I quote, "This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime did sure change." Now, suddenly the official line was that this is no longer about overthrowing the government, even as the leadership in Iran was completely decimated. And then subsequently, yesterday in a congressional hearing, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that this operation was purely a military one. He framed it in purely military terms and said that it was to eliminate the threat of Iran's short and long-range ballistic missiles and to decapitate the Iranian Navy. No longer about regime change, it was about specific focus on naval capabilities and reducing missile capabilities. The focus has now moved on to neutralizing Iran's capabilities rather than political goals like regime change. So the American message has changed over the last 3 or 4 days, from regime change to denial of regime change to a defensive mission, leaving both allies and the American public scrambling to understand what America's objective is in this Operation Epic Fury.
The Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury. the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah. If you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission.
So the tensions in the Middle East are having a spillover effect, and it's triggered politics back home as well. The opposition, ever since the confirmation of Khamenei's killing, has been up in arms against the Modi-led government, condemning its silence on this issue. They say this pertains to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of another nation state. In a detailed editorial piece penned by Sonia Gandhi, the former Congress president, she has called the silence of the Modi government an abdication of principles. She's called Modi a mute spectator amidst this war. She's mentioned that India cannot ignore its traditional foreign policy. The BJP has retorted and sharply countered this narrative, reminding the Congress of its silence when Muammar Gaddafi was killed back in 2011. Again, an American operation, a joint allied operation. This was in Libya. Also, the change of guard in Iraq, where Saddam Hussein was hunted down after Operation Desert Storm and then hanged to death after a sham trial. The BJP, in a pointed attack, has slammed the Congress for what it calls selective memory and selective outrage, just for gaining political mileage. So this has now become a political back and forth between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP insists diplomacy cannot be for expedient reasons. The Congress, too, was guilty of keeping quiet when other world leaders were attacked in such unilateral operations. Let's play out some of the political reactions.
The government of India should decide on which side they stand. We had the spine, the then Prime Minister, whether it is Dr. Manmohan Singh or whether it was Srimati Indira Gandhi ji. They addressed the American press in front of their presidents and said that America was doing wrong. Where is that spine now? Where is the Prime Minister? Why is he so silent?
Mr. Manmohan Singh had the courage and had the weight to speak in the US that the US invasion of Iraq is wrong. Foreign policy is in shambles. They don't know how to conduct foreign policy. And the Prime Minister thinks hugging foreign diplomats is foreign policy.
All right, I want to first go across for a political face-off on this. RP Singh is national spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Shama Mohammed, the national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Navdeep Suri is former Indian High Commissioner to Egypt and the United Arab Emirates. Wael Awad is a senior journalist and a Middle East expert. And we'll also be joined by Riven D'Souza, who's the managing editor of the Times Kuwait. Of course, a lot of Indian expats there having a difficult time. But let me start with the political spokespersons first. RP Singh, so Sonia Gandhi has written this opinion piece. She has said that this is not silence, this is abdication. And that she's also pointed to the fact that just 48 hours after Prime Minister Modi left Israel, the Israelis and the Americans have done this joint strike and killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and not a word of condemnation from the Indian government. Please respond.
Well, the Prime Minister has constantly called for a restrained dialogue and diplomacy, and then that's very clear that we are talking about the dialogue between Iran and between the America and Israel. So what else? But problem is that they see the foreign policy through the spectacles of the vote bank politics here. I mean, I'm very sorry to say that they can't go beyond this, and I'll just play a small video. Probably you can hear this. This is the reason that they. Well, that's the real reason. I mean, they can't think beyond the local politics and local vote bank politics here, and then for that regard, they will go to any extent. And let me remind them, they voted against Iran on behalf of America in 2005, 2006, 2009 when it was IEA resolution. And not only that, I mean, remember they have launched a spy satellite. I mean, this on record again. The spy satellite, here it is. I will show you the clipping here. India launches Israel satellite to spy Iran. I mean, this was there, and this I checked thrice with various other sources. And this is true that in 2008 they did that. So it is their suitability. And again, Prime Minister of the country is very clear that peace should be there and then negotiation should happen.
Okay. Let me ask Dr. Shama Mohammed, diplomacy cannot be for politically expedient reasons. Even when the UPA was in power, there were killings of world leaders that happened and the UPA did not say a word. Muammar Gaddafi, longtime leader of Libya, was killed. UPA did not say a word. Saddam Hussein, longtime leader of Iraq, was killed. UPA did not say a word. So why are you holding Mr. Modi and his government to a different standard?
Zaka, when the war on Iraq happened, we did not stand with it. Let's understand during that time, there was this story about weapons of mass destruction. It was going through the Congress in America to the United Nations. I remember the presentations. And then after 2 years of deliberation, 63 countries stood with America and they invaded Iraq. Even then, we were against it. When it came to Libya also, we have said that it is not right. We were not in agreement. We said there should be a ceasefire immediately. Now, let's understand what is happening here. Here in Operation Fury, there is nothing. They just do it all of a second. There has never been a discussion in the Congress in America. There was no involvement of the United Nations. The Pentagon has briefed the congressman that's saying that there is no intelligence which says that there is imminent threat by the Iranians to the Americans. Also, let's understand the other side, the Omani foreign minister was negotiating with the Iranians. And the Iranians clearly said that they will not keep any of the stockpiles of the enriched uranium and they will not make a nuclear bomb. So these things were going side by side and all of a sudden they attack, they kill the Ayatollah. It's not that I'm a fan of the Ayatollah or any of it. But
I was coming to exactly that. Why are you seemingly defending a man who was the...
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. Let's bring you a quick look at the top 6 developments coming in at 6 p.m. In a fresh satellite imagery, the IDF shows precision strikes on Iranian leadership compound. Numerous munitions dropped on the presidential office. Latest footage shows destruction to Dubai's Jebel Ali port. Plumes of smoke were seen rising from the port as Iran continued its retaliation. Iranian missiles struck the Beersheba tech area, damaging buildings near a major technological park. Reports indicate that a facility linked to Microsoft was amongst the sites impacted. War escalates and so does the casualty number. Iran says death toll from US-Israel strikes rises to 787. India expresses grave concerns over the West Asia war, says 1 crore Indians work in the Gulf and security and stability of the region impacts Indian economy. Oil Ministry says it will source petroleum products through non-Strait of Hormuz routes. Qatar and UAE lash out at Iran over the continuous missile strikes on civilian areas and critical oil infra projects. UAE reiterates it is fully prepared for war and it can fend off aerial threats for an extended period. All right, let's first get you the big story that we're tracking right now, which is the American response or the American justification to this entire war. The West Asia conflict escalating into a bloody, high-stakes confrontation. The recent decapitation strike against Iran's leadership was hailed by Washington as a preemptive defensive measure. Yet Tehran has refused to surrender, retaliating with missiles and drone attacks. American officials insist they are hitting key military targets to neutralize threats, but the world and even Americans at home remain confused about why the attacks began. Was Iran truly an imminent threat, or did the US act prematurely, sparking a wider war? Now, the stakes are enormous. Ethical questions, unclear objectives, and inconsistent messaging threaten American assets, while Gulf nations too continue to get pounded, and global allies watch nervously. We will, of course, get you exactly what is the frame of mind as far as these Gulf countries are concerned, because all of them have come under attack now and are under continuous attacks. Even today, through the afternoon, we've heard of more and more key installations, even a tech park, for example, coming under attack under these strikes. So as the missiles continue to fly, the question is, has America truly justified its actions in Iran, or has it plunged the world into another unpredictable war? Take a look at how this has gone on so far as the justifications are concerned. Now, first, Donald Trump launched the rhetoric saying that when they are done, by the time they are done, he told the Iranian people, take over your government. He said this would be your best chance in a long time to have your own say. The message was clear. The US was openly calling for regime change. But next, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, when he spoke last evening, he signaled a complete shift. He said, and I quote, "This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change." He also went on to say that they don't actually believe in those endless wars of the past. This is not Iraq, he said. This president understands that they're not into nation building or democracy building. Suddenly, the official line was no longer about overthrowing the government, even as the leadership was decimated. Then, Secretary of State Marco Rubio framed the operation in a completely military term, as he said that the real reason was to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and naval threat. The focus has moved on to neutralizing Iranian capabilities rather than political goals. The American message has evolved from regime change to denial of regime change to defensive mission, leaving allies and, frankly, the larger public scrambling to understand the US objectives. And Marco Rubio was pressed on this. Even he was frustrated while explaining the reasons.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission.
Now, by all accounts, it is not going to be as cut and dry or as single focus. America's objectives are multifold, even if the messaging has been a little bit confusing. So let's break those down for you. And those objectives are going to be possibly met in a long-term war or conflict now, as Donald Trump has indicated. First, of course, is to eliminate, as they called, the imminent threats which are posed by Iran's growing missile program and hostile actions. Donald Trump suggested one of them could actually be capable of landing in American soil, which cynics say is not the truth. American forces, their allies, all of them are top priority. The second priority is to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions that has not been hidden by America, to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuke. Even here, though, there are critics who believe Iran wasn't close to developing one. Third, the United States is aiming to destroy Iran's missile capabilities, its naval power, hitting ballistic missile sites, naval assets, and critical military infrastructure. Fine. Fourth, leaders say one goal is to punish Iranian support for terrorism in the region, something that has even been targeting America for nearly 50 years. And they've not shied away from saying that this was a terrorist regime, this was an unjust, evil regime. Fifth, the campaign is meant to stop Iran's wider power projection across the Middle East, limiting its influence and ability to destabilize neighboring states. And finally, the operation is a means of supporting the destruction of key Iranian leadership that can't be ruled out. And of course, that is something that they had started off with, giving that hope to the Iranian public. Donald Trump said, "I promised help to the Iranians and I have delivered on that." With so many aims on the table, though, the debate is whether these objectives can be achieved without a prolonged regional conflict, which everyone would want to avoid. But the big question is also this today. Was America pushed into the military action and abandoned the talks that they were holding only because Israel pushed them? Well, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's statement certainly seemed to suggest that, and Iran has latched onto it. So take a look at what Marco Rubio said. He said, "We knew that if Iran was to be attacked even by someone else," he's talking about Israel here, "they would immediately come after us and we were not going to sit here and absorb a blow before we responded. So he basically suggested Israel gave us no choice. They were going to attack. We absolutely had to become a part of it. And look what Iranian foreign minister said. He says, Rubio admitted what we all knew. US has entered a war of choice on behalf of Israel. Shedding of both American and Iranian blood is thus on Israel firsters. He said this is Israel first policy, not America first. He also added, American people deserve better and should take back their country. Listen in to what Marco Rubio had said. This statement could well become an albatross around the neck of both US and Israel.
There absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
Right. We're also, of course, getting more breaking updates that the Prime Minister has now spoken to one more Gulf country, Kuwait's leadership, after all of these attacks that have been continuing. So he's, remember, spoken to UAE and other countries in the last 2 days. He has now spoken to the Premier in Kuwait as well. This is the big update that we're getting right now. We'll get you details as we get it as well. So he has spoken to the Amir of Qatar, and there have been earlier talks with the other leaders as well. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been consistently condemning the retaliatory strikes by Iran on these Gulf countries, particularly targets which are civilian in nature or key infrastructure. And that has not gone down well either with the Gulf countries or with their allies. And India has definitely stood with its Gulf country allies in this hour, condemning the unplanned attacks from Iran, not just against US bases alone, but also attacking civilian infrastructure, those living in residential buildings, hotel buildings, airports, while people were there inside airports, etc. I am also joined by Sanjay K. Verma, former Indian diplomat, joining us. Sir, your first comments on the Prime Minister speaking to so many leadership of the Gulf countries, one more Gulf country that he has spoken to today, clearly setting out an agenda as far as India is concerned.
Prime Minister Modi has one thing on his mind, and that is the safety of India's citizens spread all over the Middle East. And that is why he is connecting with all the leaders in the Middle East to seek their assurances that Indians will be safeguarded. Second point, which is extremely important, is when it comes to a regime change, which you mentioned a little early. Regime change doesn't mean just taking out a leader. That regime has been there for last 40 years plus. And therefore, the entire structure of the government is the regime. I don't think that objective has been reached. And just knocking out the supreme leader of Iran does not really mean changing the regime.
Just hold your thought there. I'm going to come back to you, sir, on your thoughts on the messaging that we've been seeing from America and how other countries would be perceiving it, including their domestic audiences and opposition to Donald Trump in America. I want to go across to my colleague Akansha also, who's joining us. Akansha, give us the latest on the conversation that the Prime Minister has had.
Right. So it's very important to highlight that while Prime Minister Modi has spoken to the Amir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, he's not just condemned the attacks on Qatar, but he's also thanked the Amir for his support and care of the Indian community in Qatar. Now, there's in fact a significant Indian diaspora over there, and Qatar happens to be one of those liberal, moderate Islamic nations, not just a apart from being a US ally. The fact of the matter is that of late in the last decade, ever since Prime Minister Modi came to power, we've seen that there's been an increase and ramping up in the overall bilateral trade relationship between Qatar and India. In fact, there are several economies that are now closing down to expatriates, and apart from the fact that when the H-1B visa crackdown started happening, people were inadvertently looking towards the Middle East, and Qatar was one viable option. So that apart, let's talk about the oil trade. Qatar happens to be one of our largest LNG suppliers, and that in itself is a growing worry given that the Strait of Hormuz has been locked down by Iran. So it's important that India stands in solidarity with one of its key bilateral trading partners. India has in fact been very supportive of all of these US allies, given that India's stance on terrorism has been amply clear that any form of terror or any form of violence or violent retaliatory measures will not be supported by India, and Prime Minister Modi has always urged for dialogue and diplomacy to take place, as has been the statement of the ME as well. Shiva.
Yes, and as it is not lost on anyone, we've got a large population of Indians working and living in these countries. So in the last 48 hours, the Prime Minister has spoken to leaders of UAE, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Bahrain, Oman, Kuwait and Qatar. 8 countries in total, 7 of them being these Middle Eastern countries, of course, barring Israel, that the PM was also visiting just before this attack began. Sanjay K. Verma, former diplomat, continues to be with us. Sir, I'm coming back to you. Now I want to focus a little bit more on the American messaging, from freeing the Iranian people, from the regime change, from the slaying of Ali Khamenei. Now they're kind of trying to justify their decapitation strikes, which were the first strikes, as a more larger military objective. How do you read into their messaging, and is the world buying it?
I don't think the world is buying their messaging. It's highly fragmented, highly discoherent. And the reason is basically that probably the reasoning and logics were not put in place before they went into this war. And therefore the messaging is also coming out as something which is incoherent. But there again, if the key objectives were to be achieved in a couple of days' time, that was the initial messaging. Why is it taking so long? And which means it was not only the narrative which was miscommunicated or misconstrued, but it was also the strategy which had to be reconsidered as something which was amiss.
And you know, Marco Rubio's statement, which I also read out a short while ago, where he said, we knew that if Iran was to be attacked, even if by someone else, we'd have to be a part to it. And that simply points to Israel. Is this something that is going to mount some internal questions against the Donald Trump administration, given that, you know, you have to give very clear reasons as to why you are invading or attacking a country? If imminent threat was the reason, Iran now says, this suggests there was no imminent threat to America from Iran.
See, US being a beacon of democracy, as they always call themselves, the entire thing is anti-US constitution as well. The strike should have had gotten the nod from the Congress. They had not got that. So therefore, even from the US legal point of view or constitutional point of view, the strike was missing a few legalistic points. When you come outside the US, you look at Europe. Europe is no more buying what US is saying as the narrative. Spain had asked their US bases to be shut down and leave Spain. If you look at UK, the way in which it has offered its use of its bases, that is also quite discordant with the relationship that the UK always had with the US as the ally. Look at the French narrative, look at the German narrative. So there is a rift brewing in EU as well on the narrative itself. Forget about other things. The legality can be questioned by the jurists, whether international or domestic.
All right. Stay with me, sir. I also want to now talk about how United States' top nuclear negotiator has made a startling accusation, and it strikes at the heart of global fears over Tehran's nuclear ambitions. But also this might be one of the justifications America provides before going into Iran. According to the US envoy Steve Witkoff, Iranian negotiators openly told American officials that they controlled about 460 kilograms of uranium enriched to about 60%, a level just below weapons grade and far above what's needed for peaceful energy programs. That amount, Witkoff said, is enough material for 11 nuclear bombs if it was further refined. So let's break down for you how advanced is really Iran's so-called nuclear program. Remember, these are based on various estimates or reports. Nobody really knows or has an exact idea. Iran currently allegedly holds approximately 441 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60%. The stockpile is over 9,000 kilograms total enriched uranium mass. The challenge is that this uranium needs to be 90% enriched for becoming a nuclear arm. An existing stockpile could have been enough for 10 to 11 nuclear devices. This is what the watchdog is also estimating. Sanjay sir, I'm coming back to you. Do you think this would provide enough succor to those who may be looking for the legitimate reasons as to why US went into Iran? And could these estimates be correct?
Estimates seem to be correct, but the problem is that if the negotiations break down, do the countries go on war? And that is the main pillar of the entire narrative. So that means that if India and China is conducting a negotiation doesn't succeed. Does it mean that we start inflicting harm on each other? So it's a larger global sense which we need to get out of it. From the data and details which have come out, I don't think this was good enough a reason for launching an attack and putting the entire world into darkness.
I also want to shift our attention now to the other big update, and which is that Iran has announced that it has shut down the Strait of Hormuz and warned that any vessel attempting to pass could be targeted and set on fire. Remember, this is a very important stretch between these Gulf countries and Iran, with Dubai at its closest tip, which is home to about 20 to 25% of all global oil trade, passing through this very narrow and shallow stretch called the Strait of Hormuz. This remains one of the world's most critical oil choke points, with global economies relying heavily on this. Before we talk more about this, let's also bring you another update that we're tracking. Donald Trump has released another statement. He has gone on to say on Iran, air defense, air force, navy, leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. This is the message that is coming in from the American president now. Just a day or two ago, he had said, I want them on the negotiating table and I'll be happy to negotiate. Iran said, we don't want any negotiations with Washington anymore. But now Donald Trump is saying, maybe because of the continuous retaliation against its Gulf partners, that there's not going to be any more talks. He says that Iranian air defense, air force, navy and leadership is all gone. They want to talk now, but I said too late. We'll also get you more as far as this latest statement is concerned. Is this closing the doors? Is it shutting the door on any negotiations with Iran anymore? Remember, Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have already warned that they're not going to stop. They have talked about a weeks-long action, and they're saying that because of Iranian response, they're going to now double the impact of their original strikes. Both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have warned that they're going to hit Iran so badly that it would be worse than what it was earlier. We'll get you more updates on this as Donald Trump is releasing one more statement as far as the strikes on Iran are concerned. He says the Iranian air defense, the air force, navy and leadership is all gone. So what does it mean for Iran, even though it continues to mount those attacks? Remember, the Iranian military or Iranian representatives have already said that their military is working independently, all units are working independently. They will do what they deem fit because, of course, the top leadership is gone. The primary attacks were already done. The secondary and the tertiary attacks will also follow, is something that both Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have already warned about. Let's go across to Rahul Shivshankar joining us from our newsroom. Rahul, big statement coming in from Donald Trump once again.
Yes, Anand,
Yeah, we'll go across to Rahul in just a bit, but we're showing to you on your screen the latest statement that has been released. This is a written one. Of course, in the past, he has not only released written statements, but also, structured bites that he has released earlier. Rahul is back with us. Rahul, if you can hear me, big statement coming in from Donald Trump.
Yeah, very big statement. Look, many people were thinking that the fact that he had assassinated or decapitated the Iranian regime and the 50 leaders, that would be sufficient for Donald Trump to come out and claim victory and call an end to this campaign and say that, look, I've achieved what I wanted to, and tell the American people that he had done what no other American president had done since 1979, though they had tried. But that is an option that he has foreclosed by suggesting that he's not in any mood to negotiate with the Iranian regime. And this is exactly what I was saying. If this war is to have any meaning or any real end to it, there has to be regime change. So once again, you're seeing a sort of flip-flop, because Trump first said that I'm not interested in regime change. Then he went on to say this is about regime change. Then he says I'm a man of peace. Then he goes and carries out a preemptive strike, which is actually a euphemism for a decapitation strike. Then he says, well, we're not interested in regime change. We have achieved the objectives that we set out to, which is decapitated Iran's leadership, hopefully brought up a new crop of leaders which would be less radical, more open, more amenable to working with the West, and obviously declaring their nuclear program open for public scrutiny or for UN scrutiny and so on and so forth. But here, once again, he's done a U-turn of sorts by saying, well, we aren't done. We're going to go the whole hog. Obviously, this would include regime change. We won't stop Iran attacks. And this is also a message that will sort of send a bit of a chill down the spine of some of the others in the Gulf, the allies that have played host to American bases, because they will come out and say that, look, we are getting mashed here between your war with Iran and our interests. And I think a large number of balls are now up in the air, really, because the Iranians will have to factor this in. If the Americans are in it for the long haul, if Trump has refused negotiations, that means he's looking at a military endgame. And the Iranians will have to recalibrate, because if they were thinking that the US would perhaps backpedal and in about 3 or 4 weeks would perhaps end hostilities, then they are mistaken. At least this is what Trump is saying. Now, whether this is a bargaining tactic to get leverage, he's done that, of course, taken maximalist positions, even when it has come to trade diplomacy or tariff suasion. So we don't quite know what Trump's idea is, but there's been a lot of chatter amongst the experts and geostrategists that they're not seeing what the end game is without putting boots on the ground in Iran. Just carrying out these mass ballistic/surgical strikes is not going to attenuate the Iranian regime enough for them to sort of walk away from power and come groveling to the United States of America. So we don't quite know what is the agenda that is driving Trump, but quite clearly, at least as of now, this forecloses the possibility of this war ending anytime soon.
Right. Rahul, thank you for joining us and putting this into perspective. Certainly these questions are mounting now. What was the objective to begin with, and how soon can America and Israel achieve those objectives? Because as I turn to our next big talking point, this is a global economy issue now. As we've been telling you, the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked by Iran because of this war. Was it necessary to begin with and to thrust the entire global economy into uncertainty? The big question right now on everybody's mind is, what is the alternative to the Strait of Hormuz? So let me just bring to you, the Gulf region has some limited backup routes to keep oil flowing. Let's take you through those alternatives to the Strait of Hormuz. First up is the Saudi Arabia's East-West pipeline. This goes directly to the Red Sea. This has a capacity of about 5 million barrels per day, and it can be expanded to about 7 million. So let me just point this out to you on the map. This is the Strait of Hormuz, which is now blocked. This is Saudi Arabia, and on the other border of Saudi Arabia is the Red Sea. Now here is their port of Yanbu, which is also capable of sending out oil barrels to the rest of the world, although its capacity is only about 5 million per day barrels versus 20 million per day of the Strait of Hormuz. So this is one of those routes that can be employed. Of course, it's not going to be able to take it over completely. As far as this route is concerned, why is this important? Because it completely bypasses the Strait of Hormuz. You don't really need to go to that side, and you're not affected as far as this blockade is concerned. Let's also move forward as far as the other options are concerned. So like I said, moves the crude from eastern oil fields to the Red Sea, and it bypasses the Hormuz entirely. But there is another option, again a limited option, and wouldn't quite fulfill the requirement completely, which is the UAE's Abu Dhabi crude oil pipeline. This goes through the Gulf of Oman. This can carry about 1.5 million barrels per day directly to the port of Fujairah, and this also makes the Strait of Hormuz blockade not important, because this is, as you can see on the map, just before the Strait of Hormuz. So this port of Fujairah is here in close to Dubai. This is before the narrowest point of the Strait of Hormuz. So even if this is blocked and nothing can go in and out to the Persian Gulf, here in the Gulf of Oman, from here at least, the ships and vessels can travel. And again, this is not going to completely replace the Strait of Hormuz, but this lies ahead of the Hormuz, enabling uninterrupted exports even during a blockade. So this is the alternative route that countries will possibly be looking at right now. We don't quite know what are the preparations that have been made as far as this is concerned. Moving on, an important aspect of the action in Iran and elimination of Ayatollah Khamenei is how the women of Iran feel and have reacted. Let's get you some of those reactions from around the world. Iranian women's national football team made headlines after what came across like a refusal to sing the national anthem during their Asian Cup opener against South Korea, a gesture that went viral very quickly, viewed as a mark of quiet defiance against a regime that particularly suppressed women. Beyond the field, women across the Iranian diaspora have also, of course, shown their shock. We're getting some more breaking updates now coming in. Iran has now said that it is ready for negotiations, but there will be no compromise on dignity. So there seem to be some developments happening very, very quickly. Just a short while ago, we had Donald Trump saying they asked for talks. I said it is too late. Iran is now coming out and saying we do want negotiations now, but with no compromise to our dignity. Does this mean now that the leadership, the clerics, the IRGC is now on its knees? Because remember, just yesterday they had indicated that there will be no talks with Washington anymore. So the big update that's coming in right now, back to back, is that while Donald Trump is playing hardball now, saying there's going to be no more talks with Iran, their air defense and their air power, their naval power, their ground support, everything is gone, their leadership is gone. Iran is now saying that they're ready for talks, but will US now negotiate with them anymore? Has Iran lost the chance that it had maybe till yesterday evening to do these negotiations is the big question. They're saying they don't want any compromise on their dignity, but they're now onto the table after rejecting any possibility of negotiations with America just yesterday. Akansha is joining us with more on this. Akansha, this is a flip-flop on all sides.
Absolutely, and these mixed messages are not just coming from the United States, but you're also getting them from the Iranian side. Remember, the former IRGC head and part of the transition in Iran, that is, in fact, Ali Larijani, who was playing the role of a power broker, was initially reported to have said that we are ready for talks, but then he took to X and he said that no, there is absolutely no scope for talks. But now, again a close aid to Khomeini indicating that they are indeed ready for negotiations, is an indication that perhaps Iran is also now very much aware that they cannot sign up for a war of attrition. As we all know, we've been debating that Iran is finding itself extremely isolated. Look at their allies. They are nowhere around, whether it is North Korea, Russia, primarily China, one that is actually exchanging technology, providing them with intelligence as well, has in fact completely backed off in terms of providing them with any assistance, and that's a classic China playbook. But that aside, initially there were indications coming from the United States also that there could be a scope for negotiations. Sorry. But as you rightly highlighted, Donald Trump has already ruled out that possibility now. Shivani.
Yes. So what does that mean as far as the end of this conflict is concerned? Akansha, that will be the big question, isn't it? Everybody would want that maybe they can get onto the table and agree on to certain terms.
That's going to give Iran, in fact, if you look at the upper hand, that clearly is in the hands of the United States and also of Israel, because now US is going to be in a position of strength. They will ensure that they dictate the terms and conditions of a more moderate sort of a government, even if it were to be with the IRGC or say the Shia Islamic Cleric Council, to be a part of that transition.
Absolutely. So we'll wait and see what could be the terms, if at all, and would there be a different Iranian regime now? Time for a very short break. My colleague Anand is joining you on the other side.
Welcome to a very, very special edition of Inside the Bunker, and it's the offensive from both sides that continues to escalate, with the idea of releasing latest satellite imagery of its precision strikes on the Iranian leadership compound. Now the conflict has entered a dangerous new phase, with Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which is a channel for 20 to 30% of global oil supply. Meanwhile, the US and Iran too continue to mount the offensive against each other across land and sea. Now, in this very special edition of Inside the Bunker with the one and only Tom Cooper, what we are going to do is deep dive into the kind of tech and weaponry that's being used by both sides. We'll focus on the Iranian side today, or the Israeli side today. But first up, have a look at these pictures. Now, if you see these pictures, what are these pictures? These pictures seem to be like airplanes that have been kept outside the Mehrabad airbase in Iran. But Tom, what are they actually?
Well, that is one of the funniest stories of this war. Actually, already the last war in June. They look like F-4 Phantoms. And one has to admit they are perfectly camouflaged as well. That means yellow color, brown color, green color. Perfectly positioned. From the air, from the satellite, these aircraft look, even from the UAV, these aircraft look exactly like original aircraft. Fact is, actually, these are wooden decoys. And this entire facility serves no other purpose but manufacturing such wooden decoys. And if you check up there at top, you see here?
Yes.
That's an F5 decoy.
Okay.
Yes. So these decoys are then towed to Iranian air bases, positioned in specific positions, in selected positions.
Right.
And the Israelis are left to discover them, to find them, and to target them.
Right.
To waste their ammunition and time and so on.
Right.
So this is, as you can see, these are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Entire squadron worth under apostrophes of F4s.
Yeah.
Which are existent for no other purposes but to fool the Israelis.
Fool the Israelis.
Yes.
And do the Israelis get fooled?
Yes, they do. I can even show you a specific example if you show me the Google Earth map again.
Right.
Last year we have seen Israelis striking 2 F-14s at Mehrabad Air Base, not far away from where this workshop is.
Okay.
So they have destroyed one F-14 and we're very happy about this.
Right. We'll try and pull that up in a bit. We don't have it at the moment. We don't have the map there. But this edition of Inside the Bunker, what I want to do is for you to explain to our viewers very, very clearly what is the kind of weaponry that's being used.
Yes.
So let's start with the airplanes. One of the first things that stood out for me is that you said that the Israelis are not going into the Iranian territory, but they have aircraft that can fire missiles right into deep into the Iranian territory from the Syrian skies or the Iraqi skies.
Yes.
Right. Now, let's start with this. This is the F-15D. What is the F-15D?
This is originally F-15 was developed as an air superiority fighter, which means an aircraft made to fight air combat, only air combat, nothing else. So over the time, Israel experienced ever less resistance in the air. Therefore, it started converting its F-15s into fighter bombers. That means it started equipping them with bombs. So now the latest development, latest modification for Israeli F-15Ds, these are two-seat, as you can see, two ejection seats. Here is also SATCOM antenna.
Right.
Latest modification for this aircraft is air-launched ballistic missile, which is a huge weapon, as you can see it here. This is a Black Sparrow, or from the Sparrow family of weaponry. It consists of a booster, which is accelerating it, and the actual warhead and re-entry vehicle.
Right.
So I suspect that this is one of the aircraft that was used or deployed to kill Khamenei, for example.
This could be the aircraft that was used to kill Khamenei. Why do you say that this could be the aircraft that was used to kill Khamenei?
Because the first strike, the opening strike of this war, was for the Israelis to deploy such weaponry to hit Khamenei.
What is this weapon? What is this?
This is the Black Sparrow, one of the weapons of Sparrow family. It's dropped down from the aircraft.
Okay.
And then it accelerates on its own.
Accelerates on its own, and then
it is not easy to launch. This is not just you fly straight and then you drop the weapon and it flies away. But the aircraft also has to accelerate to specific speeds and climb. So it's launching like this.
Okay.
The aircraft, the missile continues on its own.
So as the aircraft is launching, the missile moves forward.
The missile goes. The aircraft is best launch position is for the aircraft to be climbing.
Climbing.
Yes. So the weapon separates and then the engine turns on. And flies ballistically.
Ballistically, and this is also GPS marked precision in terms of 99%.
Of course, all the possible gadgets in order to make it as precise as possible. We have seen this weapon, by the way, deployed last year for the strike on Hamas negotiators in Qatar as well.
Right, and it's a fast aircraft because it goes up to Mach 2.5 and it's got twin engines, F-100 engines. So that means there is always the option of if one engine is hit on a single engine, the aircraft can actually
Of course. It has lots of survivability built into the aircraft. But the point is, foremost, F-15 is big enough to carry such a weapon.
Right.
The next point is, this is one of the weapons that India has recently purchased or ordered from Israel.
Okay.
This is principal reason why I'm showing it. Because in the future, India is going to have similar weapons.
All right.
Integrated on its own.
So we've come back another one, big development, even as we'll go back to the tech aspect of it. That's the Sparrow that we've bought. But diplomatic engagement is more important for peace. Even as Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he has spoken to 8 nations already, including Israel and Oman. But he's also come out and spoken to the Sultan of Oman, and he's condemned the sovereignty violation of Oman. So Bharat is very closely, not openly making statements, but calling up nations and saying that it is important to engage and you cannot disturb the sovereignty or attack the sovereignty of neighboring nations in a war that you're fighting with a distant enemy. Somewhere this message coming across and saying that this sovereignty violation is not correct. This is even as Oman, Qatar and some of the other nations are slowly shutting down their facilities in terms of for safety, exactly trying what Iran is trying to do. But Iran is not making friends here. Bharat has got engagements, it's got a lot of trade, and also Bharatiya people who are working in these countries. And that's why not just ensuring the safety, but also calling and saying we respect your sovereignty, and anybody disturbing or impinging on this sovereignty is not right. And it obviously will not create a place for dialogue. Let's go back now. After that update, let's quickly go back to the other conversation that we were having. The F-15D and the Black Sparrow from the Sparrow family. This is a warhead or weapon head that we have tried to now acquire, and this will be fixed on our Rafale or the Sukhois?
Probably on Rafale.
On the Rafale.
And it is already in service in India.
It is already in service.
On Mirage 2000s.
On the Mirage 2000s.
It's called Spice.
This is the Spice. Okay, so this is the Spice,
yes.
And that was the one that was used in the Balakot operation.
For example, yes.
Yeah.
This is also already one of the weapons already in service in India. Python.
Python, yes, that's the Python.
Python or Spider when launched from the ground.
Python or the Spider. Let's look at the next aircraft, the F-16C, air-to-air, air-to-ground missions. Speed is about Mach 2, F-110 or F-100 engine.
F-110 engine,
And
yes.
and one of the most produced fourth-gen fighters.
Yes.
So the Israelis are also pressing this. What's unique about this?
Well, unique is this versatility. This is an older variant, arguably, but you can always add more advanced weapons on it. And again, if you launch spies from 200 kilometers away.
Now, it also seems to be able to carry more payload. Is that true? Because it's a single-engine aircraft?
Well, carry more payload. This is relative. Generally, they're loading them just with 2 spices.
Okay.
It's only for operations over shorter range that they are loading them with 4 spices.
4 spices, but it's a single-seater.
Single-seater.
So there aren't 3 there because that was a trainer aircraft, and it's not even a 2-seater, so it's a single pilot.
It's just a single-seater.
So this will be a smaller and lighter aircraft?
Smaller and lighter, yes. Much smaller than F-15. Roughly 50% smaller.
Yeah.
But very nimble. This is comparable. Actually, Rafale is superior to F-16.
Rafale is superior to
Yes.
F-16. Another one which is a tried and tested and which actually works for us viewers is the Sukhoi Mk-30I. Now this is also part of the Israeli Air Force. Somewhere the Russians seem...
Indian Air Force.
This is also this is the Indian Air Force.
Yes.
This
is one of the latest sub-variants of Su-30 Mki.
Okay. Again, Mark II, is it similar to the F-16D?
Yes. It's just bigger.
It's just bigger.
And more powerful in regards of engines than the F-15D in particular. Also 2-seater. You don't see the second seat because it's under the cockpit.
Under the cockpit, okay.
And this is now the latest sub-variant, recognizable as such, but 2 antennas here and here, which are enabling it to be linked to the ground stations, to the entire integrated air defense system of India, and to transfer the video feed from the ground up to into the cockpit of the aircraft. It means but whatever the ground station knows, the crew knows it as well. I have shown it here. This is a color profile I drew with my hand.
Yeah.
With Darby air-to-air missiles, also of Israeli origin. So it was also, this weapon was already integrated on this system, on Su-30.
On the Su-30, despite these weapon systems being newer compared to the aircraft which is much older, but this aircraft was able to carry or adapt. How do they do that?
Thanks to very advanced electronics, avionics, and computers of Indian origin, the aircraft is very adaptable. It means you can essentially put whatever you want on Su-30 Mki. You just need to test the separation.
So often
and trajectories and so on. But essentially you can put on Su-30 whatever you want.
You can put anything, whatever you want on the Su-30. We'll show you what all has been put on the Su-30. The next one is where it's tipped with the BrahMos. Now, how is this possible? Wow.
This is the most powerful weaponry in service with the Indian Air Force. Again, Su-30, here an older sub-variant, no antennas for the software radios, but it has a BrahMos. This is the BrahMos.
Yes.
This is what it looks like when it's packed, so to say, when it's released.
Okay.
On release, there is two small jets kicking away the cap, which is covering the intake.
Okay.
So, and then the missile accelerates on its own. Next step in the BrahMos, once it's launched, this is this is the booster.
Okay.
This falls off once the missile has accelerated to its cruise speed. So essentially, you have then this part of the missile flying away from the aircraft.
Okay.
And then just this part of the missile striking the target.
Striking the target. So the missile actually becomes smaller.
Smaller and lighter.
So that means it's able to go faster. Yes. The other thing is the BrahMos' loop is something that nobody's been able to figure out. It's got an S loop, doesn't it? the cruise missile, because of which the interception of the BrahMos becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, it can maneuver in its terminal attack phase, which means once, for example, you can program it to fly low along the ground, and the other way is to program it to jink up and then to dive up on the target in order to, for example, penetrate an underground target. Like Kirana Hills.
Like the Kirana Hills.
Yes.
So this is the BrahMos as it is when it is loaded on or packed onto the aircraft.
Yes.
And then
it is between the intakes, so it's only the front part is visible when it's attached to the aircraft.
Attached to the aircraft. So this is how it looks. Then as it drops, this part breaks away.
Comes away.
The jets push this off, open up the cap, so then it becomes tipped like this. And then this part, the back part is the booster, which the moment it gets to cruise mode. So till this part is shaved off.
Something like here.
What
is particular about BrahMos in comparison to its Russian origin, the Indian scientists have developed a very long booster which is actually stretching through the body of the missile, which is stretching the range of the missile.
So
further
further
in comparison to its original. So it is a very powerful missile. We have seen it in action last year.
Right.
But it is a very big, hefty weapon. Therefore, India is already working on BrahMos NG, which is new generation, which is going to be smaller, lighter, and compatible with smaller aircraft than Su-30.
Right. Now, one of the older aircrafts which he talked about that had the Spice and also the Hammer is the Mirage 2000. Now, again, a tried and tested aircraft among the Indian Air Force. What makes this aircraft so special? And what is with in the future generations?
Mirage was always special because of its avionics, because of these computers which are making other type of, or actually easy to adapt additional weapon unit. When during the Kargil War, Indian Air Force wanted to have guided bombs, it was relatively simple under apostrophes, to put on a Lantern targeting pod and guided bombs acquired from Israel on it. In this case, this one is shown in its latest variant, which is Mirage 2000 IH. This is a very advanced system nowadays, including Mika air-to-air missiles and Israeli-made Spice.
Yes.
Additionally, Spice is coming in several calibers. In 250 kilogram, this is this variant. In 500 kilogram and in 1000 kilogram variant. Depending on the target, you can put this kit of the weapon. This is the guidance head of the Spice. These are the fins, the steering fins. You can put it, attach it to whatever warhead you want to use.
Right.
And therefore it's Spice 500, 1000 and 2000.
1000 and 2000.
Yes.
There's one thing which we skip, but because we want to bring the focus back onto the Iran-Israel-US conflict right now is the F-16I. The Israeli Air Force is also pressing this into service. And it's been customized for the Israeli Air Force.
This is a customized variant just for the Israeli Air Force. Sure, from it the Lockheed Martin has developed different other sub-variants for different other air forces, but this is the heavily customized variant for Israeli Air Force with extra large fuel tanks in order to reach Iran.
Right.
And then it has, for example, is compatible with such weaponry like Delilah.
Okay, this is Delilah.
Yes, this is Delilah. This is a turbojet-powered mini-cruise missile with a range of some 200 kilometers. Here it is under the aircraft.
Okay.
Delilah needs, for its deployment, this big guidance pod. That means the weapon system officer in the rear seat is constantly in contact, so to say, with the weapon. Additionally, it carries lantern or lightning pod. This is this dark pod under the intake.
And
so a very advanced aircraft.
And it's a two-seater. It's a two-seater. Okay.
Pilot is in front, weapon system officer in the rear. And what is also typically for Israel, you can see this little red, white, green.
Yes.
This is so-called kill marking. In this case, for a Hezbollah UAV shot down several years ago.
Right.
What is also a little bit different between Israeli and Indian Air Force are these Gaudi unit insignia.
Right.
You can instantly recognize every single Israeli unit by the markings it's applying on its fins.
Right. So that's the marking for the Israeli air.
This is for the 201 squadron, also called nicknamed the War
Right.
Squadron.
Now, this, what you said is again interesting. This is a kill marking.
Yes.
So kill marking means that this aircraft and
Has
the
shot down
pilot
something.
has shot down something. So
Yes.
it could be a Hezbollah target or something else, but it has shot down, so this has got kills.
Yes.
So that's how the potency of the pilot and the aircraft, or the legend, builds amongst the Air Force.
Exactly, yes. There are also such kill markings for strikes on Iranian reactors, on Iraqi reactors, on Syrian reactor, and so on. They are applying them depending on what
Right. Now, out of the
mission.
Israeli weapon systems and the guided missiles, which do you think was India now trying to acquire? You said Spice and Hammer are already there.
Yes.
Are we looking at trying to get the Delilah also?
I'm not sure about Delilah, but certainly ROX or Air Laura. I think this is on the other artwork of the F-16I, if you have copied it.
Okay. Do we have the other F-16D? Was it on the F-16D?
F-16I.
F-16I. F-16I, we've just got this one. Okay.
Never mind. This is the F-15, but
Yeah,
it is
F-15.
essentially it's such a weapon.
Okay.
Air Laura is just even heftier and looks a little bit different in front.
Okay.
Air Laura or ROX.
Okay.
They all have two names, one for export, one for Israeli service.
Right.
It's essentially, India is purchasing exactly this kind of weapons as well.
Right.
And what's more, on this aircraft, behind the missile, you can see this jammer pod, electronic warfare pod.
Yes.
This is something, for example, Tejas is already carrying.
Tejas is already carrying this jammer.
It's already in service in India.
Right.
So this is also a point, you know.
What does this jammer actually do? Quickly, we're running out of time.
It is emitting electronic emissions which are jamming any kind of approaching radar-guided missiles. It's hiding the aircraft behind some sort of a electronic cloud, making it invisible for enemy missiles.
Any of the missiles and the radar to follow. So it's like a frequency shield that's being built around the aircraft, and Tejas has that. So this was all about the aircrafts that the Israelis are now pressing into service, and also how it is marrying into the Indian Air Force. But this is just the beginning. What about the drones? What about the UAVs? Who's got the better tech and who's got the kamikaze? All of that here on Inside the Bunker with Tom Cooper very soon. Stay with us.
Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Good evening, you're watching Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. The war in Iran is continuing for the fourth day today, and Iran is expanding the ambit of the war. Now it has attacked the US Embassy in Riyadh, in addition to oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, and even in Oman. Iran's strategy is simple. Expand this war, bring in as many countries as possible, drag the entire region into this conflict. Iran has gone guerrilla. It's gone guerrilla against America's most traditional Gulf Arab allies in the hope that these countries will put pressure on Trump to quickly end this war. America, as a result, is now constantly having to shift the goalpost. Initially, it was regime change. Now, it's not regime change. It's dismantling Iran's ballistic missiles and its naval program. Will this war end quickly, given that Trump does not want a long, protracted, drawn-out war. Or the bigger question is, if this war has to end quickly, then what will be the off-ramp for Iran? Now, here are some defining moments from the conflict that we've seen in the last 24 hours. Today is the fourth day. The action began on Saturday when US and Israeli troops launched Operation Epic Fury. But here are some of the defining moments from the last 24 hours. 2 drones, and this happened early this morning, 2 drones struck the United States Embassy compound in the Saudi Arabian capital, Riyadh. There you go. This was the first time that Riyadh was struck. Yesterday, an oil facility, an Aramco oil facility was struck. But this was the first time the capital of Saudi Arabia was struck. There was a limited fire and minor material damage that happened to the embassy compound. The embassy had to be shut today. President Donald Trump said that the U.S. response to the embassy attack would be clear soon, meaning that there will be some form of retribution. That's not the only attack that happened today in Saudi Arabia. A fire broke out at the Fujairah oil industry. This was in the UAE because of the falling debris from a drone interception. That happened again in the United Arab Emirates. They've had their hotels, their apartment buildings, their residential complexes targeted over the last 4 days. Now it was an oil facility there. Also in Iraq, in central Erbil, there was a hotel that came under fire. It was a coordinated drone swarm attack launched from Iran onto this hotel in Erbil in Iraq. This hotel apparently was being used as a clandestine barrack for American troops and for American contractors. So a wide range of countries. There was also an attack on an oil field in Bahrain today. So whether it's the UAE, whether it's Saudi Arabia, whether it's up north in Iraq, a whole bunch of these Gulf Arab countries, many of whom are American military and treaty allies, have been attacked over the last 4 days. So the question is, what is Iran trying to achieve? Now, we'll get to that in a second. But as these missiles continue to fly, the question is, has America miscalculated? Or have they truly justified their actions? Or has it simply plunged the world into another unpredictable war? First, you had Donald Trump, the president, on the night of the campaign. On Saturday morning, India time, he came out and he spoke to the world. He launched this war by saying that when the American operation, the Israeli operation is finished, you come and you take over your government. He was appealing to the people of Iran, clearly in an attempt for them to overthrow their government. The message was clear. America was openly calling for regime change. Then, yesterday evening, the Defense Secretary, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, stepped in, signaling a slight shift. He said, and I quote, "This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime did sure change." Now, suddenly the official line was that this is no longer about overthrowing the government, even as the leadership in Iran was completely decimated. And then subsequently, yesterday in a congressional hearing, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that this operation was purely a military one. He framed it in purely military terms and said that it was to eliminate the threat of Iran's short and long-range ballistic missiles and to decapitate the Iranian Navy. No longer about regime change, it was about specific focus on naval capabilities and reducing missile capabilities. The focus is now moved on to neutralizing Iran's capabilities rather than political goals like regime change. So the American message has changed over the last 3 or 4 days, from regime change to denial of regime change to a defensive mission, leaving both allies and the American public scrambling to understand what America's objective is in this Operation Epic Fury.
The Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah. If you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you.
I don't understand what the confusion is. Let me explain it to you. The United States is conducting an operation to eliminate the threat of Iran's short-range ballistic missiles and the threat posed by their Navy, particularly to naval assets. That is what it is focused on doing right now, and it's doing quite successfully. I'll leave it to the Pentagon and the Department of War to discuss the tactics behind that and the progress that's being made. That is the clear objective of this mission.
So the tensions in the Middle East are having a spillover effect, and it's triggered politics back home as well. The opposition, ever since the confirmation of Khamenei's killing, has been up in arms against the Modi-led government, condemning its silence on this issue. They say this pertains to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of another nation state. In a detailed editorial piece penned by Sonia Gandhi, the former Congress president, she has called the silence of the Modi government an abdication of principles. She's called Modi a mute spectator amidst this war. She's mentioned that India cannot ignore its traditional foreign policy. The BJP has retorted and sharply countered this narrative, reminding the Congress of its silence when Muammar Gaddafi was killed back in 2011. Again, an American operation, a joint allied operation. This was in Libya. Also, the change of guard in Iraq, where Saddam Hussein was hunted down after Operation Desert Storm and then hanged to death after a sham trial. The BJP, in a pointed attack, has slammed the Congress for what it calls selective memory and selective outrage, just for gaining political mileage. So this has now become a political back and forth between the Congress and the BJP. The BJP insists diplomacy cannot be for expedient reasons. The Congress too was guilty of keeping quiet when other world leaders were attacked in such unilateral operations. Let's play out some of the political reactions.
The government of India should decide on which side they stand. We had the spine, the then Prime Minister, whether it is Dr. Manmohan Singh or whether it was Srimati Indira Gandhi ji. They addressed the American press in front of their presidents and said that America was doing wrong. Where is that spine now? Where is the Prime Minister? Why is he so silent?
Mr. Manmohan Singh had the courage and had the weight to speak in the US that the US invasion of Iraq is wrong. Foreign policy is in shambles. They don't know how to conduct foreign policy. And the Prime Minister thinks hugging foreign diplomats is foreign policy.
All right, I want to first go across for a political face-off on this. RP Singh is national spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Shama Mohammed, the national spokesperson of the Congress Party. Navdeep Suri is former Indian High Commissioner to Egypt and the United Arab Emirates. Wael Awad is a senior journalist and a Middle East expert. And we'll also be joined by Riven D'Souza, who's the managing editor of the Times Kuwait. Of course, a lot of Indian expats there having a difficult time. But let me start with the political spokespersons first. RP Singh, so Sonia Gandhi has written this opinion piece. She has said that this is not silence, this is abdication, and that she's also pointed to the fact that just 48 hours after Prime Minister Modi left Israel, the Israelis and the Americans have done this joint strike and killed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and not a word of condemnation from the Indian government. Please respond.
Well, the Prime Minister has constantly called for a restrained dialogue and diplomacy, and then that's very clear that we are talking about the dialogue between Iran and between the America and Israel. So what else? But problem is that they see the foreign policy through the spectacles of the vote bank politics here. I mean, I'm very sorry to say that they can't go beyond this, and I'll just play a small video. Probably you can hear this. This is the reason that they. Well, that's the real reason. I mean, they can't think beyond the local politics and local vote bank politics here, and then for that regard, they will go to any extent. And let me remind them, they voted against Iran on behalf of America in 2005, 2006, 2009 when it was IEA resolution. And not only that, I mean, remember they have launched a spy satellite. I mean, this on record again. The spy satellite, here it is. I will show you the clipping here. India launches Israel satellite to spy Iran. I mean, this was there, and this I checked thrice with various other sources. And this is true that in 2008 they did that. So it is their suitability. And again, Prime Minister of the country is very clear that peace should be there and then negotiation should happen.
Okay. Let me ask Dr. Shama Mohammed, diplomacy cannot be for politically expedient reasons. Even when the UPA was in power, there were killings of world leaders that happened and the UPA did not say a word. Muammar Gaddafi, longtime leader of Libya, was killed. UPA did not say a word. Saddam Hussein, longtime leader of Iraq, was killed. UPA did not say a word. So why are you holding Mr. Modi and his government to a different standard?
Zaka, when the war in Iraq happened, we did not stand with it. Let's understand during that time, there was this story about weapons of mass destruction. It was going through the Congress in America to the United Nations. I remember the presentations. And then after 2 years of deliberation, 60 countries stood with America and they invaded Iraq. Even then, we were against it. When it came to Libya also, we have said that it is not right. We were not in agreement. We said there should be a ceasefire immediately. Now, let's understand what is happening here. Here in Operation Fury, there is nothing. They just do it all of a second. There has never been a discussion in the Congress in America. There was no involvement of the United Nations. The Pentagon has briefed the congressman that's saying that there is no intelligence which says that there is imminent threat by the Iranians to the Americans. Also, let's understand the other side, the Omani foreign minister was negotiating with the Iranians. And the Iranians clearly said that they will not keep any of the stockpiles of the enriched uranium and they will not make a nuclear bomb. So these things were going side by side, and all of a sudden they attack, they kill the Ayatollah. It's not that I am a fan of the Ayatollah or any of it, but
I was coming to exactly that. Why are you seemingly defending a man who was the most brutal dictator that the world has seen?
So that is
why
what
are you
I'm
defending him?
Especially you being a woman. Especially you being the woman. What he did with the woman.
Can I just speak? I did not interrupt you, Mr. RPC. Please give that respect.
So sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. What I'm trying to say, Zaka, is that we saw Maduro being kidnapped from Venezuela to America. He's in jail. What is happening in the world? You have somebody, it's a sovereign nation, you go and just kill. It's an unprovoked attack. It doesn't matter who it is. Tomorrow we might have somebody, or for that matter, any other country. You can't go in for an unprovoked attack without any discussion with your own Congress. That is the issue here. There is an unprovoked attack, and let's understand, along with it, what is the damage? 136 young children killed, and now many other civilians. And on the other side, Israel is attacking Lebanon, Beirut, and 56 people killed there. I mean, what is going on here?
But Dr. Shama Mohammed, the same regime of the Ayatollah crushed to death 6,800 people, according to the Human Rights Watch, brutally crushed Iranians. Why don't you speak for them?
Why can't, Dhaka, can I ask one thing? Can't we then go and attack tomorrow Pakistan? I do not like the regime there. I want Munir out. Let's go and attack Pakistan. That's going to be the future, isn't it?
May I ask you a question, one second, before I get this graphic on. Tomorrow, if the Americans launch an operation, once again, if they launch an operation against Asim Munir and decapitate the Pakistani leadership, are you saying the Congress party will not welcome it?
What I'm trying to say is that, of course, we are against Pakistan, but there should be a world order, Zaka. You can't just go and keep attacking people. Tomorrow it could be the Chinese attacking us. That could also happen, isn't it? The Chinese can tell Americans, you attacked, Iran. We want to finish off India's head or whatever.
Okay.
It can be that.
RP Singh, please respond, and I'll go to this graphic about why India is also willy-nilly a player in this conflict. But RP Singh, this is about territorial integrity. This is about sovereignty of a country. Whether you like it or not, the Ayatollah was a complete, brutal dictator. But the fact is that he was chosen by the people of Iran, and that no other third country can come and just eliminate and think that there is no consequence to it.
Well, Zaka, I'm sorry. Chosen, you said what? Chosen?
No, chosen as in the people chose the Islamic Revolution, and he happened to be the leader of the Islamic Revolution.
50% of the population is against him. The women are against him, and then the way he has treated the woman there. I mean, Masa Amini, the way she was killed, and there are many more. I have pictures. I'll show you the pictures also how women are being treated there, and then they are all celebrating there.
What about Taliban? What about Taliban? What about Taliban? Tell me, why did we welcome the Taliban in India? I agree with you. You have welcomed the Taliban in India. You send them to Deoband in UP. You put the red carpet for them. Go and attack Afghanistan. Women can't go to school there. Women cannot go to hospitals there. I ask you, RP Singh, why don't we attack then Afghanistan in the same breath? Tell me that.
Okay.
And why did India welcome
one second. Let him respond. Yeah.
He can't respond.
Okay. No, let him respond. Let him respond. Yeah.
Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, the people of India deeply love you, George Bush.
No, respond to what I asked you about the Taliban.
Ma'am, one second. Let him please respond.
See, this is not fair. I respect you, ma'am. Please. And I treat you as one of the very sensible spokesmen of the Congress Party. Please.
Thank you very much.
So, what exactly happened? I mean, he was appreciating. He was virtually giving hugs or giving his best to President George Bush after the Iraq. What happened in Iraq? So it is all duplicacy of the Congress Party. It's basically suitability because of the vote bank and nothing more than. And as for Afghanistan, please, what Afghanistan is doing to Pakistan is good enough.
Okay. Now, one second. The reason why, I'll bring in Navdeep Suri and Dr. Wael Awad into this. The reason why India is willy-nilly a party to this conflict, or at least is certainly affected by this conflict, is because Iran has now threatened to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now, 20% of all of the world's oil supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and any vessel, the Iranians have claimed that any vessel that attempts to pass will be targeted and will be set on fire. Already, I think about half a dozen oil tankers have been set on fire since this war began on Saturday morning. So why is this significant for India? Almost half of all of India's oil imports pass through the strategic Strait of Hormuz. India's crude oil import, the dependence of India's crude oil import is above 85%. In fact, 88% of all of India's crude is imported. A bulk of it comes from the Gulf countries, from the UAE, from Iraq, from Saudi Arabia. Oil flows can be rerouted, but it's going to be more expensive. There's going to be higher freight costs. There's going to be higher manpower costs. There's going to be sea charges. All kinds of costs are going to get added to this. LPG happens to be India's biggest vulnerability as far as the Strait of Hormuz and its disruption is concerned, because 80 to 85% of India's LPG demand comes through the Strait of Hormuz, which is bulk imported from countries in the Middle East. A majority of LPG cargo is sourced via the Strait of Hormuz. There's no strategic LPG reserves, unlike, let's say, crude, where we have thin structural buffers. So India has anywhere between 6 to 8 weeks of a structural buffer as far as crude oil is concerned. But LPG, there is no buffer. Around 60% of India's LNG, liquefied natural gas imports, transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, there is limited flexibility to replace LPG and LNG supplies quickly if the Iranians completely shut off and cut off the Strait of Hormuz. So that's one part of it, the oil trade. There's remittances as well. Remember, India imports 88% of its crude oil, and it's highly sensitive to any disruptions that happen in West Asia. Back in February, crude oil imports were the second highest ever at 5.22 million barrels per day. About 2.5 million barrels per day are imported by India via the Strait of Hormuz. So 50% dependency on the Strait of Hormuz. 10 million, almost 1 crore Indians, expats, live and work in the Gulf countries, the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Bahrain, Kuwait. They are employed in various sectors: construction, hospitality, healthcare services. This is a significant number of students as well who are there in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia. There are about 10,000 in Iran. Forget about how many there are in Qatar, in Kuwait, etc. There's also significant trade between India and the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. 2024-2025 trade with the GCC stood at 178 billion. India also has an FTA with the UAE and a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Oman. India's remittances, which were $55 billion in 2010-11, has gone up to $118 billion in 23-24. A bulk of it comes from the Gulf countries. And these disruptions could impact household incomes. It could impact foreign exchange. India's stock market has reacted as well. The Sensex slumped over 1,000 points. The Nifty went below 24,700. Market capitalization that's been lost is 6.5 lakh crore rupees in just one single day. The rupee also fell past the 91 rupees to a dollar mark as well. I want to bring in Navdeep Suri into this conversation. Mr. Suri, the problem is that, our oil opposition parties is, because India is such an important stakeholder, the Prime Minister should have said something, or the Minister of External Affairs should have said something. They should have condemned the killing of a sitting spiritual, political, religious head of another sovereign country. And by not saying anything, it's abdication. How would you see it? Is it abdication or is it good diplomacy?
Firstly, I think, Zaka, we might have spoken behind the scenes and not made public statements. I think for the government, it's a tightrope to balance different and sometimes mutually contradictory interests. One is our defense relationship with Israel. And the second is the interests that we have in the Gulf and our long-standing relationship with Iran. But I do think that, yes, we could have found ways to express our unhappiness about the unilateral strikes. English language and diplomacy gives us enough ways to express it and to maintain that balance that we traditionally have done. It is a serious situation for us. We have, as you outlined, very, very vital interests. You've mentioned a number of them. I would just add one more, which is even more than the rising crude oil prices, is the damage to the Qatar LNG facilities, and that's going to impact our fertilizer industry as well, because that uses LNG as a feedstock. And I think the longer the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, the greater the impact will be on a lot of countries.
So what are the Iranians trying to do? Are they trying to, go guerrilla on all these Gulf countries, draw them into this conflict and get them to put pressure on Trump? It seems like they're taking the whole house down with them.
Yeah, I mean, if you are in a battle for survival, and as has been said before, I have no truck with the Khamenei regime and their repressive practices. But if you are in their position and twice in the middle of negotiations you've been bombed, you will look at further negotiations with a pinch of salt. And secondly, you will try to bring the house down, because you do want to inflict maximum pain, maximum economic damage, so that the next round of negotiations, as and when it happens, is on terms that you can engineer more favorably to yourself. And I think what it's going to come down to is the Iranians' capacity to absorb more pain, more damage, and in the meantime, also hit out at countries in the region and at economic interests in the region. And it's going to have a really damaging effect on the global economy and on India's economic interests if this war continues beyond the next week or so.
Okay, can I go back to the map and I'll show you the energy interests that Iran has struck. I want to go back to the map. The energy facilities across the Gulf. Remember, the Gulf countries thrive on energy facilities, and look at the number of oil fields, oil refineries that the Iranians have struck just in the last 24 to 48 hours. Yesterday, they struck at the Ras Tanura oil refinery. That's Aramco's oil refinery. It's one of the biggest in the world, certainly the biggest in that region, that had to be shut down for a period of time. So that's one big oil refinery that they struck yesterday in Saudi Arabia. Today, the Ras Laffan drilling hub in Qatar. Again, big oil field that has been hit badly as well. Then you had here in the east, two oil facilities, one Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, that's been hit as well, and the Duqm port, oil tankers that were off the Duqm port in Oman. And remember, Oman was a mediator. Oman mediated 3 rounds of talks between the Americans and the Iranians, including 2 in Geneva, just a few days before these attacks were launched. And the Duqm port, fuel tankers off that port were targeted as well. So what is Iran trying to do? Of course, all of this, and plus they're also trying to block the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if you look at the places inside Iran that have been hit by the Americans and the Israelis in the last 24 hours, they've hit Tabriz in the north, that's almost bordering Azerbaijan. They've also hit Kermanshah, Elam, Shiraz, Minab, and Tehran. In the last 3 days, over 1,000 targets have been hit inside Iran. Now, the contention by the Americans and the Israelis are many of these are security, military, or intelligence facilities, sometimes even ballistic missile facilities. They've also hit the Isfahan nuclear center again today. So the point is that the Israelis and Americans are just getting started. They are not letting up. And I want to go back to Dr. Wael Awad on this. In terms of, what are both sides trying to achieve? First, tell me what the Iranians are trying to achieve by attacking these oil facilities. That's in the last 24 hours. Earlier, they were attacking, the Palm Jumeirah. They were attacking the Burj Al Arab Hotel, the Dubai International Airport. What are they trying to do?
Well, Zaka, first of all, this is illegitimate war imposed on the Iranian by the Americans and the Israelis, and it is against any international law or UN Charter. We have to agree on that, first of all. Second, Iranian have already sent a message to all the Arab countries, the GCC, hosting the American military bases, that any attack by the American, these are going to be a legitimate target for them. Then they have started the war and they attacked 9 countries, in fact, so far, including the GCC, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon as well. So therefore, there is a movement of the Iranian on those direction, because Iran knows that if this war only will be limited to its own territories, it's going to be a devastating for Iran. So dragging all the region into a regional war is what actually achieved 2 objectives, even for the United States. United States wanted to ensure that it is a global power war, that they can catch the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Seas, and the Mediterranean, and then can cause disturbance of the global trade and oil. That's one of the issues the Americans are after. The second one is the regional war, and you know it very well, that is the hegemony where Israel militarily, politically, and economically to remain in this part of the world. But the Iranians start attacking places where they think that the Marines are hiding. Is it in hotel? It's in a mall. It's in the airport. So, but that does not give the Iranian the clean chit to attack these places. Definitely, because the Arab countries and the GCC in particular condemned the Iranian act. And now, if you close the Strait of Hormuz, you are the first stakeholder to suffer on this. As you said in your presentation, it is in the food security, oil security, and diaspora. So who was suffering at this point? It is all the Asian country. So the best job for all the Arabs and India and the rest of the world is to put an end to this hostility and end this war madness of this war. Otherwise,
okay, I'll come to how this may end in a second. I also want to bring in Raven D'Souza, who's the managing editor of the Times Kuwait, and a lot of Indian expats are stuck in the Gulf, almost 1 crore of them across these 9 or 10 different countries. Did the Gulf countries, and many of whom have been attacked, Dr. Awad saying 9 of them have been attacked, this is an onslaught from Iran, whether it's on oil facilities, hotels, on tourist facilities, etc. How have they reacted? Were they caught off guard that they are dragged into this war and now it's become a regional conflict?
To be honest, I don't think they expected this retaliation from the Iranians, because this is the second time that the Israelis have attacked Iran. And the first time they just did a small face-saving measure where they attacked Qatar, and they had informed them earlier. But this time it's much more serious. Nobody was prepared, even though the Iranians promised or vowed to retaliate if Israel and America attacked.
Okay.
We didn't even see the American attack, even though we expected it. We didn't see it coming so soon. It came with a fiery volume of missiles and air attack, and the Iranians did what they did. Having said that, they killed their supreme leader Khamenei, and I think it was also partly responsible for the retaliation or the response that they were
But Mr. D'Souza, how do you think these countries are now going to respond? Because they've had this American security umbrella or protective cover for all of these years. Now that security umbrella has been blown apart, I mean, all of these countries have been attacked. So how are they expected to respond to this? Do they have the capability to retaliate, or will they still go back to America to help them retaliate?
They will retaliate. This talk, yes, quite relevant. But this talk, they will retaliate, and then they will be dragged into the war.
Mm-hmm.
So the job is already being done by the Americans and the Israelis, and of course, ideally, they would love to retaliate. They would love the Gulf nations to be dragged into the war and create chaos. But I think good sense is prevailing for now, because retaliation by the Arab Gulf states is going to create a much larger war and danger. So
Okay.
I think they are at this point of time exercising caution and waiting and watching. And by the way,
so they are exercising
not very
caution. They don't want to get caught in this whole spiral. So how will this war likely now play out over the next few days? I'll get Navdeep Suri and then Dr. Awad on this. Iran wants to maximize this war. It wants to spread this war. It wants to drag everybody in. The Americans, frankly, for Donald Trump, I think he's already got his biggest prize catch, which is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He has very little propensity for long drawn-out wars. The Israelis would like to go on for a bit more. How does this play out over the next week, 10 days, 2 weeks? Navdeep Suri first.
When you start a war without clearly defined objectives, then you end up in this kind of situation where the exit route is not clear. You start by saying that it's about Iran's nuclear program, then you extend it to its missile program, then you go beyond and say it's about regime change. And I think what you're beginning to see is the first signs of divergence between the Israeli objectives. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu has gone on record to say that this is what he wanted for the last 40 years, the destruction of the Iranian regime. That may not be the Americans' objective. And for the Americans, I think the threshold of taking pain and casualties is far lower, particularly in a year with midterm elections coming up, than for the Israelis. So you're going to see that that divergence of objectives. And I am afraid that there isn't a clear exit route at this point of time, unless the Americans were to unilaterally say that we've achieved our objective of killing Khamenei and that's the end of it.
Dr. Awad, I'll give you the final word in a minute. Yesterday, President Trump was asked, how long does he envision this operation? He said about 4 weeks. Do you think this will last beyond 4 weeks?
Absolutely, it will go beyond 4 weeks. When you're targeting an innocent supreme leaders of a religious leader of a country without no reason, that's not the end of the war, by the way. You saw the people pouring in the street, showing sympathy for him, and that is a clear indication that still he had popularity among the Iranian. So therefore, you cannot kill a person and you say you are going to end this war. The war will not end. Iranian have put the 3 leaders, alternative to every leader, have been killed by the Israelis and the American, and this war will drag on for a longer period. And the more coffins goes to the United States, the faster this war will stop.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Dr. Awad, Navdeep Suri, Dr. Shama Mohammad, R.P. Singh, and Mr. Riven D'Souza, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this plays out. But one direction in which it's moving is Iran clearly wants to expand this throughout the entire region. Like I said, it's gone guerrilla over the entire Gulf countries. It wants to drag the entire house down. America wants the exact opposite, not least because America has been the security guarantor for many of these Gulf Arab countries. Iran has dramatically widened its retaliation against American interests across the Gulf, even as tensions between Iran and the United States escalates into a broader regional confrontation. With Donald Trump warning that the most intense phase of American airstrikes is still yet to come, the conflict has spilled beyond Israel and beyond Iran. US embassies and military bases have been attacked, global oil supplies have been threatened, Gulf Arab countries are facing their biggest security nightmare in decades. As missile barrages, drone attacks, and airstrikes ripple across the region, fears are mounting that this crisis could spiral into a much more prolonged and far more dangerous Middle East war. I dig a little deeper. Iran broadened its retaliatory attacks on American targets in the Gulf, even as US President Donald Trump and his administration have been signaling that the US-Israeli strikes on Iran could intensify. Trump has even threatened that the biggest wave of attacks is yet to come. The fighting expanded into many Gulf Arab countries, most prominently into Lebanon, where the Iranian-allied terror proxy Hezbollah fired rockets into Israel. This in turn prompted Israel to bombard Hezbollah strongholds outside Beirut. Early Tuesday, the Israeli military said it was attacking again in Iran and in Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapon storage facilities. Around the same time, the United Arab Emirates and their defense ministry put out a press release saying that their air defenses were dealing with a barrage of ballistic missiles from Iran. And within hours, the Saudi Defense Ministry said that the American embassy in Riyadh had been attacked by 2 drones. They said it resulted in a limited fire and a minor damage, but the embassy was closed Tuesday. No casualties were reported, but this is the biggest attack on an American facility in the Middle East since this war began. In Washington, President Trump offered an open-ended time frame for the US military campaign. He said it could last up to 4 weeks, if not longer. He also seemed to change the goalposts from regime change to hitting Iran's ballistic missiles program to downing Iran's naval fleet.
We will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it.
Later on in the day, on Capitol Hill, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told reporters that the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The Pentagon confirmed that the number of American service personnel killed in the Iranian strikes had now risen to 6. And 3 American fighter jets were shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses in what the U.S. military called apparent friendly fire. All 6 crew members from these F-15s ejected safely and they were recovered. Early in the morning, the United States Embassy in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, said that it was attacked by 2 drones, according to initial estimates from the Saudi Ministry of Defense. The ministry said that there was limited fire and minor damage to the building. However, the embassy did warn people to avoid the location, saying there had been an attack on the facility. They also put out a security alert and a shelter-in-place notification, not just for Riyadh, but also for Jeddah and Dhahran. These are cities in Saudi Arabia which have massive US missions. The embassy's announcement came even as countries across the Middle East, some of which host American military bases, were facing Iran's revenge. Riyadh has so far been spared of the spate of attacks that had rocked other Gulf cities, including Dubai in the United Arab Emirates and Manama, the capital of Bahrain. Iran has fired hundreds of missiles and drones at these Gulf states in retaliation after the barrage of American and Israeli strikes over the past 3 days. The majority of Iranian attacks were intercepted, according to governments in the Gulf countries. But from Bahrain to Oman to Saudi Arabia and the Emirates, all Gulf countries which are under an American security umbrella have been hit hard. At least 4 people were killed and more than 100 others injured in these attacks across the UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain and Oman. While the casualty count may not be much, the safe haven image of these countries has been completely blown to smithereens. Iran has launched at least 300 missiles and 800 drones across the Persian Gulf, which is home to several American military bases. The United States Central Command, or CENTCOM, said that Iran had attacked more than a dozen locations in the region, including civilian centers like airports, hotels, and residential areas. Part of the aim of Iran was to draw in America's Gulf Arab allies into a wider regional conflict. Tehran is also hoping that these countries will put pressure on Trump to scale down this war quickly.
That is what they were trying to do, is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear ambition.
Early on Tuesday, the United Arab Emirates and their Ministry of Defense put out on social media that the Emirates' air defenses were dealing with a barrage of ballistic missiles coming in from Iran. Similarly, the Defense Ministry in Bahrain too said its air defense systems had successfully destroyed and downed about 70 missiles and more than 75 drones from Iran since this conflict began. But the Emirates in particular had started to resume flights on a limited basis. More than 1,000 flights had been cancelled in Dubai alone over the last 3 days. But Iranian leaders remain defiant. The country's top security official, Ali Larijani, denied reports that Iran's new leaders were seeking to negotiate with America. He chastised Donald Trump for delusional fantasies and for plunging the Middle East into chaos. Iran, he said, is ready for a long war. America, on the other hand, has put a 4-week deadline. That's President Trump's words. A senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps official also warned that not a single drop of oil would pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which is a passageway for about 1/5 of the world's oil supply. An advisor to the Revolutionary Guards commander said on Iranian state TV that Iran would set on fire any ship that's trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Traffic has already slowed down to a trickle. The Revolutionary Guards have been warning ships away from the straits over the last few days, but Iran had not directly attacked any of these tankers. More than half a dozen ships were already set on fire. This war is far from getting over anytime soon. Iran will have to be given an off-ramp quickly, or America will also have to find a pliable successor to the Supreme Leader Khamenei. Either option is not going to be easy to execute. So the big question is, how will this war in the Gulf end? It's no longer just America and Israel on the one side and Iran on the other. The entire Middle East, America's Gulf Arab allies from Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Oman have all been dragged into this wider regional conflict. How may this possibly move towards some kind of cessation or culmination? I'm now joined by a very special guest. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is a leading economist with the Columbia University. Thank you very much, Professor, for speaking with us. First of all, what is your assessment of what has happened over these last 3 days? This joint American-Israeli airstrikes on Iran, the taking out of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. What do you make of what's happened over these last 3 days?
This is a reckless, illegal, and very dangerous action. This is a blatant violation of the UN Charter, and it is leading to regional war, obviously. It has to stop. The way for this fighting to end is for the United States and Israel to leave, because they started this. This is why it happened. There was no motivation for it other than basically the hegemonic aspirations of Israel to control the Middle East and the United States to control the world. And other than that, there was no imminent threat. There was no reason for this. Killing the religious leader as well as the head of state of Iran was a poisonous action. The U.S. and Israel made a terrible mistake, and they have to stop the fighting.
President Trump's motivations, I'll get to Israel in 1 second, but President Trump's motivations in this war was to eliminate Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. He's done that. He's achieved that already within the first 24 hours of this war. Why is he still continuing this war then?
How can a president of the United States have as a goal the murder of the head of state of another country? It's barbaric. If that's his goal, it's barbaric, it's illegal, it's vulgar, it's dangerous. Having said that, the United States should stop any further attacks and just leave.
Do you believe that Trump really cares about regime change? I mean, look at what he did in Venezuela. There was no regime change. He replaced one man with a woman. He can do the same thing in Iran.
He can't do anything other than commit murder or kidnap presidents, so everything is delusional. You are correct, though. He can just go home, which he should do. Leave the rest of us in peace. This is a move completely against the interests of the United States of America and against the opinion of the American people, who are 3-1, that is 75% to 25% against this action.
So why do you think he's continuing it, particularly for a president who came to office saying he's not going to, launch these endless wars in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world? His MAGA base doesn't approve of it. Why is he still stuck in this?
I think that there are two reasons. One, the U.S. deep state, which is led by the CIA, has global hegemonic aspirations. Those continue. And the CIA is the main driver of American foreign policy, not the President of the United States. The second reason is Israel. Israel is tightly connected with the CIA through Mossad. This is a long-standing plan. Netanyahu said yesterday this is the culmination of his 40 years dream. This isn't something that just came up last week because negotiations bogged down. This is something that Israel has been calling for decades. Israel has a very unusual stranglehold on the United States, including the CIA, which is in very close partnership with Mossad. So this is a deep state operation. It is also a part of a broader U.S.-Israeli hegemonic approach. It's not disconnected from what happened in Venezuela, because that's also part of the idea. The U.S. wants to control the Americas. It wants to control the Middle East. It wants to have the lever over oil. It wants to tell India whether to get oil or not to get oil, and at what price to get oil, and at what price not to get oil, and whether to trade with Russia. Now it wants to say whether to trade with Iran, who's going to get control. So this is a matter of control. It's absolutely reckless and completely in violation of every international standard.
The Prime Minister of India was there in Israel 2 days before Israel and America launched this operation against Iran, and many are saying that that's not a coincidence. What do you make of that?
I hope it is a coincidence. This action by Israel is a criminal action, in my view, and a very dangerous one. And I hope that India, as president of the BRICS this year, upholds the UN Charter. The United States and Israel have blatantly, vulgarly, and dangerously threatened the UN Charter with this action. The UN Charter, Article 2, Paragraph 4, says that no nation may threaten the use of force or use force against another sovereign state. That's straightforward. So this is absolutely a vulgar and dangerous violation. And Netanyahu explained it, as I said, clearly. He's been dreaming of this for decades. I've been making that very point for years and years and years. And then Netanyahu came out and confirmed it. This is his lifelong ambition, to bring the United States into a civilizational war with Iran. How reckless is that?
Iran has responded by targeting some of these Gulf Arab allies of the United States, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait. Why do you think they're doing that, and how may the U.S. choose to now respond to this?
Well, they're not targeting those countries. They're targeting the U.S. military bases in those countries. This is a difference. These countries and many others are essentially occupied by the United States. When you have a U.S. military base, you're occupied by the United States. You lose your freedom. You lose your maneuver. You have the CIA hosted in your own country. You're always looking over your own shoulder. What Iran is doing is attacking a network of U.S. military bases along the Persian Gulf.
America was the main security guarantor for all of these countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, Qatar. That security guarantee seems a bit weak now, given what's happened in the last few days.
I often quote a famous adage of Henry Kissinger, who said that to be an enemy of the United States is dangerous, but to be a friend is fatal. Countries that rely on the U.S. security guarantee go under, usually by the United States itself, which turns on you. But to be a friend of the United States is absolutely to put yourself in peril. Look at Ukraine. The United States said, "We have your back. You will join NATO." And Ukraine is being destroyed because a regime came to power that said, "We'll go with the U.S. rather than neutrality." And the consequences are devastating. For these Gulf states, it's a big mistake that they think that their security comes from the United States. Their insecurity comes from the United States.
So, finally, Professor Sachs, how do you see this war ending? How do you see this war ending, and by when do you see this war ending?
I know how it can end, which is that the United States and Israel should go back to their own homes and stop bothering other people, and the war would end. Iran would stop fighting and the war would end. That's how it should end. How it will end, I cannot say, obviously, because we're led by irrational and dangerous people in the United States and Israel. So they have lusted for this war against their own publics, against all logic, against all strategic considerations, and these are very dangerous people. And in the United States, we do not have a constitutional order. We do not have Congress that plays a role. This is basically an executive branch decision-making by the CIA and by the White House. So it's very dangerous and very unpredictable. This makes no sense, this war. It's dangerous for everybody. It's dangerous for India. It's dangerous for China. It's dangerous for the BRICS. It's dangerous for Europe. It's dangerous for the Middle East. It's dangerous for the United States. It was a war of choice that never should have happened.
All right, Professor Jeffrey Sachs from the Columbia University, thank you very much for joining us here on CNN
Good
News.
to be with you.
Thank you.
Complete devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Hello and welcome, viewers. Let's begin with the headlines tonight. Let's put this entire day 4 into perspective for you. Lots been happening on the ground. Donald Trump says it is too late for Iran to negotiate, says the United States has unlimited mid to upper tier weaponry to punish Iran. That's the big headline at the top of the hour. Iran moves to escalate the cost of the conflict, targets oil production sites. In Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE and Qatar, global oil prices shoot up by 8%. 8%, viewers. Iran issues a dire warning to the United States, and Israel says that the process that has begun will soon engulf all of Europe. This is going to be spreading, say the Iranians. And as Iran launches missile strikes across the Arab world, Israel blasts mobile missile launchers into Iran to cripple drone swarm strikes. It's all happening, viewers, on day 4, and it's getting more intense, and it is definitely, viewers, spreading. Israeli strikes hit the assembly of experts in Qom in Iran, the body that chooses the supreme leader of the country. So here is an attempt by Israel and the United States to double the decapitation toll. And NATO chief Mark Rutte says there is broad backing among European allies for President Donald Trump's military campaign against Iran. That axis is going to stay together. And viewers, last but not least, India expresses grave concerns over the West Asia war. Says 1 crore Indians work in the Gulf, and security and stability of the region impacts the Indian economy. Oil Ministry says it will source petroleum products through non-Strait of Hormuz routes, as the Prime Minister calls 8 world leaders in the last 48 hours, and they're all in the Gulf. Viewers, where is the war in the Gulf heading? That's the single most important question. The swift resolution that Trump hoped for appears unlikely, not because the Iranians are not on the ropes, but because Trump's objectives appear unattainable to a large number of people. Trump has said that the US with Israel will weaken the regime in Tehran to the point that it will not, or it will melt away. And if it does not, it will be so smashed, so degraded, that the Iranian people will take to the streets to overthrow it. In other words, regime change is the logical endpoint. Of course, Trump and his fellow cabinet ministers have been flipping and flopping. Are we with regime change? Are we not? But finally he says he wants to go the whole way. Why drag the entire Gulf into a war only to leave the mullahs in power? Let them continue, even if they are on their lease, doesn't obviate the original problem. In time, they will regroup and attempt to clandestinely build Iran's nuclear weapons program back up to where it is today. So regime change is the only desirable option as far as the US and Israel are concerned. But are Israel and US anywhere near affecting a regime change in Iran? Not by a long stretch, with Trump ruling out putting boots on the ground and instead opting for long-range precision missile strikes. But nowhere in the world has a purely aerial operation ousted authoritarians. Knowing that they can't be yanked out of office, the mullahs have hunkered down. Their best bet is to wait it out and move away from direct confrontation. Tehran is framing the conflict as a war of endurance, not immediate victory. Figures such as Ali Larijani have cast it as a test of staying power, betting that Iran can sustain between 60 to 90 days of high-intensity confrontation and gradually shift Washington's cost-benefit calculus. Tactically, not unlike Ukraine, that was also fighting a Goliath in the shape of Russia, Iran too appears to be taking an asymmetrical, layered approach, targeting enemy radar first, exhausting their air defenses with drones and low-cost missiles. This tactic allows the Iranians to preserve advanced systems for later phases. Iran is activating proxy partners gradually, pressuring energy infrastructure and maritime routes to stretch enemy defenses. The tactic is creating chaos. The Strait of Hormuz is shut. Energy supplies are disrupted. Countries are sweating money, cash. Investors are fidgety. Expats, the backbone of the US states, are wanting to go home. It has turned into a war of attrition. Does another potential war without end loom? Fundamental question, is Iran Trump's Ukraine, viewers? It's a question that I'm going to pose tonight to all our guests. Tom Cooper, the world's #1 military analyst, is with me on the table, and he's been here with us gaming this entire war from day one. Major General G.D. Bakshi, defense expert, is here with us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, author. Mehek Cook, Republican strategist, also here with us. And Tatiana Kukareva, Russian journalist, who we have had on the show many a times, is here with us. So I want to first bring in the two military experts, and I want to first begin with General Bakshi. General Bakshi, we salute you. You've always been at the forefront of expressing the sharpest opinion in this country. So I'm going to ask you a very straightforward question tonight. As a man who has been in combat, taken a bullet for the country, I want to ask you, from your experience, looking at this war very closely, is Ukraine trap emerging for Trump? Is Iran going to become Trump's Ukraine? Could that be a possibility?
It could be, it is already actualizing. Look, there has been overreach on the part of the United States, Israel. They thought that a very effective first strike on 28 February that decapacitated 48 top leaders of Iran would bring Iran to its knees, and they could do a Venezuela redux.
Wow.
Nothing of that sort has happened, because before the Americans struck, the Iranians had already worked out their counter strategy, which was to decentralize their command and control, to delegate to the 31 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps districts. Don't forget, the Iranian missiles are all over the country. They are not focused in any one particular area. They are deep underground. Their whole cities underground with multiple exit tunnels from which the launchers can go out, fire and come back. They could sustain this from their mountain hideouts for months. And therefore it was no surprise. Within 1 hour of this so-called decapacitating strike, the Iranian had started hitting back. 70 missiles on the first day on American targets, on Israeli targets. Primarily they were hitting the radars. They were trying to blind them, right? Then very night they fired about 200 plus missiles again. They had started initially with 6 Gulf countries where there were American bases. They have widened it to 9. They have launched 2 attacks on the Abraham Lincoln. Don't forget, the Abraham Lincoln was first within the Hormuz, Gulf of Hormuz. When the Americans got very worried about this being sunk, they took it out of the Gulf of Hormuz and into the Gulf of Oman. And yesterday when it was hit by 4 ballistic missiles, they say that they were able to shoot them all down. To my mind, the Iranians were now just zeroing in. They were just zeroing in. They were trying to gauge reaction, record all that telemetry so that they could perfect the strike. Look, Rahul, one proper full-scale hit on an American aircraft carrier, that means 5,000 sailors down, right? Even if they don't get an aircraft carrier, there are 3 destroyers, Aegis class, Arleigh Burke class, in the Gulf of Hormuz. One goes down, 250 to 300 American sailors down. This is a midterm election years. Body bags in this year can cost Donald Trump very dear.
Okay.
Very extremely costly it would be.
There are various...
The Gulf of Hormuz is already blocked. Already blocked. The price of oil is going to hit $100 a barrel. It is going to hit the economies of Europe, of America itself, of India, Japan, China, South Korea. We all have a stake that this nonsense stops at the earliest.
Yeah.
We must focus on our national interest. We are not the fan club of Donald Trump.
Yes.
Right? And even though we are very friendly with Israel, there is a state at which we have to count the costs to our national security.
I think you put it so wonderfully.
We have friendly ties with both.
We cannot
afford... We have
afford...
friendly ties with both.
Yes.
India should take the lead in getting
take
this to stop.
We have to, because we can't afford a long protracted fight, just as the US and Israel can't. Let's be very honest, viewers. And I want to turn to this camera and I want to take my friend here, Tom Cooper, to that big wall, because what we're going to show you, viewers, is something that you haven't seen till now. And I'm going to show you a map that's going to tell you what really is happening. Tom, what are we seeing? These big red dots, how are they, what are they, how have they been captured, what do they tell us?
This is a map that was eventually published by Israeli think tank ENSS, based on, between others, satellite photographs of areas where there were, in the last 4 days, there were bigger fires registered.
So you're saying that these are special satellites that capture areas where there are big fires?
Yeah, for example,
this is Israel,
bush fires. This is Israel, yes.
I mean, this looks as if it's completely burning.
And Israel and southern Lebanon.
So Israel and southern Lebanon,
Beirut,
viewers,
for example, is up here.
These are the boundaries of Israel.
No, of Lebanon.
Of
here,
Lebanon.
Right,
and that's Israel.
That's Israel, yes.
And so you have a situation where there are some big fires in both areas.
Yes. Up here and
in
then
both
in central,
areas.
this is Tel Aviv.
This is Tel Aviv. This looks as if it's not a one-way street. This is a fight that is also being fought in Israel itself.
Yep.
And now you look at Iran, and you look at Kuwait, and you look at Riyadh. These are lesser intensity fires. The red ones are really big, that have raged for 24 hours, or maybe even longer, right?
I'm not sure how long, but it's interesting to see. We have Bahrain here, Qatar, we have United Arab Emirates and the tip of Oman up here, also heavily hit.
And this red area?
Yeah.
This is
Dubai. This is Dubai. This is Abu Dhabi, and this is the Hormuz Strait.
The Hormuz Strait.
And then along the coast, several objects have been hit obviously.
And this is of course Iran. We expect to see heavy fires in Iran because of the bombardment. But what we didn't expect was this picture, and we didn't expect this whole picture, because this tells us this whole picture. This tells us that there has been a fair amount of Iranian strike back.
Yes, for example, indeed, we can follow Bushehr. This is one of the biggest ports in northern Persian Gulf. We can follow, for example, Bandar Abbas in this area, and obviously the Americans striking Iranian missile sites around the coast, which are firing at Bahrain and Qatar. Plus here Chabahar,
yes. So all of this, viewers, is a theater, and this is all being captured now by these satellites. Let's go back there and let's talk a little bit about. So, Tom, are we to suggest, and are you telling me that perhaps at the end of the day, this is not the easy in and out war that we were thinking it was going to be?
This is obvious from the start. The Iranians are firing many more missiles than they used to fire, for example, in June last year. In June last year, maximum was something like 50 a day at Israel. In this case, they are firing so many that Israel is not even reporting exactly how many missiles are fired at Israel and striking Israel.
But how many missiles does Iran have? We believe they have a limited stockpile. So can they just carry on? And what happens when they run out of missiles? That's the end of them, isn't it?
Last year, they didn't run out of ballistic missiles that could hit or that could reach Israel even after 12 days of war. But the Israelis were out of anti-ballistic missiles, not only the Israelis, the Americans were out of anti-ballistic missiles after 7 or 8 days of war. And the Americans have spent a quarter of their stocks of anti-ballistic missiles just to defend Israel last year in June. Therefore, things are not looking good for a specific side in this case.
Well, we'll get into whether regime change is possible just with aerial strikes a little later with Tom and another top military expert. We're going to bring that conversation onto the table in about 10 to 12 minutes. But I want to go across to Mehek Cook, who joins me from America. We also have Tatiana Kukureva and Dr. Ranganathan, who are yet to speak. So, Ms. Cook, let me bring you into the conversation and ask you simply this. Are the Americans a little lost?
The direct answer is no. I mean, we have been very clear. For 5 decades, we have watched Iran wage a terror war, not only against their allies in the Gulf that are no longer allies today, against every single country, including the United States of America. We have lost thousands of American citizen lives, troops, and then there was an assassination attempt on President Trump. Let's not forget that. So as we look at this, we have been very clear. This is not about a regime change. Look at the way we targeted attacks.
Hello.
We took out the supreme leader. We took out over 49 top military officials. And then on top of that, we have been targeted in not only the airways, but in U.S., in some of the port areas as well. The Strait of Hormuz is extremely important for us to protect. And when you talk about oil prices today, this is how India can protect itself. If we actually have a strategic alliance and peace, then we won't see the fluctuations of oil prices that, by the way, have been occurring since 1979. It has been consistent. And the only way to achieve peace, not only for the United States, but for the geopolitical sphere that we're talking about today, is to make sure that we don't have nuclear weapons in Iran. They have been stockpiling nuclear weapons. They did not come to Geneva in good faith. They refused to work with the United States, and we have to draw a very clear line in the sand. And for anybody who thinks that we're not actually succeeding, I mean, this is day 4. Look at what we accomplished in 24 hours. I think every ally, including India, should be on board and supporting us so we can actually achieve peace in the Middle East and economic prosperity for all of us.
Well, let me tell you that the Indian government is supporting Israel and the United States in this endeavor. That has pretty much been made clear, because we haven't come out and condemned, like some other countries have, the killing of Khamenei. So, and there's a lot of pressure on the Indian Prime Minister to do that. So the Indian Prime Minister is not doing that. which should be.
And nor should he.
I mean, that's
up
up to us to decide. Thank you very much. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but that's up to us for us to decide. But I just want to ask you this. If it's not going to be regime change, then these mullahs are not going anywhere. They'll regroup, they'll be back. They might, for the sake of it, for optics, sit across the table, have a perfunctory conversation with you, but they'll be back to doing what they do best, which is terrorizing their public, jailing their women and young youth activists, killing Kurds, and sponsoring terror, and also developing a nuclear weapon. Let me tell you that, because they are driven by something greater than just the need for power. This is an ideological fight against the West, and they've said it in as many ways and as many words. So I want to ask you, why are you going to give them this opportunity to regroup? Put troops on the ground. Take them out, like you did in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, we don't need to put troops on the ground today. I mean, the fact is that we have our capabilities between Israel, ballistic missiles, and all of our defense.
No, is the United States scared?
American troops
is the
on the
US
ground
scared
today.
of putting troops on the ground? I'll tell you why. Because about 5 or 6 months ago, you waged a 12-day war against Iran. And these mullahs were back, to the point where you've had to return with a whole bunch of new weapons, with the largest deployment in decades, to take them out.
Well,
and
that's
they'll
not
be back
accurate.
again.
We actually took out their nuclear facility during that 12 days. So we have continued to ramp up efforts to actually destabilize their regime. And when you talk about the fact that these individuals are extremely motivated, you're basically saying, sit back and do nothing. Wait for Trump's 4 years and then the next president to come in, and for us to go back and forth for another 50 years where we're all held hostage. And that's unacceptable. There are ways for us not to put troops on the ground and to still wage war, to work with our allies. And by the way, the Gulf states have all been attacked by Iran, so they're getting involved. The Saudis have come out strongly and said that they're actually going to be pushing back and they're going to be defending the region.
Wow. So viewers, this entire area that prided itself in being relatively stable now is plunged in chaos. Oil prices are shooting through the roof. Oil prices are shooting through the roof. City-states like Kuwait and Abu Dhabi that promised that there would be an oasis of tranquility and peace and built their new economies by attracting capital and moving away from fossil fuels to the tune of about 70% of their GDP, are today very worried because the moment a drone passes by, everyone freezes and work stops. Viewers, their economies splutter to a halt and investors look for the exit door. That's what's going to happen, viewers. All these Gulf nations with their towering, shimmering, glitzy skyscrapers are going to find that those office spaces will be wide open. There'll be nobody working there. And that miracle will collapse, and it will collapse, viewers, into abjectness and instability. So we'll create another problem. That's what many people think. It's not my opinion. This is what many people think. And I'm just going to bring in Tatiana Kukureva. Tatiana Kukureva, Ms. Kuk says, look, we're doing what the world wants us to do. We're doing the best by the people of Iran. We're taking out this horrible regime, which it is. It's a horrible regime. And one is glad that it's happening. But was this operation not thought through? And why isn't Russia helping the West in also sorting this out?
Well, first of all, Rahul, I love that you brought up Afghanistan. And this is a perfect example, really, of America putting boots on the ground in an effort to try and take out a fundamentalist hardline regime. Those 20 years and thousands of American troops lost in that battle, reversed in 1 year. Might I remind you who's in power in Afghanistan right now? is the same Taliban that the US spent 20 years on trying to combat. And this is the reality right here, right now. We can talk the big talk about trying to topple a fundamentalist government. But the fact of the matter is, when you take out the head of a state in a targeted killing, you don't topple a regime. You kill a person. You give the nation, you give every single supporter of that regime an enemy, two enemies in fact. You completely confirm the philosophy behind it. And I said it a couple of days ago to an Israeli speaker, and I will say it again. The fact that the Iranian regime was saying, look, we need to eliminate Israel because it is a threat to Iran, well, now you have actual proof that Israel, along with the US, can come in and kill the leader of a state. This is not about the fact that, whether Khamenei was good or bad. This is, again, as you said, rightfully so, this is not our place to decide. It is for Iranians to decide whether he's good or bad. He is the supreme leader of a country. The fact is that there is already a replacement. There will be a permanent replacement. You do not achieve a regime change, and this is spectacular hypocrisy, astonishing when we talk about an actual regime change.
Well, I mean, look, it's not as if the Russians have held back when it has come to trying to destabilize another country. You've done it with Ukraine. So I like the way that everyone's sort of preaching here without practicing.
Rahul,
That apart.
No, come on.
Okay,
This is a different story, though. Look, we did not fly in, airlift. Vladimir Zelensky is alive and well, first and foremost. It's been 4 years, he's alive and well.
Yeah, after 5 assassination
that
attempts.
is a very different scenario.
Look, I mean, that's because you guys messed up in the first 48 hours of the war. You could have got Zelensky in a body bag.
No, we just don't do things in an American way.
Okay.
There's not one way to do things. This is exactly the problem.
Look, we've been down that Cold War chute earlier. So look, hang on. No, okay, look. I mean, we're talking about this particular instance right now, and I want to bring Ms. Cook back for a quick response. Meg Cook, you want to respond to Tatiana Kukureva, and then I want to bring in the doctor. Yeah, the good doctor, I might add. Yes.
Well, I think there's a lot of comparisons between what's happened in Afghanistan and even Ukraine and Russia. We're looking at a completely different region when we talk about the Middle East, and we have to be cognizant of that. We have a different president. We have somebody who has a backbone and leadership capabilities, and he's been very clear here. So these long drawn out wars is not something President Trump is going to do. He's been very clear to try and do this within 4 to 5 weeks, but he has a clear military objective. He wants to ensure Iran does not have nuclear weapons, not for his term, for generations to come. And it's up to the Iranian people who they decide to elect as their next leader.
Okay, so Dr. Ranganathan, this is about his legacy. This is about Trump being benevolent to the world and ensuring that we don't have horrible, and sorry to say, don't like to use adjectives, but perverse leadership imprisoning their own people and exporting terror.
Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to my fellow panelists. I could listen to this conversation for hours because I speak as a layman and there are experts out here. But there is a reason why I remain a layman because, pardon me, I disagree with 3 of the views put forward by the experts. Let me come one by one. As far as, Mehekji, who's a Republican analyst, says, well, yes, India should not condole or express condolences at the death. Yes, she's right. I agree with her. But then America should be the last person telling us what to do, what not to do. Just barely a month after Pakistan perpetrated a dastardly terror attack on us and we retaliated in Operation Sindoor that America did not support openly, you had President Trump welcoming the 2 perpetrators, barbarians of Pakistan onto the White House. This is how much they respect India's identity and independence as far as it comes to combating terror. So let's not take lessons from America. Number two, as far as my good friend Tatiana ji is concerned, I'm coming one by one, so please pardon my ignorance out there. When she says it is up to the Iranians to decide who their leader should be, may I humbly disagree, because here was a supreme leader who was a commander of the Iranian armed forces that were directly or indirectly at war with Israel. He was a leader who was clandestinely enriching uranium, existential threat to Israel, who publicly said in 25 years, I want to wipe Israel off the map, who was supporting terror organizations that were perpetrating terror around the world, including Hezbollah and Hamas, who killed and maimed thousands of Israelis. Would he not be a legitimate target? I mean, replace Iran with Pakistan and Israel with India, and 100 out of 100 Indians would say if any Pakistani were to do exactly the same things, India has a legitimate right to go after him.
Yeah.
So that's point number two. Point number three is, let me come very to two things that are arguments in favor of Israel and America and two against. In favor, they have awesome intelligence on the ground. We saw on day one, they eliminated 50 of the top Iranians. That speaks a lot about the intelligence that the Israelis and the Americans have. Number two, awesome firepower. There is no doubting that. Number three, majority of the Iranians are or were against this despotic regime. This is not to say this was the only despotic regime that has nuclear arsenal. Okay. There is hypocrisy there. I agree with Tatiana. But the fact is, I think Israelis and Americans are banking on from the ground up. The rebellion starts to topple the existing regime. The things that are against Israel and America is very simple. America, this war is not the same as Putin's war in Ukraine. In the last 3 years, conservative estimate says that 320,000 Russian soldiers, just the soldiers, not civilians, have been killed. Putin is prepared for a long, drawn-out war.
Okay.
I mean, which other country would accept 320,000 soldiers killed? Here, you have 10 body bags coming in, and Trump is going to have jitters. So
Okay.
that is one thing that is profoundly against. Please remember, America has never won a long drawn-out war. Vietnam, it lost 47,000
Sure.
US soldiers. We know how it ended.
Sure.
Afghanistan, we know how it ended.
Sure.
So unless this was going to be a quick war,
Okay.
it is going to be a disastrous war for America.
I just want to go straight across to John Spencer, U.S. military expert. Tom Cooper is also here with us. Thank you, John Spencer, for taking out the time and being a little more patient than we would expected you to be, because it is about 6 minutes into your time. So I'm just going to ask you fundamentally this. The U.S. the U.S. government has decided, and of course the Israelis have decided, that they're going to use the aerial route to soften up the Iranian regime. Will this be enough? Will this be enough to affect regime change and attain the goals that Trump has now defined? Or do you need boots on the ground or some other sort of intervention?
I would say, of course, predictions are really hard, but it is very unlikely that air power alone in this context would achieve that. And that's why a lot of the strategy has been to talk to the Iranian people and for this popular uprising as a byproduct, because there are very few historical cases of air power alone causing a regime change, whether it's Serbia, Milosevic, or Libya. Different contexts as whole, although this morning there is a very credible report that Israel struck the Supreme Council that was trying to elect a new Ayatollah. That will have a considerable impact, but I think the intent here is to paralyze the regime. War is a act of force to compel your enemy to do your will. That's what I think we're seeing here, not a direct strategy to cause a regime change, and I think the president has said this, as well as Secretary of Defense, set the conditions for a regime change. And just about your video, I've seen multiple reports from those in Tel Aviv that say that's an AI-generated fake video.
Yeah, it could be, because it just does look very, very fake. I've not heard. Yes, just too much. It looks fake to me. And it just doesn't add up, because by now, we would have had statements from Netanyahu. You would have had a fair bit of reaction coming out of Israel. That did look catastrophic, to be honest, Tom. But do you agree roughly with what John is saying?
Essentially, yes. I would just add that as to me, it's obvious that Trump has miscalculated, and his 3-day special military operation has ended exactly like the one by Putin in Ukraine. That's all I can add in this regard.
That's the question that we were debating, John Spencer, before we came out to you. That is this going to be one of those pointless exercises where we are going to get embroiled in a war that's really not going anywhere spectacular, a war without end, without really a closing story?
I don't think so. I do a lot of comparative analysis as well, and I wrote the case on the Battle of Kyiv when Putin took his shot. Had Putin had the capability to eliminate Zelensky, all the senior military figures or any personality in the push of a button, Putin didn't have that capability. While he tried this almost the attack of Baghdad type of approach on Kyiv to do a psychological impact. That's the context. A little different if you look at Iran, even if what was happening in January with the conditions of the internal stability, right? The internal stability of the population, the economic situation, the water situation, all of those variables. Now, whether, again, I don't think it'll be a forever war. I think this is actually trying to end a forever war and change the behavior of the Islamic regime. Of course, take away capabilities of the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, of the Navy's threat to the Straits of Hormuz. Every war has to look at its context. Whether this is a futile effort, I don't think so. Even if it's, if anything, you have set the conditions for a different paradigm to be in place, one that Israel and the United States will strike any threat coming from the regime going forward. I think that's a decades-long paradigm that is being broken, and it's always a pursuit of political goal. All wars pursues a political goal. What's the goal, which is everybody keeps asking, whether that goal of regime change is the intent of the operation. And if you look at even Putin's special military operation, his intent was to instill a more Russian-friendly government. He failed to do that. And now, of course, goals can change, and that's happened. I think for this operation, the goals have been pretty clear. We're all questioning whether that ultimate goal of regime change can happen with the current ends, ways, and means kind of that's being given. I think we're in a wait and see. I mean, we're only 4 days, a few days into the operation, and to have 50 plus of all of the old way of thinking happening in Iran, not just the Ayatollah, but 40 senior commanders of that hardliners. I don't think anybody can tell you, like, how's this going to go, given the variety of context that is Iran, basically.
Okay, so how are you assessing the timelines here? Because we're seeing evidence of a large number of strikes on Iran. We've had one on the spiritual headquarters in Qom. And we're not seeing the Iranian regime throw in the towel. What does that tell you?
Again, it's with the amount of information, despite all of our open source intelligence, it's hard to know. Of course, we know from the Iranian constitution that meeting that was being held was to elect a new Ayatollah. The fact that all of the generals were taken out, of course, we believe there were plans put in place for such a scenario, and that's why you have possibly this, what I would say is just irrational behavior of attacking all of the Gulf states and basically these 14 different states and basically isolating yourself. We don't really know who's in charge, who's making the decisions, so it's hard to say whether the current kind of decapitation campaign, the paralysis of this operation, which is historic. And you look back at even American operations in the past, the invasion of Afghanistan, the invasion of Iraq, any of them, we've just never had this deep intelligence infiltration, precision ability no military has. This is really historic. So the outcomes of predicting of it, there is no comparative case to say, well, this will likely lead to this. I think we're still in a wait and see who's in charge, what happens next. I don't think the airstrikes will taper off. The United States president said that you haven't even seen the biggest day or the biggest basically airstrikes. Even if you look back to the Persian Gulf 42-day war, the United States did 160,000 sorties, 250,000 bombs and missiles over 43 days to change the behavior of then Saddam Hussein in invasion of Kuwait. And it led to a positive outcome, which is, again, why we have to debate the goals.
Well, that's debatable. I mean, Saddam went, yes, you captured him, you hung him, but we saw what Iraq turned into. So if you want it to be a less radicalized state, then perhaps something more needs to be done than just sort of cutting the head of the snake, because this is a hydra we're talking about, not really a snake. So you cut off one head and 10 more appear. So anyhow, look, I mean,
that's not what I was talking about, right? I'm not talking about the 2003. I'm talking about changing the behavior, right? This is why you have to look at what the goals of the war are, stated by those participants, belligerents of it. We don't have a voice right now.
So you believe that this action will be enough to deter the Iranians from ever contemplating making a nuclear weapon again, or even exporting terror as they have done?
I can't make that decision. According to even the last of the negotiator Witkoff, that the old people were not willing to negotiate that, and that's why, again, if you want that level of a goal, a behavior change, this is the ideal that you have one voice in Iran and the possibilities, right? It's hard for, even if it's 90% of the population, to rise up if they don't have arms, right? Even if you go back to the 79 revolution, the Air Force joined the revolution. So that is a complication. No, I don't think we're at the point right now where we believe this would change the behavior. And that's why you keep eliminating the leadership and the hardliners, to where is this going to create the byproduct of regime change to really get them to changing that behavior, or would they come to the negotiation table, which the president said, I'm willing to negotiate again, but it's going back to kind of like the Ukraine-Russia. What is negotiation? You can't negotiate away survival, sovereignty. This is very specific to the goal, just like Kuwait was. Stop invading other countries. In this case would be to give up that nuclear program. I would not say we're there yet. No.
Well, don't forget, viewers, that the Iranians, by some accounts, offered, in fact, to give up their program. And they said that we accept all sorts of inspections. So, look, I mean, all of this now doesn't really matter. What matters is, where are we going to go with this war? What is the end point? And I think we're getting some views on that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I just want to move on to the politics, because here in India, viewers, as you know, and let's move on to that story, the Congress party has been slamming India's silence, diplomatic silence, on what? On the killing of Khamenei. And Sonia Gandhi has written an article today that has appeared in some newspapers accusing the Prime Minister of abdication. She has come out and said government silence over Khamenei is not equal to neutrality. Silence is an abdication of principles, in a sense of morality. India cannot remain a mute spectator. Traditional foreign policy values have been ignored. Now, viewers, the BJP has come out, and let's put out that graphic also for you to see. The BJP has come out and said that the Congress was silent, for example, when Gaddafi was killed in 2011. So why are they lecturing us? They also put the national interest first. They took a calculated decision not to sit there and condemn the West or the others who decided to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi. They didn't control or condemn Gaddafi's hanging. UPA was mum on Saddam Hussein's hanging also. Selective memory and selective outrage are not entirely strong and sustainable arguments. So this is what has been said. So let's open this up, because we have with us Sanjay Jha, and I want to bring him into this conversation. Sanjay Jha, it's a bit rich for the Congress party to be sitting here and lecturing Prime Minister Modi on morality and pointing out that he has acted against principles when, for example, The Congress Party, if you even go back into the past and you look at its own stand against China, when China was out expanding its sphere of influence, grabbing other countries, taking over territories, back in the day, they didn't say much. They didn't say anything when you had a situation where Gaddafi was toppled or where Saddam Hussein was toppled. And there are several other examples of the Iranians not being real friends of India either. In fact, you even took positions against the Iranians in the United Nations. So, what are we talking about here?
Rahul, good evening to you and to Anand as well. Let's try and have a serious debate, hopefully no interruptions. I want to make a couple of points very succinctly because I'm assuming the viewers will have known by now what is really going on. Point number one, Narendra Modi, and I say so with full responsibility as the Prime Minister of this country, has abdicated strategic autonomy and has actually become part of the US-Israel axis. India is playing footsie with two powers, one run by a sexual predator, the other by a man accused of genocide, and we are playing footsie. He was there in Tel Aviv, in Parliament, and the silence of Narendra Modi's government on the assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei is basically a statement being made by India that we will not issue a press release of even condolence, forget condemnation, unless we get approval from Tel Aviv or Washington. And are we approving a political assassination of a head of state? Is that how low India has become in terms of its global stature, that we are kosher? We are not going to say a word on the assassination of a head of state in Iran? Are we serious here? Point number two, and this cannot be ignored, that end of day, everybody knows that Iran attack by the Americans and by the Israelis happened when the negotiations were on. So this is obviously nothing to do with the regime change. And by the way, who is America to do regime change? Can they just do a Venezuela whenever they want? Trump is threatening Greenland. I mean, he's threatening Canada. I mean, he can't run his own country today, and he's talking of regime change. Okay. And you have Israel, which basically doesn't even believe in the two-state solution, wanting regime change. Basically, this is nothing but an attempt on Epstein file. This is an Epstein file story.
Okay, well, one second. You know, Sanjay Jha, perfectly okay. I mean, look, you're entitled to your views. But let me also tell you that on the other side was Hamas that actually didn't believe in a two-state solution. Hamas' first resolution, if you read their manifesto, their first one said that we want to cleanse the land from the sea to the river. And then they made a modification to that initial resolution because the United Nations latched onto it. But they continued, viewers, to carry out terror attacks. Now, I'm not getting into the specifics there because that doesn't involve us. My point is, and I want to bring in Dr. Anand Ranganathan to respond. Sanjay Jha says, and there is truth to what is being said here to some extent, that we cannot allow America or anyone to carry out regime change operations whenever they think it is okay for them to do so. So there is that point. At what point does India say, hang on, Trump, you can't be doing this? Or should we be saying it at all?
Rahul, when has India not or stepped in to not allow America orchestrate a regime change in the last 80 years? Give me one instance. America has orchestrated perhaps 17 or 18 regime changes. Has India stepped in and said, we are not going to allow you to do that? So that's point number one. Point number two, Sanjay did not answer your blunt questions. That is, if BJP has not expressed condolences at the passing away of a dictator, the Congress also expressed condolences at the passing away of Gaddafi and Saddam. In fact, I supported Congress, and I support Congress for not expressing condolences at the killing of dictators, even though those two dictators were quite friendly with India, even though this one, Khamenei, was, calling India an oppressor state and talking about all nonsense that India and Hindu state is massacring Muslims. That's point number two. Point number 3 is we have to look after our interests. It is not our war. It is a war of Israel with Iran. Now, I ask a very simple question. Is an Pakistani leader, for example, I just give you one very simple example. When people say, Rahul Gandhi say we must express condolences, he was not a legitimate target, Khamenei. Simple question. I want to reduce it to a simple question. Would a Pakistani leader who is commander-in-chief of his armed forces that attack India directly or indirectly all the time, who stocks nuclear arms and enriches uranium clandestinely, who calls India a cancer and vows that he will wipe India off the map, who trains and supports and funds multiple terror organizations, who arms and sends hordes of terrorists to India to kill thousands of innocents. Would such a leader be a legitimate target for India? Now replace Pakistan with Iran and India with Israel. What's your answer? If in a war between Israel and Iran, wasn't this guy a legitimate target? Any commonsensical person would say, yes, he was, just like any Pakistani leader who would be doing exactly what Khamenei was doing to Israel. Any Pakistani leader does that to India, we would treat him as a legitimate target. So I don't know where this irrationality springs in. There is only one reason for it to spring in. Vote bank politics and shameless appeasement.
Okay, Sanjay Jha, yes. I mean, look, if Israel is being attacked by proxies that are sponsored by Iran, and it's just not Israel, there are other Gulf nations too that are bled by Iran and its proxies. If they are to legitimately say that, look, we're not going to deal with this. This guy, he spilled enough Israeli blood or Syrian blood or Iraqi blood or what have you. The time has come when we take him out. Would you support that? Yes or no? Would you support, for example, an Indian Prime Minister who decided to take out Shehbaz Sharif?
Well, let me tell you one thing, Rahul, that it is a tragedy that Narendra Modi has become so weak.
But you're not answering the question. You can attack Modi as much as you want, but please answer the question. I want to ask you, where was the Congress's high principle when Gaddafi was pulled out of a pipe and beaten and toppled? Where was the Congress when Saddam Hussein was plucked out of a hole in the ground and hung within days? Where was you? Where was your morality then? Just a simple, straightforward question. Should you have spoken then or not?
Yeah, Rahul, but Anand has said many things that need to be...
No, I'm asking you this question because I began my interview with you on that question. Would you? I'll ask you another question. The Taliban, excuse me, one second. I'll ask you another question. The Taliban captured an Indian aircraft called IC-814. The Taliban executed a few people on that particular plane. The Americans go in and take out the Taliban. Just asking you, sir. Would you have supported the American action back then when they took out the Taliban, yes or no? That was also regime change.
Now, if you don't interrupt me, I'll answer your questions very quickly. It is a false propaganda by the BJP.
What?
Please go down, do an internet search. I have already done it. Enough leaders from the Congress party condemned what happened in Libya with Gaddafi.
Did the Indian government, compare apples with apples. Compare apples with apples. Did the Indian government take a position? The Prime Minister of India is the head of the executive. Show me a statement from the Indian government saying we condemn what has happened with Gaddafi. Just show it to me. We condemn the United States. We condemn external intervention in Libya. Just show me that statement, sir.
Yeah, I'm just answering you. Dr. Manmohan Singh as a Prime Minister was not so weak, fragile and spineless as to be quiet when Saddam Hussein was hung or when Gaddafi was killed.
Show me the proof.
Point number two.
Rahul, can you read this?
1 minute.
I can't actually. When Manmohan Singh's people, something of India, I don't know, could you read this?
Here is the
Can
same
I speak
Manmohan
for a
Singh
minute?
Yeah.
Who said to George Bush, who killed 1 million Muslims. Here is Manmohan Singh who said, Mr. Bush, people of India deeply love you.
That's
This
got
was
nothing to do with
after
this,
Bush had massacred 1 million Muslims.
Arey bhaiya, he never said ab ki baar Trump sarkar. Don't get into that poor level of debate.
I mean, look at this.
Apna banda to ab ki baar Trump sarkar bol raha tha. Anyway, Rahul, can I answer your question?
Yeah, of course.
The truth is that Anand Ranganathan, he's a dear friend of mine. He's obviously being very disingenuous with facts.
No, I want you to show me a statement by the government of India, sir. Why are we beating around the bush?
He calls Ayatollah Khamenei a dictator, but he's not willing to call Netanyahu as a genocide man. He's not
hang on, just a minute. What is that? Hang on, just a minute. No, hang on. Now that's what. No, hang on. We are talking about. No, hang on, just a minute.
Unbelievable.
Listen, if Netanyahu thinks that he can attack Iran because the leadership in Iran is hurting the sovereignty of his country, what does it matter if Netanyahu is a war criminal or not? He is doing what he wants to do to defend his country's interests, and he's been elected by his people to do that. And the opposition, hang on, the opposition in Israel, one second, sir, the opposition in Israel, please, let me allow you. Unlike in India, the opposition in Israel is supporting Netanyahu today on conducting the operation to decapitate Khomeini. So let me just put that down on the record. But that apart, I want to come out to you again and ask you, sir, please answer this question. Show me the statement by the Indian government. Give me the date, the time when this statement was made by the UPA government, I said, in support of Gaddafi. Show it to me.
Okay. So, I mean, you want me to do it right now on your screen?
Well, you should have, sir.
Well. Here is the point. Here is the point, ladies and gentlemen, watching the program. Mr. Modi is backing America and Israel
at a time
when abandoning India's sovereignty, abandoning India's independence, abandoning the strategy of actually multi-alignment and becoming part of the most dubious, discredited axis where the two leaders one is in the Epstein file and the other one monitors
all
the
is fine.
file.
All is that all you can say all of that. You haven't answered the single question I posed.
I have.
You are lecturing
It's
Modi,
on record.
but you have done exactly what Modi has done. That I find hypocritical. That is what I began by asking.
In any case, that is not even relevant.
Has Sonia, no, it's very, very relevant. Has Sonia acted, then is she guilty of hypocrisy?
Because this current US president is a sexual predator.
Okay. Now,
the
sexual
Israeli
predator,
Prime Minister
this
is
predator,
a genocide
that
man.
predator,
He's got an
a
arrest
genocide
warrant
man.
against him.
Fair enough,
it's a
sir.
serious issue.
I just want to bring in Dr. Ranganathan one last time and then we wrap this up.
No, it's very simple. This is not
it's a
our
CIA
war.
Mossad war.
Now, please,
and India is playing pygmy and footsie
Sanjay,
like a weak power.
Sanjay, please. Sanjay, please. You already have not answered 5 questions. Let you not answer 6th one also. Look,
no, don't
the
worry. I have
simple
answered
fact
everything.
No, you've not.
You answered by evasion. But anyhow, go ahead.
Yeah. This is not our war. Israel has a moral argument in its favor to go after Iran. Because if Iran goes nuclear, the first thing they would do is to bomb the living daylights out of Israel and try and...
I just want to put one other fact down on the table, viewers. Just 1 minute. I just want to put down one more fact. And let me be this is the hard facts. This is what the show is called. How many Muslim nations have come out and condemned America for taking out Khamenei? Do you know how many viewers? One second. All Muslim countries are vassals of America. Now that's the response. It doesn't matter to me, sir. I'm only asking a question. All Muslim countries are vassals. Viewers, 8 countries around the world, excuse me, don't shout. Please, don't shout over me. Only 8 countries in the world have taken that position.
Out of 50.
Only 8. And if you are talking about these countries being really morally enlightened, I'm talking about 2, Russia and China. Both are headed by authoritarian regimes. So viewers, they are doing so because they have a vested interest. We don't have a vested interest. Our vested interest, if there is one at all, lies in the Gulf, where we get a 40% market for our exports and we bring in 40% of our oil. That's where our loyalty should lie. Not with some guy who was mass murdering his people and sponsoring terror.
Are you talking of Netanyahu?
I'm talking about, sir, very, very simply, the man who is 6 feet under today in a bunker somewhere,
Netanyahu is
fried to a
Netanyahu is a
toast
saint, is he?
called Khamenei. It's very simple.
And Netanyahu is a saint.
And I will leave it at this, viewers. I will leave it at this. I will leave it to this. I will leave it at this. We can have our discussions about who's a genocidal maniac and who's not, and we can accept Netanyahu as one and all of that, viewers. But you know, tomorrow people can say that so was Bush, so was Obama. They all, and so was, by the way, viewers, the hero of the Second World War for most of the West, a man called Churchill. Many people could say the same. Where are we going to stop with the labels? I'll leave it at this, viewers.
And while I have you here, just before we came on, we came to you, Stephen. We were breaking news, of course. We were saying that a source, now we've got beyond the source, a US consulate in Dubai is on fire after being struck late, this was on Tuesday, so tonight, by suspected Iranian drone. And this is according again to a source in the region. This follows, of course, we've seen shutdown. We've seen the American embassies in both in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait both shut down. I mean, the pressure is intensifying, of course, on President Trump as Iran continues to retaliate.
Yeah, and I think this obviously would be a very troubling development politically for the administration. And it comes at a time when markets are tumbling. The president seems to be surprised that the Iranians went after Gulf states when that seems like it was a obvious potential response to him attacking Iran. And he said today that the whole thing happened too fast to get Americans out of there. Well, he was the person that ordered these strikes. So if anyone should have known about it in advance, it was him. So I think if this incident in Dubai turns out to be very serious, it's going to increasingly add up to the pressure on the president. In the past, we've seen when pressure builds, he tends to look for an off-ramp. And it will be interesting to see if the United States starts to talk about, well, we've destroyed everything we can destroy in Iran, and now it's time to move on to the next stage. Perhaps the Iranians coming out into the streets, and the president looks for a way out of this. But I think the clock, the political clock, is ticking for the president here, even though they were saying yesterday, well, this could go on for weeks or even a month or even longer.
Right, so let me stay with the breaking news. Stay with us, Stephen. If you're just joining me, bring you up to date on the breaking news that we received in the last few minutes. A source tells CNN the U.S. Embassy
Good morning and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Valia.
And I'm Hemkar Saroya. And as the volatility and escalation in West Asia continues, what is happening in Iran and in the wider region? We continue to bring you all the developments on that front. Here's a quick look at what we're tracking for you right now. Let's get started.
President Donald Trump makes it clear, talks about US's objective, says regime change is the aim of the conflict.
Iran moves to escalate the cost of the conflict, targets oil production sites in Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE and Qatar. Global oil prices shoot up by 8%.
As Iran issues a dire warning to the United States and Israel, it says that the process that has begun will soon engulf all of Europe.
As Iran launches missile strikes across the Arab world, Israel blasts mobile missile launchers in Iran to cripple drone swarm strikes.
Israeli strikes hit the Assembly of Experts in Qom in Iran. This is the body that chooses the supreme leader of the country.
Now, Middle East tensions have escalated to a critical point as Israel and Iran prepare for prolonged conflict following the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in joint US-Israeli strikes which have targeted Tehran's leadership.
Amidst all these developments, the UAE has warned against further Iranian missile strikes on its territory, marking a significant broader regional flare-up. In fact, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also claimed Israeli control over Tehran's airspace as the region braces for continued hostilities. In the meanwhile, Donald Trump has said that US has a huge amount of weapon supply and it can fight the war for a long, long time. He also targeted Spain and said his country would cut off all trade with Spain after the European nation refused to let American forces use its bases for some of these missions.
Now, Trump, however, has also warned that if necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. As we know, it is facing severe disruptions at this point, and he said that that could happen as soon as possible. In the latest, then, Iran has targeted US consulate in Dubai.
I guess he has some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people. Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people. And the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact.
Well, there are lots of developments trickling in. In fact, the last few hours, we've seen Iran also escalate, the assault that it's been carrying out on not just Israel, but also some of these military bases of the United States in the Middle East. Not just that, US embassies also continue to come under attack. So lots happening. Let's cut across to CNN International.
'Cause 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 'cause
There are now multiple fronts in this conflict. Of course, fronts across the region when you look at embassies and bases and consulates being struck, but a direct second front in Lebanon, whereas the Israeli military is now currently advancing ground troops and striking Hezbollah targets pretty much around the clock. We hear that throughout the night. Matthew Chance is out front live in Beirut on the ground there. And Matthew, what are you experiencing and expecting right now?
Well, look, I mean, the city of Beirut is very much on edge because, you know, at any moment there could be more airstrikes of the kind we've been seeing very intensively over the course of the past 24 and 48 hours. I'm actually on a rooftop here overlooking the suburbs of South Beirut, and that's known as a Hezbollah stronghold, and it's where much of the Israeli airstrike activity has been taking place in this city. The majority of it, though, to be honest, has been focused on the south of the country, in South Lebanon, which is again those traditional stronghold areas of Hezbollah. There's been rocket fire, drone activity in the other direction as well. Hezbollah continuing an important Iranian-backed proxy for Tehran, has been firing these drones and rockets across the border into Israel as well. They've not been causing a lot of damage. They've not been particularly effective. You know, some of the power that Hezbollah once had in terms of its vast missile arsenal has been eroded since 2024, when Israel really kind of made significant gains in eroding the ability of that organization as a fight. But the response from Israel has been extraordinarily tough. They've been retaking areas in southern Lebanon, and again, they've been stepping up that air campaign. It's led to lost lives, dozens of people killed and injured, and of course, thousands of people, particularly in those suburbs of Beirut and in the south of the country, fleeing their homes, trying to escape the violence and seeking places elsewhere in the country for safety. And so that's an issue that's pending now. The Israelis have ordered 50 villages and settlements in South Lebanon to evacuate because there's going to be more military action there, they say. And so that's compounding the problem of people being displaced by the fighting. Erin.
All right, Matthew Chance, thank you very much. In Beirut tonight, and I want to go straight now to the Democratic Senator Mark Kelly, who sits on both the Senate Armed Services as well as the Intelligence Committees. And Senator, I appreciate your time. I'm grateful to talk to you tonight. I mean, I just want to start here with obviously significant developments. You've just finished a briefing with top Trump administration officials that are making all the decisions here. They were just in the room with you. I understand, some of your colleagues after the briefing have said they're more concerned than ever about U.S. boots on the ground in Iran. Did you come away with that concern?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like Secretary Hegseth said publicly that he will not rule it out, we get sort of the same message in the secure facility there in that brief. So, yeah, I have more questions coming out than I had going in. That's typical of these briefs. They share a lot of the public information. They get into very few details about the why and how does this help Americans, which is one of my biggest concerns here, Erin, is, how does this help the American people pay for stuff that they can't afford right now? Groceries, rent, healthcare. Like, what is in it for us? And they don't really go into the why of this. Was this about, or they try to, right? They talk about nuclear weapons. They talk about an imminent threat, the Navy, ballistic missile capability, regime change. And it's still a constantly changing story on why we're doing this.
So the CIA, there's also this new reporting, and I'm sure, I don't know if you've just seen it, Senator, or not, but I'll give you the quick summary. We're reporting that the CIA has this plan where they're arming Kurdish forces to lead an uprising in Iran. Some of those forces are in Iraq and are going to cross over the border, and some of them are in Iran and they're armed, and the whole goal is to basically start some sort of an uprising and destabilize the government in some way. Do you know anything about this? Do you have any confidence in it?
Well, I don't have confidence in much of what this administration has done with this operation, but also with, other things that they've tried to deal with over the last 14 months. So I'm just starting to hear about it, heard a little bit today. One of the problems that we have faced here is when you take out the Iranian leadership, who's going to take over next? I mean, the opposition isn't armed. There's no obvious successor. It's not well organized, and it can't get a lot of support. But I would suspect that trying to organize the Kurds to be involved in an uprising in Iran, like a lot of these other things that they have tried to do, is probably not going to work out the way that they expect. And
all right, shifting our focus to more breaking news coming in. Iran in the latest has also targeted US consulate in Dubai. As per reports, blasts were heard. Smoke could be seen rising from a location very, very close to the US consulate in Dubai. And these are some of the visuals of the same. We've closed in on these visuals for you as well. These are visuals now from Dubai. Dubai, remember, has also been one of the many places to be at the receiving end of this ongoing conflict between US, Israel and Iran. And this, we're learning, has happened in a location or a plot very close to where the US consulate is. Remember, something similar happened yesterday as well in Riyadh, wherein 2 drones were launched on the US consulate, the US embassy in Riyadh as well. So a drone attack took place yesterday at the US embassy in Riyadh. Cut to these visuals coming in from Dubai, where in a plot, or this is an area very, very close to the US consulate, where explosions were heard. Smoke could be seen rising off this particular location. And what we're learning is that, remember, the United States has also ordered immediate evacuation of several such US embassies. Here we've seen the US direct all these consulate to close off indefinitely, at least in Lebanon and Kuwait. So there are some places where the United States is not going to operate from diplomatically for a while.
Right, and advisories, of course, have been out as well. We've seen the attacks on Riyadh and Kuwait consulates. Yeah. Then, of course, though we didn't see any direct attacks, there has been a lot of scuffles across as well. Remember what we saw in Pakistan when 10 protesters were also hurt in that scuffle that broke out in Pakistan, a US consulate as well. Yeah. So we are going to see these sort of disruptions, and a lot of this comes from internal dissent as well, and protests that we're seeing right now, Kritsween. These are, of course, the visuals now from the consulate in Dubai, which would be very indicative of the escalatory nature of this entire conflict that it's taken on at this point. So, of course, remains to be seen what happens going forward. If Donald Trump's timeline is anything to go by, he says that this is going to continue for another 4 to 5 weeks, which, I mean, if you ask anybody, would be an oddly specific timeline. Remember earlier he was saying this is only going to happen for a few days, because back in Operation Midnight,
there's been a lot of dilly-dallying. In fact, we've also seen Donald Trump say something, contradict that very statement in the next few hours. Yes, 4 to 5 weeks is the timeline that he'd spoken of yesterday. He's also come out to express dissatisfaction with countries like Spain, some other European nations, the United Kingdom. He says they're not fully letting us operate militarily and respond to Iranian strikes from some of these military bases. So they're not being allowed, is why Donald Trump has come out to reject the stand that's been taken by these European nations. But I want to quickly draw our viewers' attention to the formal statement that has been put out by the Assistant Secretary of State, Mora Namdar, took to X, said the State Department urges Americans to depart now from countries including Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, the UAE and Qatar. So that's a directive that's come in from officials in the US. Embassies in Saudi, Lebanon, Kuwait announced they're closing indefinitely. A senior State Department official also asked Americans to leave the Middle East immediately, and some repatriation will also be witnessed. So we're seeing flights that are going to be arranged specifically to bring back Americans, and some of these are going to in fact be the official or the American military flights. They're going to be operating from these Middle Eastern nations to bring back Americans who feel unsafe, who want to come back to the United States. But what you see here, viewers, are visuals of the US consulate in Dubai. Now, you can't quite make out where exactly has this explosion take place, but what we're learning as per reports is that this is a plot which is located right next to the US consulate. So was this a aimed strike at the US consulate, or was this some sort of an interception, debris of which led to this explosion? That remains to be seen. But this, remember, is something that continues to irk the United States of America. And Donald Trump has spoken about this. He's obviously spoken of how he's going to avenge the deaths of the US military personnel. Not just that, continues to criticize the fact that some of these civilian areas, including US embassies, are now being targeted in the Gulf. So that's really the sentiment that has been witnessed the last few hours. But there's an all-out escalation. You know, if we even talk about Iran, we've seen how Iran, some say, is open to negotiations finally, but already we've come a long way. It's day 5 today and no signs of de-escalation.
Absolutely, and in fact, if we were to go by some of the statements which have come out of the United States as well, Christine, as you were just mentioning earlier, there's been a lot of back and forth on that as well. In fact, even the Pentagon and Marco Rubio, there have been a lot of discrepancies in the statements that have come out there as well. The Pentagon continues to say that there was no imminent threat from Iran. Rubio then saying that there was very much an imminent threat. However, were they expecting any sort of offensive strikes from Iran? That is not the case. In fact, if I could just quote him here, in one of his statements, he goes on to say, Kritsween, and it's rather interesting that we proactively took a defensive position. Perhaps the word that he was looking for there is an offensive, and look at the result of that right now as the United States tries to make up its mind as to what the end goal here is. This is the kind of devastation that we're seeing in the wider region. And we are, of course, likely to see further conflagration as well. So it really just remains to be seen if both sides can, or including Israel as well, can come to the negotiating table. However, the prospects of that at this point seem highly unlikely.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of which, let's talk about more breaking news that's just come in. As part of the ongoing efforts to protect the country's security and stability, the competent authorities have successfully arrested 2 cells operating for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in the state of Qatar. The precision monitoring and tracking operations resulted in the capture of 10 suspects, 7 of whom were tasked with espionage missions to gather intelligence on the nation's vital and military infrastructure, alongside 3 others assigned to conduct sabotage activities and trained in the use of drones as well. So this is something that's happening parallelly. Qatar capturing 10 IRGC linked suspects. This is an update coming in from Doha as part of the ongoing efforts to protect the country's security and stability. This is the crackdown that continues to take place. The precision monitoring and tracking operations resulted in the capture of 10 suspects is what this says, and we're learning that 7 of these 10 people, as per this update, were tasked with espionage missions to gather intelligence on the nation's vital military infrastructure. Now, given the military escalation we've seen, this is something that's really not on unexpected lines. Siddhant Mishra joins us with more details. Siddhant, apart from what we're witnessing between Iran and Israel, on the sidelines, the United States, especially the military bases in all of Middle East, these kind of parallel warfare mechanisms are also on full display, and a simultaneous crackdown that's being witnessed on everyone's part as well. If you could quickly bring us up to speed with the details that were flashing on our screens.
Well, yes, that's right. In fact, authorities also found in their possession locations and coordinates of sensitive facilities and installations, along with communication devices and technological equipment. In fact, during the investigation, the suspects confessed their links to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and stated that they had been assigned to conduct espionage and subversion missions. As such, the state security urges citizens and residents to remain vigilant and report any suspected activities to be the authoritative agencies. So it's a big ring which has been busted by the law enforcement agencies in Qatar. These people have been picked up. They were doing espionage for Iran, and in fact some sensitive devices, information regarding some sensitive key installations inside the Qatar were found from these individuals, and they have been doing espionage for Iran from a very long time. This has also been found in the investigation. Now, situation is such, circumstances are such that nobody can be trusted, and in these times when Qatar has directly been hit by Iranian missiles, in fact, Qatar had to shut its LNG production, perhaps happening for the first time. The government, country leadership is extra cautious. All precautions are being taken. Air defense systems are active 24/7. They are coordinating with the United States and the other major players in the region to put air defense systems in place. But at the same time, at ground level, such measures are also being taken, identifying and zeroing down on people who they suspect to be working for the Iranian government, arrest them, confiscate their devices, etc., and also give warning to people not to be get involved in any kind of espionage activities. So this is not only happening in Qatar. In fact, in whole of West Asia, such operations are being carried out by the law enforcement authorities. Back to you.
Right. Now, Siddhant, of course, we are seeing the escalatory nature of the attacks as well. Iran has very much gone on the offensive at this point. When we talk about the negotiations, that seems like a highly improbable prospect at this point, Siddhant. And of course, we are seeing the kind of defiant rhetoric that's coming out of the United States as well. There seems to be a lot of confusion on that front also.
Well, that's right. Look, in fact, you were pointing this out a short while back, that how negotiations look difficult, because earlier the goalpost was to change the regime. Now Americans are saying the goalpost is to diminish the missile stockpile, the nuclear enrichment program of Iran, etc., etc., and established mediators in the region like Oman, like Qatar. They were also targeted by the Iranian missiles. Now, the established mediators, those who were taking the region towards dialogue and diplomacy, they have now been attacked, perhaps. So there is a very little room actually left for diplomacy at this point in time, and this is the reason that this conflict is turning into a wider conflict with each passing hour.
All right, we have more breaking news that's just coming in. Qatar's Ministry of Defense says that 2 ballistic missiles were launched at the state of Qatar from Iran. Air defenses then intercepted 1 missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. So that's the latest breaking that we're bringing for you right now. Another missile attack on saying that there were 2 ballistic missiles which were launched on the state of Qatar from Iran. The air defenses did intercept one of the missiles. The second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. Remember, the Al Udeid Air Base happens to be a key US base here, and we're looking at sustained damage there as well. Christine can perhaps bring us more details on this also.
Yeah, so we have the detailed statement. This is the statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Defense. Qatar Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was targeted by 2 ballistic missiles launched from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Air defense systems successfully intercepted one of the missiles while the second missile struck Al Udeid base without causing any casualties. So no casualties is the first big takeaway, but it very clearly highlights that 2 missiles were launched from Iran. Further, the Ministry of Defense, it says, emphasizes that Qatar Armed Forces possess full capability and resources with God's will to protect and safeguard the sovereignty and territory of the country and to respond firmly to any external threat. The ministry also calls on citizens, residents and visitors to remain reassured, adhere to instructions issued by the relevant security authorities, refrain from spreading rumours and rely solely on statements and information released by official sources. So that's the official statement that's coming in. It confirms that 2 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. However, a confirmation also coming in on how the air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles. Siddhant Mishra continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, how do you see the stance that's being taken now by some of these Gulf nations? Are we seeing a certain aggression now come in? Because remember, it's day 5 of the war, the ongoing conflict, and no signs of de-escalation as yet. United States continues to send out strong messaging. Iran also making it amply clear at the moment that we're not going to be the first to blink, but caught in the crossfire are some of these Middle Eastern countries.
Well, that's absolutely right, Christine. In fact, we were discussing a short while back that how there is very little room left for diplomacy. The established mediators have been hit, have been targeted by Iran, and each time around, if you see, Christine, in the last 5 days, Iran is trying to make a point that Iran will not only sustain this conflict, but Iran also has a military might, the strength to hit US assets, US personnel and in the region. And perhaps in last 48 hours, Iran has successfully managed to prove at this point, perhaps leading the region into the wider conflict. Now, Al Ubaid Air Base in Qatar have been targeted. Now, this air base hosts US CENTCOM forward headquarters. This is also a home to Combined Air Operations Center, which coordinates air operations across the Middle East. Key launch point for missions in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and broader regional operations established in 1996, expanded significantly after 2001, houses thousands of US and coalition personnel. Now, the demand of Iran, Kritsween, is that United States should vacate all its air bases in the region. The demand of Iran is that the Gulf countries should make United States leave the region, and perhaps then only Iran will come to the tables for the talks. Then only Iran will stop firing at these Gulf countries. So yesterday, in fact, you see these demands have been coming from the Iranian leadership from day 1. And this is perhaps, as I said, that very little room left for diplomacy. Mediators have been targeted by Iran. Iran says the US has to vacate its base. US says that unless they are going to diminish, destroy Iran's missile stockpile, nuclear enrichment program completely, fully, they are not going to end this conflict.
And interestingly, Siddhant, Iran says that United States has limited stockpile, despite Donald Trump making it amply clear that United States is all stocked up. That's the kind of narrative war that we're seeing play out in full swing too. Thank you so much, Siddhant. We'll come back to you shortly. For now, it's time for us to head into a very quick break.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone of massive, the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah. And this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated.
With ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
And while I have you here, just before we came on, we came to you, Stephen. We were breaking news, of course. We were saying that a source, now we've got beyond the source, a US consulate in Dubai is on fire after being struck late, this was on Tuesday, so tonight, by suspected Iranian drone. This is according again to a source in the region. This follows, of course, we've seen shutdown. We've seen the American embassies in both in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait both shut down. I mean, the pressure is intensifying, of course, on President Trump as Iran continues to retaliate.
Yeah, and I think this obviously would be a very troubling development politically for the administration. And it comes at a time when markets are tumbling. The president seems to be surprised that the Iranians went after Gulf states when that seems like it was a obvious potential response to him attacking Iran. And he said today that the whole thing happened too fast to get Americans out of there. Well, he was the person that ordered these strikes. So if anyone should have known about it in advance, it was him. So I think if this incident in Dubai turns out to be very serious, it's going to increasingly add up to the pressure on the president. In the past, we've seen when pressure builds, he tends to look for an off-ramp. And it will be interesting to see if the United States starts to talk about, well, we've destroyed everything we can destroy in Iran, and now it's time to move on to the next stage. Perhaps the Iranians coming out into the streets, and the president looks for a way out of this. But I think the clock, the political clock, is ticking for the president here, even though they were saying yesterday, well, this could go on for weeks or even a month or even longer.
Right, and let me stay with the breaking news. Stay with us, Stephen. If you're just joining me, bring you up to date on the breaking news that we received in the last few minutes. A source tells CNN the U.S. Embassy in Dubai has been struck, as you can see from this video here, and is on fire. This is just from moments ago. This is in Dubai. We have seen, of course, American embassies also in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait was shut down, but this coming into CNN, source telling CNN, the U.S. consulate in Dubai has been hit by a suspected Iranian drone. We can see a plume of smoke there, black smoke, and we understand it's on fire. We're getting more information. I think our Jennifer Hansler with us. Jen, what more are you hearing on this?
Well, we're not hearing much of anything yet, Issa. We've asked the State Department if they can confirm anything on this suspected Iranian strike on the consulate in Dubai. But of course, as you're saying, this is the latest in a series of suspected Iranian attacks on U.S. diplomatic facilities. Last night, we saw two suspected.
War with Iran widening in the Middle East with no clear end game in sight. France now sending its aircraft carrier to the Mediterranean. French President Emmanuel Macron criticizing the U.S. and Israel, saying that the Iran strikes acted, quote, outside international law. The situation on the ground in the Middle East growing more tumultuous by the day. Video shows the U.S. consulate grounds in Dubai are on fire, hit by a suspected Iranian drone. 3 U.S. embassies now closed in Lebanon, in Kuwait, and in Saudi Arabia. And one day after urging Americans to get out of 14 Middle Eastern countries using essentially non-existent commercial flights, the Trump administration is now working, they say, to secure military aircraft and charter flights to get thousands of stranded Americans to safety. Explaining why there was no evacuation plan for Americans prior to Saturday's strike against Iran, the president said this.
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked.
Asked earlier today, what is the worst case scenario he planned for Iran? The president said this.
I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. That
begs the question, of course, so what is the plan here? And is it achievable? Let's go now to CNN's Aaron Burnett, who's live from Tel Aviv. Aaron, another round of Iranian missiles aimed at Israel tonight. It forced you and others to take shelter live on air. Tell us more.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, that's sort of the way it's going here. And, you know, it's unpredictable when the missiles are going to come in from Iran. You know they're going to come, but you don't know when. I think it's that uncertainty, in part, that's just, you know, this country is obviously in a war zone, but that has kept it on such uncertain footing. But, you know, there's a warning that comes in on your phone. A few minutes later, you'll start to hear the sirens, and then people do move very quickly for safety because these missiles coming from Iran, when they're coming from that direction as opposed to north from Hezbollah, these are cruise missiles, these are ballistic missiles, and there were some, whether they're shrapnel or parts of the missiles themselves, that actually break through, and that has caused, you know, deadly impact here on the ground in Israel. You talk about the consulate, though, Jake, sort of the fire around the region, not just those embassies closing, but that consulate in Dubai being struck. You know, senior Emirati official I was talking to said, obviously it was closed, and that's the lucky thing, that nobody was there. But the intelligence, the level of accuracy in the Iranian intelligence in terms of these, yes, low-tech drone strikes is still significant when it comes to knowing where American service members were staying at a hotel in other Gulf countries, to knowing exactly where this consulate was in Dubai, to knowing specific parts of the massive and heavily fortified compound in Riyadh for the U.S. Embassy, that there's been accuracy there. And those Americans you talk about trying to get out, you hear it here. You hear people talking, Jake, about getting on lists, trying to find a way to get out. It is very disconcerting to hear that and to see that the note that we got here that said, you're on your own, there's nothing we can do from the U.S. Embassy. But also, Jake, someone in Dubai telling me they're doing everything they can. They booked 3 different ways out of the country today. Every single one of them canceled. People are afraid. People are frustrated. And that's what's happening as you continue to see these images of fire on your screen.
And Aaron, Israel's also launching strikes in Lebanon, targeting the Iran-backed terrorist group, the proxy for Iran, Hezbollah.
Yes, they are, and we have seen that expand. 2 things, Jake. One, where we're standing, we hear that fire go back and forth. And obviously, as you well know from having been here so many times, the proximity there is close. So sometimes you don't even get a warning when there's incoming coming from Hezbollah. But Israel has expanded that front. They started it about a day ago, but now expanding it to ground incursion, ground forces on the ground in Lebanon. So we're obviously watching that and experiencing that here as well. And, you know, I've been here, Jake, with Nick Payton Walsh and Jeremy Diamond. And Jeremy, when we talk about the warnings that we get when the sirens come in, obviously this is a country now that in some ways has been at war since October 7th, when that first happened. And now with the full-on war, the war maybe that people have always talked about and never knew if it would ever come, it's here. And they're at war with Iran. In a sense, there is a preparedness, right? They have the sirens, and also they are looking. You've been going out when missiles get through. People are getting injured and people are dying.
Absolutely, and no one is more prepared than Israel's emergency response services, Magen David Adom. I visited their underground command center today. They moved into that command center about a year ago, and you can see as those ballistic missiles are coming in, that early warning hits, they immediately have maps that start to ping potential strike locations and then immediately send their paramedics out to potential scenes. So all of that data is coming in on these screens right here.
Definitely. The different screens...
We're inside the nerve center of Israel's emergency medical services, Magen David Adom's now fortified dispatch center.
This was built about a year. When we were preparing for a multi-frontal war, we said we need to take our previous dispatch center, put it underground where we can assure the continuity of the EMS services.
Built for a war, just like this one.
Oh, yeah. So our cell phone just received a notice that in the coming minutes, sirens will probably be activated.
Another wave of Iranian missiles. Screens here light up with projected points of impact.
This barrage of rockets, we have almost 80 potential hitting points.
Wow. Yeah. Within minutes, it's time to move.
Okay, so we've just learned that there is a potential impact as a result of one of these Iranian ballistic missiles, and we're going to jump in with the paramedics to the scene.
Paramedic Ori Lazarevich hits the gas.
We had one rocket that struck
very dense area. So
and this is a direct impact?
Apparently, still we haven't gotten there, but it seems like it's a direct impact.
While speeding through traffic, Lazarevich is also processing a fire hose of information.
So we have an update now that it wasn't a direct hit, it was a very big piece of shrapnel that hit the building on the highest levels.
As soon as we arrive, he rushes toward the impact site.
Okay, so we just arrived on the scene, obviously very chaotic. So this isn't a direct impact, but nonetheless, you can see the damage just from shrapnel of a potential interception here. Part of this roof caved in.
A half dozen people are lightly wounded, but many more are shaken. Irina was in a bomb shelter across the street when she suddenly heard a sharp sound. And yet shock here is also matched with another realization.
If it were to be a direct hit to this building, we'd be seeing at least 5 buildings with casualties inside.
And debris not so easily swept away.
And Aaron, we were obviously talking yesterday about the fact that Israeli officials believe that having struck Iran's launch capacity so much over the course of the last 24 hours, that those numbers of ballistic missile launches are going to go down. And I spoke with an Israeli military official tonight who said that even though we're still getting those sirens, we're still seeing those alerts, the number of missiles being fired in those barrages is smaller, and it has been decreasing over the course of the last several days. So we're still getting sirens, although I think we got fewer today than we got yesterday, for example. But the number of missiles is still less. But as you can see in this piece, even when one of those missiles gets intercepted, that shrapnel can be so large to the point that it can cave in, partially at least, a roof of a home.
Well, at home, administration officials briefed lawmakers ahead of Senate debate this week on a bipartisan resolution requiring the president to get congressional sign-off for any additional military action in Iran.
I think the president has the authority that he needs to conduct the activities, the operations that are currently underway there.
We shouldn't be proceeding to legislation, providing votes to proceed to legislation until they put an authorization for military force on the floor of the United States Senate. This is as serious as it gets.
As we said at the top, we are also covering a big election night. So in the hour ahead, we'll be checking with our correspondents and political professionals on that and on the war. CNN's Clarissa Ward is near Iran's border with Iraq. CNN's Caitlin Collins is in Washington and in Tel Aviv with new Israeli strikes outbound and a new wave of Iranian drones reportedly inbound. CNN's Jeremy Diamond. So we begin with him. So Jeremy, what more can you tell us about this broad wave of strikes launched by Israel in Iran, and what are they targeting?
Well, Anderson, this has been an extraordinarily active day of Israeli airstrikes over the skies of Iran, likely joined by American strikes as well. As far as the Israeli strikes are concerned, indeed, the Israeli military is describing the strikes that are happening right now as broad strikes, targeting in particular launch sites, aerial defense systems. And I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials that one of the primary goals of the Israeli military right now is to degrade Iran's capability of firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Those are the missiles that have killed at least 10 people so far in Israel in these first days of this war. And indeed, it appears that Israel is succeeding in degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. While we have continued to see ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Israel, it does appear like those barrages are getting smaller by the day. That is at least the trend line, although it's clear that Iran still retains some capacity for firing these missiles. Earlier today, I was on the outskirts of Tel Aviv with Israel's paramedic and rescue service at the scene of a missile that was intercepted, but nonetheless, just the shrapnel from that missile able to partially cave in a roof, resulting in 7 light to moderate injuries among people there. So these missiles are still posing a threat to Israelis, but in a sign that Israel is confident this threat has been reduced, as early as Wednesday night, we expect that some flights are going to start resuming back to Israel, mostly bringing Israelis who are stuck abroad back home.
And Clarissa Ward is joining us as well. Clarissa, sources have told CNN that the CIA is working to arm Kurdish forces to try to help foment or spark some sort of an uprising in Iran. Is it clear how that might unfold? And do we know much about this? Is this a kind of a new effort?
Well, Anderson, this is a pretty extraordinary development. We actually sat down earlier on tonight with an Iranian Kurdish senior leader who told us that Iranian Kurdish forces are literally preparing a ground operation inside Western Iran in the coming days with the support of the U.S. and Israel. He wouldn't give any details as to what exactly that support looks like, but he did tell us that President Trump actually spoke on the phone today with the leader of the KDPI. That's one of the big Iranian Kurdish groups here. He wouldn't characterize the details of the conversation, but he said it was a positive conversation. And this is something that is coming at the same time as this reporting from Natasha Bertrand, Elena Trine, and Zachary Cohen that the CIA is actively arming Kurdish forces, Iranian Kurdish forces, in order to try to foment civil unrest in Iran with all the many multitude of risks and complexity that that entails. But one of the big ones here in terms of questions will be the response of the Iraqi Kurdish leadership here in Iraqi Kurdistan, because they have tried very hard to kind of carve out a neutral path in this conflict. The relationships that they have with Iran and with Turkey are very important, and this really puts them in an extremely difficult position. So we are now waiting and watching very closely to see how they're going to respond, if indeed this ground operation is going to go forward, and what that will look like, and what this broader operation that the CIA is involved with will look like. Because again, the complexity, the dangers, the risks are multiple, Anderson.
Well, let me just follow up with you, because this is, I mean, kind of remarkable that you were talking to one of these folks today. What are their, how many troops do they have? What sort of weaponry do they have? How capable are they? How big a force are we talking about?
We're talking thousands, but we don't know a specific number. There are 5 groups that have joined in this coalition. The Iranian Kurds have historically been treated appallingly by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I asked them, you know, when you look at what happened to the Syrian Kurds, are you not concerned that you are going to be ostensibly, you know, used and abused in this scenario? But they're so focused on trying to get back into their homeland and to carve out an autonomous region. They like to see Iran be a federal state. I asked them about the weaponry, because to our knowledge, they don't have heavy weaponry. He was pretty coy about that, Anderson. He basically just said, you know, don't worry about that. We're prepared and we're always ready to go in. So it's a pretty extraordinary moment, and I think making a lot of people across the region extremely nervous, Anderson.
Jeremy, you have some new reporting on how the plan to kill Iran's supreme leader actually came together. What have you learned?
Yeah, that's right, Anderson. As in previous cases where Israel has achieved, the ability to assassinate some of its enemies, whether we're talking about the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah or others, in this case, we are finding out once again that this was a strike that was the result of years of intelligence gathering, and this specific operation involved Israel hacking into the traffic cameras in Iran's capital city. That allowed the Israelis to have real-time information about some of their targets. This is according to a source who was briefed on this operation, who I spoke to. It helped them establish a pattern of some of these targets, and one of the groups of individuals that they tracked were actually the elite bodyguards to some of Iran's senior leaders, and Israeli officials, intelligence officials, were able to watch as these bodyguards were coming and going from the very compound where the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed on Saturday morning in that opening wave of Israeli strikes, alongside dozens of other senior Iranian officials. And this was just one piece of the critical information that the Israelis had, combined with signals intelligence, human intelligence, all of it fed into an AI-powered data center that allowed the Israelis to build up this bank of targets and choose the right moment to be able to take out the supreme leader and other senior Iranian officials.
Oh, it's fascinating. Jeremy Diamond, Clarissa Ward, thank you. At home 4 days into the war, the administration is still trying to explain why they decided to strike Iran and why now. Yesterday, you may remember, Secretary of State Marco Rubio surprised many with a comment he made to reporters suggesting that a decision by Israel to attack Iran led the U.S. to join in.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed.
Those remarks were widely criticized, and today President Trump claimed it may have been him who forced Israel's hand.
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that.
That was the president this morning. Now here's Secretary Rubio late this afternoon.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked
you
a question.
No, were you the one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you asked me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks. That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday.
More on all this from CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Kaitlan Collins, who joins us now. It's clearly they now seem to be on the same page or in sync in their explanations. It did not seem that way yesterday.
Well, it also didn't seem that way this morning when the president was asked that question. And I think the reason we're seeing this change, Anderson, is because the administration and the president, they were facing a lot of criticism from people on the right who walked away from that answer from Secretary Rubio yesterday, not what he said just there, but what he said repeatedly yesterday during that back and forth with reporters about why this had to happen now. That was the question that was being posed to him. And obviously coming from him was that Israel was going to strike anyway, and Iran was going to hit back at the United States should they do that. And the president arguing that he believed that there was going to be a preemptive strike from Iran because they were worried about Israel striking them, and that was why the United States needed to get in. They faced criticism from that because people on the right were taking that answer as the White House saying that because Israel was doing this, that is why the United States felt the need to do it. And so the president obviously offered a different answer today, saying that he actually was the one he believes who forced Israel's hand on this front. And it matters, obviously, as the White House has been trying to rally support for this decision and for what the president is doing here and get Republicans behind what exactly is being carried out here. But those are two very different reasons than what we heard from the Secretary of State yesterday and what we heard from the president this morning.
Yeah, certainly. Kaitlan Collins, thanks very much. We'll see you at 9. One of Caitlin's guests is going to be former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg as the results start coming in from tonight's big primary races in Texas, North Carolina, and Arkansas. We're going to dig into that as well coming up in this hour. Next, though, more on the war, the administration's justification for it, and fighting of it. We're joined by top Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee, also by retired Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. Ahead.
And while I have you here, just before we came on, we came to you, Stephen. We were breaking news, of course. We were saying that a source, now we've got beyond the source, a U.S. consulate in Dubai is on fire after being struck late. This was on Tuesday, so tonight, by suspected Iranian drone. This is according again to a source in the region. This follows, of course, we've seen shutdown. We've seen the American embassies in both in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait both shut down. I mean, the pressure is intensifying, of course, on President Trump as Iran continues to retaliate.
Yeah, and I think this obviously would be a very troubling development politically for the administration. And it comes at a time when markets are tumbling. The president seems to be surprised that the Iranians went after Gulf states when that seems like it was a obvious potential response to him attacking Iran. And he said today that the whole thing happened too fast to get Americans out of there. Well, he was the person that ordered these strikes. So if anyone should have known about it in advance, it was him. So I think if this incident in Dubai turns out to be very serious, it's going to increasingly add up to the pressure on the president. In the past, we've seen when pressure builds, he tends to look for an off-ramp. And it will be interesting to see if the United States starts to talk about, well, we've destroyed everything we can destroy in Iran, and now it's time to move on to the next stage. Perhaps the Iranians coming out into the streets, and the president looks for a way out of this. But I think the clock, the political clock, is ticking for the president here, even though they were saying yesterday, well, this could go on for weeks or even a month or even longer.
Right, and let me stay with the breaking news. Stay with us, Stephen. If you're just joining me, bring you up to date on the breaking news that we received in the last few minutes. A source tells CNN the U.S. Embassy in Dubai has been struck, as you can see from this video here, and is on fire. This is just from moments ago. This is in Dubai. We have seen, of course, American embassies also in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait was shut down, but this coming into CNN, source telling CNN, the U.S. consulate in Dubai has been hit by a suspected Iranian drone. We can see a plume of smoke there, black smoke, and we understand it's on fire. We're getting more information. I think our Jennifer Hansler with us. Jen, what more are you hearing on this?
Well, we're not hearing much of anything yet, Issa. We've asked the State Department if they can confirm anything on this suspected Iranian strike on the consulate in Dubai. But of course, as you're saying, this is the latest in a series of suspected Iranian attacks on U.S. diplomatic facilities. Last night, we saw 2 suspected Iranian drones hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. 2 more hit at or near the embassy, sources told me. There were no injuries initially reported with that strike. We don't know yet if there were any injuries with this latest strike on the consulate in Dubai. Earlier this week, the embassy in Kuwait was also hit. So this is coming amidst this massive, massive retaliation in the region. Of course, this also comes, Issa, as the State Department last night ordered the departure of non-emergency personnel and their family members from 6 countries in the region. That included the UAE. That included
Good morning and a very warm welcome. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Kritsween Valiana's sharp focus remains on the escalation in the Israel-Iran-US conflict. In the latest, once again, reports trickling in of how several US bases and also embassies have been attacked by Iran through its missile strikes. That and much more coming up this morning.
Right, we'll be continuing to bring you all the developments from West Asia. Here's a quick look at what we're tracking for you at this hour. Let's get started. Amid escalating tensions, Donald Trump makes it clear regime change is the aim of the conflict.
Iran moves to escalate the cost of the conflict, targets oil production sites in Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE and Qatar. Global oil prices shoot up by 8%.
Iran issues a dire warning to the United States and Israel, says that the process that has begun will soon engulf Europe.
As Iran launches missile strikes across the Arab world, Israel blasts mobile missile launchers in Iran to cripple drone swarm strikes.
Israeli strikes hit the Assembly of Experts in Qom in Iran, the body that chooses the supreme leader of the country. Middle East tensions have escalated to a critical point as Israel and Iran prepare for prolonged conflict following the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in the joint US-Israeli strikes which targeted Iran's leadership. And amidst all these developments, the UAE is warned against further Iranian missile strikes on its territory, marking a significant broader regional flare-up.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also claimed Israeli control over Tehran's airspace as the region braces for continued hostilities. In the meanwhile, Donald Trump has said that the US has huge amount of weapons supply and it can fight the war for very long, something that's been refuted by Iran. Iran says there's only limited stockpile with the United States. Donald Trump also targeted Spain, saying that his country would cut off all trade with Spain after the European nation refused to let American forces use its bases for missions.
Now, Trump, however, has warned that if necessary, the United States Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible. In the latest, Iran has also targeted the US consulate in Dubai.
I guess he has some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people. Spain has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly, and so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, and I'm not. By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left, and so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics. And it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact.
All right, breaking news coming in. According to latest reports, Iran's Assembly of Experts has elected Ali Khamenei's son, Mojtaba, as the next leader under pressure from the Revolutionary Guard. So this is the latest that is coming. Remember, Donald Trump has now once again clarified that the aim here is very much regime change, but what we are seeing right now is not that. And according to the latest reports, Iran's Assembly of Experts, which was earlier targeted as well, has elected Ali Khamenei's son, Mojtaba, as the next leader. And we're given to understand that this is apparently under pressure from the Revolutionary Guard. So this is the latest that has come in. The regime very much stays intact even after Ali Khamenei was eliminated. Let's listen to this.
Our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. We're less than 100 hours into this operation.
All right, so this is the latest that we're getting right now. As per reports, Mojtaba Khamenei has been elected as the new supreme leader in Iran under pressure from the Revolutionary Guards. Remember, we've also seen internal dissent within Iran against the regime after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was eliminated by the United States. The regime still remains intact, and they have in fact chosen the next leader under pressure from the Revolutionary Guards. This as volatility in the region continues. Of course, we'll continue to bring you more updates on this as well. We are bringing in all the updates from West Asia. This at a time when consulates are being attacked across the region as well. US consulates are very much under threat here. And Siddhant has been bringing us all the updates on this, in fact, and I'm just going to go across the newsroom to Siddhant, who is bringing us all the updates. Now, Siddhant, Trump has said that regime change still remains the very aim of this entire operation. But look at what we're seeing right now.
Well, that's right, Him. So they are changing their goalpost with each passing day, depending on the combat success that they are. Assessment of the combat success, they are changing their goalpost. Now, on the first day, they say that it's going to be for the regime change. We are going to take down Khamenei, etc., etc. But then they said that no, the goalpost is to end the nuclear program, to end the ballistic missile stockpile. Now again they say that the regime change is the goalpost. That regime change is in the hands of the people of Iran. We are here to support them. We are here to help them. That's the message. That's the message which US and Israeli forces are sending out at this point in time. So it's a confusion because I'll tell you what, there is immense pressure on the United States from these Gulf countries, and the pressure is that if something has been done, there should have been a proper assessment of ramification of doing something and throwing the entire region into a wider conflict. Now, you see Doha, Dubai, all these places are financial hubs. They have huge US investments. Now, coming to how this has impacted the economic activities, you guys have also been reporting. Strait of Hormuz, completely shut. You look at the real-time movements of vessels from that route, completely shut. 20% of crude oil passes through that route. LNG production in Qatar, completely shut. Aramco refinery, again hit by Iranian missile. Okay, Iranian crude. Iran also is into the business of crude. That is also not happening anymore. So it has thrown region into a wider conflict. Plus, it has also damaged the ongoing economic activities and have brought things to stand still in terms of economic activities. And these and perhaps this is the reason that, and also raises question on the security net which America promises to these Gulf countries. What about the security net? These are America's allies. So this is also a question which now these Gulf countries are asking to the United States. That what you have done, we are with you. We support you. In fact, nobody has condemned American and Israeli strikes in Iran. But throwing the region into the wider conflict, not being able to protect us, not being able to protect our people. You see the brand Dubai. It has gone for it has been damaged completely because Dubai is a premier place.
Right.
Okay, and now given the kind of strikes and Iranians are carrying out, it has damaged that brand. So these countries are now putting pressure on the United States. So this could be one of the reasons that the goalposts are being shifted.
Absolutely. So as Siddhant said there, the goalposts appear to be shifting as and when it suits the US narrative at this point. Remember earlier they'd said that the regime change was never the goal. Now Trump is saying that is very much the goal. But what we're seeing as a result of this flip-flop is the sort of devastation and the sort of strikes that we've seen in the wider region. Kritsveen, it's over to you in the studio where she will bring us more updates that are coming in.
There's breaking news that's just come in. The US military says Iran has fired over 500 missiles and more than 2,000 drones in retaliation. But Iran's ability to strike back is declining, is what the United States has noted. The US attacking target launchers and missile sites. Apart from that, destroying the naval prowess of Iran. The US military says Iran has fired over 500 missiles and more than 2,000 drones in retaliation. So this is another breaking news updates that just has come in on the US military action. US military confirming that Iran has fired over 500 missiles and more than 2,000 drones in retaliation. But they're also simultaneously speaking of how Iran's ability to strike back is declining because US attacking target launchers and missile sites is also as rampant. So this is the kind of strikes, the counter strikes that we're witnessing on part of both Iran and the United States. Remember, we're also seeing the United States confirm that they've destroyed 17 Iranian ships in its campaign against Iran. We'll talk about that in just a bit. More breaking news coming in. We're also learning that US commander has said that US military has destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including a submarine. This is Commander Cooper. His comments come 4 days into the US military operation against Iran called Operation Epic Fury. Now, the Defense Department officials have said destroying Iran's navy is a primary target for the operation. There are more than 50,000 US troops and more than 200 fighter aircrafts involved in this mission. And the strikes are ongoing 24/7. US military now confirming that number has gone up to 17, that the United States has successfully destroyed 17 Iranian ships. Do remember, this is one of the main objectives laid out by President Donald Trump on this war they have waged against Iran. Listen in.
Our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. We're less than 100 hours into this operation, and we've already struck nearly 2,000 targets with more than 2,000 munitions. We have severely degraded Iran's air defenses and destroyed hundreds of Iran's ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones. And in simple terms, we're focused on shooting all the things that can shoot at us. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy. Thus far, we've destroyed 17 Iranian ships, including the most operational Iranian submarine that now has a hole in its side. For decades, the Iranian regime has harassed international shipping. Today, there's not a single Iranian ship underway in the Arabian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, or Gulf of Oman.
So 17 naval ships destroyed is the claim that has been made by the US military. And this is once again a lot of muscle flexing that the United States is attempting to do.
Yeah.
Siddhant joins us here in the newsroom once again. Siddhant, what are we looking at here? It's one of the main objectives that have been highlighted already by President Donald Trump. One of the end goals of the US attack on Iran. But for how long and what's the primary motive here?
Well, look, there is also this psychological warfare which is going on between IRGC and Israeli and American forces. And Kritsveen, it's also very important to highlight, because the point here is that that everybody was expecting that Iran will get over in single day. Khamenei will be taken down and Iran will be over. US will be maybe establishing somebody there in place of Khamenei, and that person will run the show. That was an idea initially, but it did not go that way. And there is a lot of pressure, Kritsveen, from the Gulf countries on the United States, that what you have done by taking down Khamenei, we thank you for that. But we were not expecting you to throw the entire region into the conflict. I was just pointing it out during my conversation with him. Kritzween, Doha, Dubai, these are the financial hubs. LNG production in Doha has completely stopped. You know, in Europe, LNG prices have gone up, and perhaps it will also have an impact on the countries in the subcontinent. Aramco was hit by the Iranian missiles. Dubai, you know, Palm Jumeirah, one of the premier luxurious places, were hit by the Iranian missiles.
But tell me one thing, Siddhant, hasn't the reaction that so far has come in from, let's say, Secretary of State Marco Rubio or President Donald Trump, the back and forth, there's a lot of cost correcting that the United States is doing in terms of messaging alone. Hasn't that left the world confused on why exactly was this done, and was this US assisting Israel or vice versa?
Yeah, there is a confusion because on first day they say that the ultimate objective is to bring down the regime. Now they have not been able to bring down the regime. They have only managed to conduct strikes at some of the key locations belonging to IRGC and Supreme Leader. Supreme Leader got assassinated, 40 of their senior officials got assassinated, but they have not been able to bring down the regime. And you see that all those posts which have got vacated after the US strike, they are now being filled. You know, the people are being reappointed. The regime is now looking for more loyal people, people who they find are suitable for jobs. They are getting reappointed. So ultimate objective has not been achieved. To be honest, now they are saying that no. Now our ultimate objective is to destroy the nuclear enrichment.
To basically cripple Iran entirely. So be it its missile program. So we're going to keep attacking its missile bases. We're going to keep going after the naval ships. That's what they're trying to do. But what really is the end game here? Because there's a constant flip.
Yeah, but that is also not happening, Kritzween, because the financial hubs are being hit. The brand Dubai, the one of the most premium places in the region, is under attack from the Iranian missiles. The US consulate is being hit in Dubai. US embassy in Riyadh was hit.
And they did have a choice to already ensure evacuation before going ahead with the first strikes, right? Before being the first movers, you could have ensured there's no collateral damage, but that's not happening.
Yes, they are left with. Imagine all US is left with is telling their people in the region, their staff, their diplomatic staff, other American citizens to leave the country on their own. Now the same US which got this conflict started, whatever you may call it, war, conflict, started, is now asking its own people to leave the region. Now, let me explain the scenario, Kritzween. US is the security provider to these Gulf nations. You know, when they say that our warships are right there at your sea, and our air defense systems will protect you, there's going to be no damage to the civilian infrastructure, but they have not been able to perform or to deliver to these Gulf countries.
And there's also a narrative war out on full display, and we're seeing how they're not being able to convince the world around the F-15s that were shot down. So forget anything else. There's lots more we need to unpack. We will come back to you in just a bit. Thank you so much, Siddhant. Over to you, Haim, in the studio.
All right, so of course we have been bringing you all the updates from across the region. Missiles intercepted in Jerusalem. Let me just play out these visuals that we're getting for you as well. These are the missiles here you can see that have been intercepted in Jerusalem. This is swarm of missiles. Remember, Israel is known for its coveted Iron Dome. These are the missiles which were intercepted here in Jerusalem. Let's move on then. The United States has also released footage of an attack on Iran. These are the latest visuals which were released by the United States. Some thermal imaging that we are seeing here as well. So these are the latest visuals which were released by the US CENTCOM. We are able to make out some sort of damage that has been done here, as you can see in the thermal imaging on your screens right now. Then there is the Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Remember, Lebanon is a war-weary country. It is once again bracing itself for the impact of what's happening in the region. Now, these are the Israeli attacks that we have seen on Lebanon. Remember, the Hezbollah has been involved in the fight again, and we're going to see the mobilization perhaps of the axis of resistance as well. Moving on then, the UAE destroyed an Iranian drone. This was the footage that was released by the UAE Ministry of Defense. This was a drone, that Iranian drone that we're given to understand, that was intercepted and destroyed in the UAE. These are the latest visuals that they've released as well. Also, more visuals released by the US CENTCOM on the 3rd of March. We've been bringing you all of these updates. These are from previous interceptions that the US CENTCOM has released these videos. So, moving on then, as more and more breaking information comes in, they are saying that they're all ready for a long war. The US says we can fight a forever war. Iran, we are ready for a very long war. This is what the United States is saying right now. So this is Operation Epic Fury that is very much in motion still in the West Asia region. And in light of that, remember what I told you about Lebanon as well. French President Emmanuel Macron has warned Israel against invading Lebanon after the Israeli military troops said that they'd begun operating in the south of the country following Hezbollah attacks. Remember, Hezbollah had mobilized after the strikes on Iran. In light of that, French President Emmanuel Macron has now warned Israel against using this as an opportunity to invade Lebanon after the Israeli military troops had said that its troops had begun operating in the south of the country following the Hezbollah attacks. What more can we see from the front of the axis of resistance? That is something that remains to be seen as well. We're going to go across to the newsroom, bring you more updates as we continue to track all developments here. Remember, all of our teams are working to tirelessly bring you all the latest developments from the region. We have Siddhant here in the newsroom with us. Siddhant, let me come to you on that as well. There a warning by French President Emmanuel Macron saying that this is not going to be used as an opportunity for Israel to invade Lebanon.
Well, that's right. Look, the other countries in Europe have not been very supportive of what Israel is doing in the region. In fact, Canada, France, United Kingdom, Australia, their position has been slightly different, or rather very different from the position of the United States and Trump administration. Unless this fresh escalation takes place in the region. In fact, on the first day, France distanced itself from the strikes conducted by Israel and the United States. Only after the Iran launched counter strikes, retaliatory strikes, and Iran went rogue, started hitting civilian infrastructure in the Gulf countries, France started taking possession. Now we're getting to know that on the day one, Macron has called for an urgent United Nations Security Council meeting on the crisis, stressing that the outbreak of war between US, Israel and Iran poses serious risk to global peace and security. In fact, condemns strikes as outside international law. He has stated that US and Israeli military strikes on Iran were conducted outside international law, blames Iran for triggering crisis, military posture and defense measures, etc., etc. He spoke about all those things. But as I said, that on the very first day, France took a very, very different position from the other countries in the West. And perhaps now we're getting to know that France has warned Israel not to be invading Lebanon, taking mileage of the situation. So yes, as I said, that traditionally also France has been taking positions which United States and Israel have not been liking.
Right, and of course, talking about dissent from the European nations as well, we've seen how Spain has said that it will not allow the United States to use its bases, and we've seen a very defiant response to that from President Donald Trump as well. We'll continue to bring you all the updates on that. It's over to you, Kritsween.
All right, thank you for that, Heyman, Siddhant. We'll keep coming back to you. There's lots more breaking news lined up as well. For now, though, we need to cut across to CNN International.
CNN chief political correspondent Dana Bash, CNN senior political commentator Van Jones, and John King is back as well. John, I want to start with you. What's the early vote telling you right now?
So let's just look quickly at that North Carolina race. This is one of the races where Democrats are hopeful because they have a good statewide candidate, a former governor, running in the primary. Roy Cooper getting, this was not a hard call, 93% of the vote as the votes come in. So he will be your Democratic nominee. This one's a bit more interesting. I'd like to hear Scott's view on this when you get to the panel. With Michael Whatley was the former Republican National Committee chairman. He's become a Donald Trump guy. He used to be more of an establishment Republican. The two candidates running against him are more MAGA candidates here. Michael Whatley's winning easily. Don't get me wrong here. He's getting 64% of the vote. He will be the Republican nominee in November. But you are seeing a bit of a, more MAGA candidates getting some of the, what you would think of normally as the Trumpy base. So some of the Trump base not going with Trump's candidates. Is that a big deal? We find that out in November when folks vote in the general election. But I just point that out that Roy Cooper coasts and Whatley has just a little bit. Let's just look at Texas. This is the marquee race we're going to be talking about tonight. And again, we're nowhere close here. Number one, as Arlette and Jeff were talking about, both campaigns, Cornyn and Paxton, believe this is going to head to a runoff. We'll see if we get there. You have to get 50% plus one to get there. We're at about 26% of the vote. We're beginning to get some votes. If you're Cornyn, you're seeing Harris County. That's the largest population center in the state. You're getting 39 to 39 there. So that's a draw. If that's a draw at the end of the night, then guess what? We're going to a runoff. Cornyn would have to run it up here to surprise us in places like that. Because when you get out here into these rural counties, you should expect Paxton, although Cornyn's doing well up in the top corner of the state, but you should expect Paxton to do well in the smaller rural counties. So very quickly, don't want to take all the time. Just look at
Okay, now we hear the sirens. So here's what we're going to do, everyone. Sirens, and you saw that interceptor. It didn't intercept anything, but we have things coming in, so we are going to just unmic. Dan, why don't you take your mic off?
And then go downstairs?
Yep, I'm going to show you exactly where we go. All right.
Well, that's pretty dramatic.
We do need to move pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay, and there we go. We're just going to get onto this camera. All right. And come with me, Dan. You can just leave that there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to just move slowly here while Dan's coming with me. Okay, and we're going to move. So you hear the sirens now, and this is all around the area that we're in Tel Aviv. So that initial warning, it was about, I think, 5 or 6 minutes, Dan?
5 or 6 minutes.
Okay, and then let's just keep going. All right,
we're going to... This could be fire from Lebanon as well, from the Iranian instructed Hezbollah, which is part of the Iranian regime strategy of what's called survival warfare. Mobilize as much missiles coming from Lebanon. It could be the Houthis in Yemen, we don't know. Right. But this is the Iranian regime survival strategy. Mobilize as much terror as you can to distract the world's attention away from the Iranian front itself.
What more can you tell us about this broad wave of strikes launched by Israel in Iran, and what are they targeting?
Well, Anderson, this has been an extraordinarily active day of Israeli airstrikes over the skies of Iran, likely joined by American strikes as well. As far as the Israeli strikes are concerned, indeed, the Israeli military is describing the strikes that are happening right now as broad strikes, targeting in particular launch sites, aerial defense systems. And I can tell you from speaking with Israeli officials that one of the primary goals of the Israeli military right now is to degrade Iran's capability of firing ballistic missiles at Israel. Those are the missiles that have killed at least 10 people so far in Israel in these first days of this war. And indeed, it appears that Israel is succeeding in degrading Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. While we have continued to see ballistic missiles being fired from Iran towards Israel, it does appear like those barrages are getting smaller by the day. That is at least the trend line, although it's clear that Iran still retains some capacity for firing these missiles. Earlier today, I was on the outskirts of Tel Aviv with Israel's paramedic and rescue service at the scene of a missile that was intercepted, but nonetheless, just the shrapnel from that missile able to partially cave in a roof, resulting in 7 light to moderate injuries among people there. So these missiles are still posing a threat to Israelis, but in a sign that is confident this threat has been reduced. As early as Wednesday night, we expect that some flights are going to start resuming back to Israel, mostly bringing Israelis who are stuck abroad back home.
What are you experiencing and expecting right now?
Well, look, I mean, the city of Beirut is very much on edge because, at any moment there could be more airstrikes of the kind we've been seeing very intensively over the course of the past 24 and 48 hours. I'm actually on a rooftop here overlooking the suburbs of South Beirut, and that's known as a Hezbollah stronghold, and it's where much of the Israeli airstrike activity has been taking place in this city. The majority of it, though, to be honest, has been focused on the south of the country, in South Lebanon, which is again those traditional stronghold areas of Hezbollah. There's been rocket fire, drone activity in the other direction as well. Hezbollah continuing an important Iranian-backed proxy for Tehran, has been firing these drones and rockets across the border into Israel as well. They've not been causing a lot of damage. They've not been particularly effective. You know, some of the power that Hezbollah once had in terms of its vast missile arsenal has been eroded since 2024, when Israel really kind of made significant gains in eroding the ability of that organization as a fight. But the response from Israel has been extraordinarily tough. They've been retaking areas in southern Lebanon, and again, they've been stepping up that air campaign. It's led to lost lives, dozens of people killed and injured, and of course, thousands of people, particularly in those suburbs of Beirut and in the south of the country, fleeing their homes, trying to escape the violence and seeking places elsewhere in the country for safety. And so that's an issue that's pending now. The Israelis have ordered 50 villages and settlements in South Lebanon to evacuate because there's going to be more military action there, they say. And so that's compounding the problem of people being displaced by the fighting.
Is gearing up its evacuation plan with helplines for expatriates in war-hit areas. The Ministry of External Affairs is establishing dedicated control rooms and helplines. This is to assist all the Indians stranded in Gulf countries in this ongoing conflict, disrupting flights. The government is prioritizing the safe return of all affected citizens. We're given to understand coordinating with embassies to track their whereabouts and to estimate the numbers. Top government sources also tell us the safety and well-being of nearly 1 crore Indian citizens living and working in the Gulf region is the highest priority for the government of India. At this point, Indian embassies and consulates in the affected countries remain in close touch with Indian nationals, using regular advisories and extending all possible help to those stranded by the conflict. All right, for more on this, Christine is bringing us more updates from the newsroom. Christine, over to you.
Thanks for that, Hem. Yes, we're talking about 1 crore individuals, Indians who are residing in the Gulf, and that's the priority which has been highlighted by the central government as well. And how they're going to make this happen remains a huge challenge, because remember, the airspace in the Middle East is largely closed. We did see a little bit of a relief the last few hours, but what the latest situation is looking like, I do need to quickly bring in Siddhant. He is joining us from the newsroom once again. Siddhant, while you answer that for us, tell us what the situation on ground is looking like. What is the kind of communication channel between the government here, the embassies out in the Middle East? Also, in the meanwhile, if you can quickly take out for us the flight data and what really is the airspace situation looking like in the Middle East as we speak?
Well, the airspace over Iran is shut. It's not safe to fly over Iranian airspace, and this is the reason that the evacuation of Indians stranded in Iran is not happening. Point number one. Point number two, yesterday, if we can show these visuals, so such special buses was arranged by Indian embassy in Iran. These Indian students were taken from Tehran to the city of Qom, where they have been shifted to a safer places, Kritsween in Qom. Now, and I'm in regular touch with these students. Students are safe. They are happy that they have been taken away from Tehran. Now, what's going to be the second stage? Perhaps we really don't know how Indian embassy is going to bring them back to the country. There is another set of students in Urmia city of Iran, at Urmia University. In fact, they are also reaching out to us, and they also want Indian embassy to evacuate them. There are multiple explosions which were in fact heard yesterday around the Urmia University. The students are directly reaching out to us, and the efforts are being made by the Indian government to rescue, to evacuate these students. Now, look at the explosions taking place around Urmia University. These are the first-hand footages and images which these students are sending us, Kritsween. These images are taken from Urmia University Boys and Girls Dormitory, and yesterday such explosions took place around the Urmia University. So it's very, very challenging for the Indian side also to get these students evacuated, relocated to the safer place. But what we have been told is that there are two plans that have been put in place. One, first to move them to a safer place in Iran, and then to evacuate them to India. Now, before I toss back to studios, Kritsween, Manoj Gupta has sent this exclusive piece of information for us on the evacuation plan. So the Ministry of External Affairs is establishing dedicated control rooms from March 4th, and helplines to assist Indians stranded in Gulf countries in the ongoing conflict disrupting flights. Manoj is reporting that Modi government prioritizes the safe return of all affected citizens, according with embassies to track their whereabouts and estimate numbers. Control room will operate in key locations, including UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Iran, Jordan, and other affected areas where airspace closures have halted. This initiative aims to gather accurate data on stranded Indians and will enable the government to devise effective repatriation mechanism. Now, top government sources are telling Manoj Kritsween the safety and well-being of nearly 1 crore Indian citizens living in Gulf.
1 crore is a huge number, and so it's going to be a huge challenge. And the focus is going to be not just on Iran, also all of Middle East. There are people who are working there full-time. There are students who are studying there. There are a lot of travelers who've gone to some of these nations to vacation. So how is this really going to play out over the next few days is going to be crucial. Thank you, Siddhant, for that. 1 crore is the number we're talking about, viewers. There's a plan in place. The execution is what looks challenging at the moment. But for now, it's over to you here.
All right, and with that, of course, India's position is something that has been in conversation as well. Let's just take a look at this report for more information on that.
So there are tens of thousands of Indian students, professionals and business workers in Iran. What steps has Iranian government taken to safeguard them and their mobility during this time of conflict?
You see, if you mean during this time of war, I have to say that we have had already some discussions with India. So they have issued travel advisories. So those who heed that, they exited from Iran. But you see, we have also ignored some of our strict internal laws, but for our Indian friends, we said that without any protocol, they just have to have their passports and they can exit Iran from land borders. But our air borders are closed. So as soon as the situation becomes better, we can free up our aerial borders, and those students and other Indian nationals can exit Iran by flights.
So India has historically maintained neutrality, emphasizing diplomacy while maintaining strong ties with both Iran and Israel. How does Iran view India's position during this conflict?
India is our old friend and partner from the beginning of our work. We have had excellent relations with India. We are part of Global South, and we have seen India by your side, and right now we expect India that once again India adopt a just based position and see its realism on the ground, and I believe that India is doing so, and we are obliged to, as I said before, we are obliged to defend our governance and our nation.
So what does Iran see as an immediate path towards stability?
ایران چه چیزی رو در واقع خیلی فوری میبینه برای ثباتی که در نظر هست؟
ما الان برامون
For now, for us, the priority is that we should be able to strengthen our borders and maintain stability in the region. But unfortunately, the opposing party, the enemy, left us no choice that we have to stand strong and show strength.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone,
a massive,
the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kemal Shah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated with ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
Of Qatar from Iran. Air defenses then intercepted one missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. So that's the latest breaking that we're bringing for you right now. Another missile attack on saying that there were 2 ballistic missiles which were launched on the state of Qatar from Iran. The air defenses did intercept one of the missiles. The second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. Remember, the Al Udeid Air Base happens to be a key US base here, and we're looking at sustained damage there as well. Christine can perhaps bring us more details on this also.
Yeah, so we have the detailed statement. This is the statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Defense. Qatar Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was targeted by 2 ballistic missiles launched from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Air defense systems successfully intercepted one of the missiles while the second missile struck Al Udeid base without causing any casualties. So no casualties is the first big takeaway, but it very clearly highlights that 2 missiles were launched from Iran. Further, the Ministry of Defense, it says, emphasizes that Qatar Armed Forces possess full capability and resources with God's will to protect and safeguard the sovereignty and territory of the country and to respond firmly to any external threat. The ministry also calls on citizens, residents and visitors to remain reassured, adhere to instructions issued by the relevant security authorities, refrain from spreading rumors and rely solely on statements and information released by official sources. So that's the official statement that's coming in. It confirms that 2 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. However, a confirmation also coming in on how the air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles. Siddhant Mishra continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, how do you see the the stance that's being taken now by some of these Gulf nations, are we seeing a certain aggression now come in? Because remember, it's day 5 of the war, the ongoing conflict, and no signs of de-escalation as yet. United States continues to send out strong messaging. Iran also making it amply clear at the moment that we're not going to be the first to blink, but caught in the crossfire are some of these Middle Eastern countries.
Well, that's absolutely right, Christine. In fact, we were discussing a short while back that how there is very little room left for diplomacy. The established mediators have been hit, have been targeted by Iran, and each time around, if you see, Christine, in the last 5 days, Iran is trying to make a point that Iran will not only sustain this conflict, but Iran also has a military might, the strength to hit US assets, US personnel and in the region. And perhaps in last 48 hours, Iran has successfully managed to prove at this point, perhaps leading the region into the wider conflict. Now, Al Ubaid Air Base in Qatar have been targeted. Now, this air base hosts US CENTCOM forward headquarters. This is also a home to Combined Air Operations Center, which coordinates air operations across the Middle East, key launch point for missions in Iran.
Back with more breaking news coming in. A CIA station inside the US Embassy compound in Riyadh was hit in a drone attack. This is news coming in as per sources. 2 drones caused structural damage and smoke could be seen coming out from this compound. These are details that have been shared by some of the officials. There were no immediate reports of injuries, fortunately. This is a CIA station inside the US Embassy, not the first time that the US Embassy compound in Riyadh has come under direct attack. This once again is a drone attack is what we're learning as per sources. 2 drones did cause structural damage. Fortunately, no casualties. Haim is joining us with more details, taking us through voices coming in from the newsroom. Over to you, Haim.
Thank you so much for that, Kritsween. Of course, so this is the latest that we are tracking right now. A CIA station inside the US Embassy compound in Riyadh, as Kritsween mentioned, was hit in a drone attack. And 2 drones have caused structural damage. We're given to understand as per sources. Let me just go across to Siddhant, who's in the newsroom with us. Siddhant, what can you tell us? Of course, we're seeing that the US consulates in the region are increasingly becoming the targets.
Well, that's right. So US military assets, US diplomatic missions are being hit by Iranians. In fact, yesterday there was a drone attack on the premises, on the compound of US Embassy in Riyadh. Now, in fact, American TV stations are reporting that that CIA unit was hit by the Iranian drones, and this is not what Iranians are claiming. This is what American TV stations are reporting.
All right, so that's a big development there as well. And now what Siddhant said here is a very key point here, because it's also eventually going to turn into this narrative war. And to that end, we're also going to be tracking what our social media desk is telling us right now. Of course, they've been tracking all the developments, all that's happening on social media, the kind of discourse that we're seeing around this as well. So what are you looking at right now?
So it's mostly about the US facilities being hit by the Iranian drones and the different Gulf countries that are attending.
If you could just come here, yeah.
And also about the students abroad, they're being, how Indian embassy is taking care of them. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
What have you observed from the conversations? Of course, what are the top trends that we're seeing with regards to this right now?
Right now, it's mostly, that's a good question. So mostly it's focused on
Iranian drones at US facilities. All right. Okay. So that's pretty much what is in focus right now. Remember, US consulates in the region are increasingly becoming the target of Iranian offensive right now. Iran has now gone on the offensive. Retaliatory strikes are likely to continue in the days to come as well. And remember, we keep telling you that Donald Trump has given us a timeline of 4 to 5 weeks.
strikes, and that if that's anything to go by, that's going to have wider ramifications, not just when it comes to these regions, but for the globe as well. Remember, we're already seeing a surge in crude oil prices, and we are likely to see a surge of maybe $100, $130 a barrel. The Strait of Hormuz is facing severe disruptions, completely shut right now. So what are going to be the wider ramifications? That's something we'll continue to discuss as well. But with that, we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Of Qatar from Iran. Air defenses then intercepted one missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. So that's the latest breaking that we're bringing for you right now. Another missile attack on saying that there were 2 ballistic missiles which were launched on the state of Qatar from Iran. The air defenses did intercept one of the missiles. The second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. Remember, the Al Udeid Air Base happens to be a key US base here, and we're looking at sustained damage there as well. Christine can perhaps bring us more details on this also.
Yeah, so we have the detailed statement. This is the statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Defense. Qatar Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was targeted by 2 ballistic missiles launched from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Air defense systems successfully intercepted one of the missiles, while the second missile struck Al Udeid base without causing any casualties. So no casualties is the first big takeaway, but it very clearly highlights that 2 missiles were launched from Iran. Further, the Ministry of Defense, it says, emphasizes that Qatar Armed Forces possess full capability and resources with God's will to protect and safeguard the sovereignty and territory of the country and to respond firmly to any external threat. The ministry also calls on citizens, residents and visitors to remain reassured, adhere to instructions issued by the relevant security authorities, refrain from spreading rumors and rely solely on statements and information released by official sources. So that's the official statement that's coming in. It confirms that 2 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. However, a confirmation also coming in on how the air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles. Siddhant Mishra continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, how do you see the stance that's being taken now by some of these Gulf nations? Are we seeing a certain aggression now come in? Because remember, it's day 5 of the war, the ongoing conflict, and no signs of de-escalation as yet. United States continues to send out strong messaging. Iran also making it amply clear at the moment that we're not going to be the first to blink, but caught in the crossfire are some of these Middle Eastern countries.
Well, that's absolutely right, Christine. In fact, we were discussing a short while back that how there is very little room left for diplomacy. The established mediators have been hit, have been targeted by Iran, and each time around, if you see, Christine, in the last 5 days, Iran is trying to make a point that Iran will not only sustain this conflict, but Iran also has a military might, the strength to hit US assets, US personnel and in the region. And perhaps in last 48 hours, Iran has successfully managed to prove at this point, perhaps leading the region into the wider conflict. Now, Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar have been targeted. Now, this air base hosts US CENTCOM forward headquarters. This is also a home to Combined Air Operations Center.
Who? What? There? Then? Why? You see the bits, I see the whole. To know the inside story on Iran, get with me inside the bunker. Only on CNN News 18.
State of Qatar from Iran. Air defenses then intercepted one missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. So that's the latest breaking that we're bringing for you right now. Another missile attack on saying that there were 2 ballistic missiles which were launched on the state of Qatar from Iran. The air defenses did intercept one of the missiles. The second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. Remember, the Al Udeid Air Base happens to be a key US base here, and we're looking at sustained damage there as well. Kritsween can perhaps bring us more details on this also.
Yeah, so we have the detailed statement. This is the statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Defense. Qatar Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was targeted by 2 ballistic missiles launched from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles, while the second missile struck Al Udeid base without causing any casualties. So no casualties is the first big takeaway, but it very clearly highlights that 2 missiles were launched from Iran. Further, the Ministry of Defense, it says, emphasizes that Qatar Armed Forces possess full capability and resources with God's will to protect and safeguard the sovereignty and territory of the country and to respond firmly to any external threat. The ministry also calls on citizens, residents and visitors to remain reassured, adhere to instructions issued by the relevant security authorities, refrain from spreading rumors and rely solely on statements and information released by official sources. So that's the official statement that's coming in. It confirms that 2 ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. However, a confirmation also coming in on how the air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles. Siddhant Mishra continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, how do you see the stance that's being taken now by some of these Gulf nations? Are we seeing a certain aggression now come in? Because remember, it's day 5 of the war, the ongoing conflict, and no signs of de-escalation as yet. United States continues to send out strong messaging. Iran also making it amply clear at the moment that we're not going to be the first to blink. But caught in the crossfire are some of these Middle Eastern countries.
Well, that's absolutely right, Kritsween. In fact, we were discussing a short while back that how there is very little room left for diplomacy. The established mediators have been hit, have been targeted by Iran. And each time around, if you see, Kritsween, in the last 5 days, Iran is trying to make a point that Iran will not only sustain this conflict, but Iran also has a military might, the strength to hit US assets, US personnel and in the region. And perhaps in last 48 hours, Iran has successfully managed to prove at this point, perhaps leading the region into the wider conflict. Now, Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar have been targeted. Now, this air base hosts US CENTCOM forward headquarters. This is also a home to Combined Air Operations Center, which coordinates air operations across the Middle East. Key launch point for missions in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and broader regional operations established in 1996, expanded significantly after 2001, houses thousands of US and coalition personnel. Now, the demand of Iran, Kritsween, is that United States should vacate all its air bases in the region. The demand of Iran is that the Gulf countries should make United States leave the region, and perhaps then only Iran will come to the tables for the talks. Then only Iran will stop firing at these Gulf countries. So yesterday, in fact, you see these demands have been coming from the Iranian leadership from day 1. And this is perhaps, as I said, that very little room left for diplomacy. Mediators have been targeted by Iran. Iran says the US has to vacate its base. US says that unless they are going to diminish, destroy Iran's missile stockpile, nuclear enrichment program completely, fully, they are not going to end this conflict.
And the state of Qatar from Iran, air defenses then intercepted one missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. So that's the latest breaking that we're bringing for you right now. Another missile attack on saying that there were 2 ballistic missiles which were launched on the state of Qatar from Iran. The air defenses did intercept one of the missiles. The second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. Remember, the Al Udeid Air Base happens to be a key US base here, and we're looking at sustained damage there as well. Christine can perhaps bring us more details on this.
Hello and a very good morning. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. I'm Prithween Valia. The last few hours we've seen intense developments take place in all of Middle East, where strikes, counter-strikes continue to take place. A lot of concerns that the United States has also begun reflecting on, especially given how several US embassies in the region are increasingly under threat. So that and much more coming up this morning. First up, a quick check of the top headlines.
According to the latest reports, Iran's Assembly of Experts has elected Ali Khamenei's son Mojtaba as the next leader under pressure from the Revolutionary Guards.
Iran has targeted US consulate in Dubai. As per reports, blasts were heard. Smoke could be seen rising from the location very, very close to the US consulate in Dubai.
Qatari authorities have arrested 2 cells linked to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that were operating in the country. A total of 10 suspects were captured following monitoring and tracking operations. 7 were allegedly involved in espionage targeting vital and military infrastructure.
Qatar's Ministry of Defense says 2 ballistic missiles were launched at the state of Qatar from Iran. Air defenses intercepted 1 missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties.
French President Emmanuel Macron warns Israel against invading Lebanon after the Israeli military said its troops had begun operating in the south of the country following Hezbollah attacks.
Well, it's day 5 of the ongoing conflict, and the skyrocketing cost of the Israel-Iran war is hitting a breaking point. Regional stability hangs by a thread. The price of defense is staggering. Israel's Arrow and David Sling interceptors cost between $2 to $3.5 million per shot, which means a single night of high-altitude defense can exceed $1 billion. Now, just imagine that. The mounting Israel-Iran conflict has cost Israel so far over 9 billion shekels, with potential monthly expenditures reaching $12 billion as the attacks continue to expand.
Iran's strikes on Gulf energy infrastructure have driven oil prices towards $85 a barrel, prompting the UAE to close its embassy in Tehran following the attacks, with the suspended LNG production in Qatar and also disruptions to key transit hubs like Dubai. International analysts warn of a potential global energy crisis and significant widespread market losses as well. Notably, American intervention costs are also surging into the billions. So that's what we're looking at, the cost of this war waged on Iran by Israel and the United States. And Prithween is bringing us more updates from the newsroom. Over to you, Prithween.
So yes, we're talking about the cost of war. First up, militarily speaking as well, and we've pulled up a few numbers. We'll go across to Siddhant, who can possibly confirm those numbers for us. But if we just focus on missiles and weapons, launching hundreds of these ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, what we're learning as per this one report, 591 missiles fired, costing roughly $147 million, which is $4 to $5 billion. And this is the cost which is going to be incurred by Iran. Remember, as for the United States as well, this is not going to be a cheap affair. If this war continues for a few more days, it could actually be a very, very expensive war, just like what we'd seen with the United States engagement in Iraq. We've seen something like that in the past, but let's quickly go across to Siddhant for a quick confirmation. What are the figures looking like? Who stands to gain, or rather is in an advantageous position, Siddhant?
Well, that's right, Prithween. So this is how Iranian Shahed drone looks like. Manufacturer HESA Iran launched 2021, warhead 36 kg explosive charge, range 2,500 kilometer, maximum speed 185 kilometers per hour, and weight 200 kgs. Now, Kritsween, Iran's doctrine is built around asymmetric warfare. Instead of matching US systems like Patriot missile, THAAD, Iran focuses on producing large volumes of ballistic and cruise missiles, overwhelmingly expensive air defense systems. An Iranian missile may cost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. An interceptor missile like Patriot may cost $3 to $5 million per shot, as you rightly pointed out. In fact, we have also opened this news piece of an American media station, and in fact it has given a detail and has drawn a comparison that how expensive this war could be for Israel and United States, and it very clearly mentions it. They have given the numbers also that those interceptions have come at a high cost. The US and its allies generally deploy aircraft or the Patriot air defense system to protect from the bombardment, but while the price of one Shahed is estimated to be only $30,000 to $50,000, one interceptor, the interceptor which is which brings Shahed drone down, can cost 10 times that or more, while exhausting already dwindling stockpiles. So the report said if this goes on longer, they are probably going to have to find more sustainable ways of doing this. In fact, going by the general calculation, then for every $1 Iran spent manufacturing a Shahed drone, it costs the UAE about $20 to $28 to intercept it, according to the available data.
Well, wars mean a lot of money. So that's going to be applicable to each of the three stakeholders concerned. What about energy? Now we're seeing Strait of Hormuz being shut. US says it has a plan, and President Donald Trump says he's going to take this up militarily as well. But every single day, how much money is being lost?
Well, that's right. So, energy has taken a hit. The prices of energy are skyrocketing, and perhaps will skyrocket in days to come. As I said, that there is very little room left for the diplomacy, and there are three key reasons to it. One, that Strait of Hormuz is not functional. US may claim that the vessels are passing through Strait of Hormuz smoothly, but that is not the case, because the private players don't want to put their vessel in the danger zone, because Iran is conducting military operations there. There are a lot of military exercises going on. Second, the LNG production has been stopped by Qatar. So again, you talk about the Indian markets, you talk about the European market. There is a high dependency on Qatari LNG production. Third, Aramco was hit yesterday. They are saying that there's going to be no effect on the refining process, etc. But any refinery in the world gets hit, like Aramco, definitely has a reflection on the prices. The prices definitely get impacted. So these are the three key reasons.
And we see the figures here. Brent crude price spike 7%, LNG and gas price jump almost 30%. There's also further fear of the prices reaching $100 to $200 per barrel if the supply is constrained. And right now, it very much is constrained. Thank you for that, Siddhant. We are also being joined by Akanksha Swaroop. Hem, could you please get us a quick update from Akanksha?
Absolutely, Kritsween. Akanksha, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Of course, our focus right now on the rising cost of this war. We are, of course, already seeing the surge in crude oil prices, but also have to look at what it's costing the nations involved.
Right, and we have to also see now the tonality of all the nations that are allies to the United States. They feel they are inadvertently getting roped in, because look at the reaction that's coming in from the Spanish Prime Minister. Spain, of course, has refused to provide any basis to the United States for this ongoing war. And the US President Donald Trump is very much using trade as a leverage. And that is what Spain also has said, that we are not going to give in to these kind of tactics where trade is being used as leverage just because they have refused to provide basis to the United States for further attacks. France has come out with a very nuanced statement. Remember, the French President Macron has in fact gone on to warn the United States of any further escalation in this conflict. Not just the US, he's also in fact warned Israel that any further conflict could in fact be a strategic error. And this is going to impact the entire geopolitical climate of not just the Middle East, but the entire globe, given that we just heard Kritsween and Siddhant discuss how the global oil prices and LNG have been impacted just within a matter of 5 days. We are looking at day 5. Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada has come out with, again, a very nuanced statement where he's saying that we stand with the people of Iran, and that is why we are supporting the dismantling of this nuclear program that was being pursued by a rogue regime in Iran. But the tone is very nuanced, and it is extremely, cautious, because that's what the message has been from Prime Minister Mark Carney when he's saying that dialogue and diplomacy is the way forward. That is also the message coming in from the Indian Prime Minister as well. So the world at the moment, even the Western powers included, whether it is UK, whether it is France, or say even Germany, they feel that if they are roped into this conflict, this is bound to have a domino effect. It's going to be a cascading conflict, because inevitably you will be looking at a position where NATO is going to get involved. So there's a word of caution coming in from global leaders from the West, particularly the NATO forces, which are cautioning the United States and Israel to avoid this conflict into escalating further. But as the US president has already indicated, it could take 4 to 5 weeks. We don't know if it could be more than that.
Yeah, several cautioning the United States and Israel combined, several also warning Iran that they must stop at that. Thank you, Akanksha, for joining us with that update. We'll keep coming back to you. For now, let's give you an overview of what we've seen the last few hours. Tensions in Middle East have reached an unprecedented flashpoint. Israel, Iran, both brace for a prolonged conflict, and both have confirmed the same. In fact, Iran's Assembly of Experts, also the one which has elected Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he's been chosen as the new supreme leader. So he is going to be the successor now. The US military says Iran has already launched over 500 missiles and more than 2,000 drones in retaliation. But Tehran's strike capability is rapidly declining, it says. So that's the word that's coming from the US in the latest. But we're seeing American strikes take place, a lot of dismantling of the ballistic missiles of the launch sites on United States part. The US claims it has destroyed 17 Iranian naval vessels. Apart from this, including a submarine asserting full dominance at sea. Meanwhile, a suspected Iranian drone has also hit a CIA station inside the US embassy. So several US embassies have been targeted by Iran. This one attack happened in Riyadh, which has caused structural damage but no casualties so far. So that is what we're learning in the latest. Do remember, there's a lot at stake here, and what Haim is going to now show us is what Iran's strategy at the moment is looking like, because the US has been very, very vocal. We've heard repeatedly from President Donald Trump on how this will continue. Expect same action at least the next 4 to 5 weeks. What about Iran? Haim.
Now, right, Kritsween, let's just try and decode Iran's war strategy here. While being in a heavily disadvantaged position, you have to remember Iran still has a war strategy in place to try and hit back at the United States militarily, and we've seen proof of that as well. In the first step, Iran plans to blind the US forces by hitting critical radar and command and control nodes. And to achieve this, they say that they would be employing swarm drones to short-range missiles to hit critical nodes in the US communication system. So that's going to be one of the options that they're going to be looking at as well. What it hopes to achieve by doing this is to disable early warning systems of US forces. In the second step here, Iran plans to deplete US air defense systems by forcing it to use expensive missile batteries to then counter its cheap drones. And how it plans to achieve this is by launching waves of inexpensive missiles at American bases and ships. Iran can drain the US missile stocks and increase operational costs there as well.
And
We'll
Iran
continue to
is
bring you
not
that
letting
as well.
go as yet. Him, we'll come back to you. For now, we need to quickly bring in our experts this morning. Joining us on the broadcast, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, defense expert. Also with us, a senior fellow CSIS, Jan Krishna, along with the former diplomat, Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this morning. Ambassador Dayal, I want to first up come to you. The big news that's coming in, this is as per reports, as per sources, possibly a confirmation, on the same, that Mojtaba Khamenei is going to be the successor. He's going to be now the leader in charge of what happens next. This is Ali Khamenei's son. Your thoughts on what you make of the leadership axis at the moment, and whether or not the objective that United States had been talking about for the longest time, which is regime change, that stands completely defeated with this decision?
Well, first of all, it was expected that Ali Khamenei's son, Mujtaba Khamenei, would be elected the supreme leader. And this was because of the fact that, by and large, the clerics were quite united in their view that dissent at this particular juncture would not be good. So they have gone ahead and, from what I hear, they have elected Mujtaba Khamenei as the new supreme leader. Now, what about the whole question of regime change, which the United States has been wanting and speaking about? The real decision-making authority in this war situation lies with the commanders of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the fighting forces. It is the army and the other wings of the armed forces which hold the key decision-making authority. So while there is a supreme leader, he is more to show that Iran stands united and that there is no dissent within the different sections. But nonetheless, dissent does run deep. And what the Americans are wanting to achieve is to continue striking Iran very, very hard. As it is, there are more than 787 reported deaths, although some reports say that the death toll has exceeded 1,000. And the damage to Iran has been colossal. Of course, Iran has tried to widen the conflict by striking American embassies and consulates in the Gulf area, as also American bases. But there is no doubt that the cost for Iran has been much, much more. And what the US and Israel are trying to achieve is to inflict more and more damage on Iran so that the military forces succumb. I don't see that as happening. There is a great deal of determination. And the IRGC has really sunk its knees and sort of, into the ground. It's prepared to fight. It's not going to give in so easily. So I expect
unlike
that
Operation Midnight Hammer, isn't it, Ambassador Dayal? The United States and Israel thought that this is going to be limited to a one-day conflict, and that's really not been the case. And Iran has chosen to give it back and not give up as yet. We have more breaking news coming in, gentlemen. Please stay with us.
All right, so more information that's just coming in right now. Canadian Prime Minister Carney slams Iran on the evolving situation in the Middle East. Canada has long seen Iran as the principal source of instability, I'm quoting here, and terror in the Middle East. The regime and its proxies have murdered hundreds of Canadian civilians, and they've caused untold suffering for millions of people in the Middle East and beyond. Now, that is the latest that is coming in. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's response to this. Let's listen in.
Canada reaffirms that international law binds all belligerents. We condemn the strikes carried out by Iran on civilians and civilian infrastructure across the Middle East. And we implore all parties, including the United States and Israel, to respect the rules of international engagement. Canada calls for a rapid de-escalation of hostilities and is prepared to assist in achieving this goal. Resolution of this crisis will require commitment to a broader political solution. And diplomatic engagement is essential to avoid a wider and deeper conflict. Innocent civilians must be protected, and all parties must commit to finding enduring agreements to end both nuclear proliferation and terrorist extremism. Canada will pursue this approach with like-minded countries and participants in the conflict.
All right, General Kulkarni, if I could just come to you on this as well. The role of Iranian proxies, that is something that's been a focus of conversations as well. Of course, we've seen the role that Hezbollah has played so far. What's your assessment of, do you think they're going to be playing a wider role as this conflict expands and we see wider regional conflagration?
Good morning, Em and Christine, and good morning to my fellow panelists. Happy Holi to everybody. Hoping very soon there should be peace in this world. Having said that, definitely these proxies are going to be a problem. With leadership in place, very, very clear what we are heading for. So the change of regime that one ever spoke about, well, may not really work out because now we know. And these are historical causes. You see the stand taken by Spain, you link it to crusades, you know. Why the French stand in Lebanon, you know what French mandate there was. So it's all historical. And right now, at this point of time, it's very challenging, very dangerous. It's war on. It's going to cause destruction heavily. Hamas will neutralize to a large extent, but we can't do away with it. Hezbollah definitely is something that we need to be concerned about because Israelis are bound to ensure that the northern Israel is safe and for which they will get into southern Lebanon because southern Lebanon has always had the United Nations force in Lebanon, which involved the Litani River and the Blue Line. So you will find Israelis there. Southern Beirut will be bombed, because that entire northern Israel has to be kept safe by Israel for its own existential threat. So that's one aspect. Iran, on the contrary, will continue with this low-cost options. But yes, the Iron Dome has 3 tiers. It isn't that always and every time they spend 10 times the cost of the missile or the cheap drones or the swarm drones. They also have developed what they call the laser beam. And they cost just between $3 to $5 to bring this small commercial drones to be brought down. Of course, it's war. It's going to be very, very expensive. A tremendous amount of destruction because. But it's time America will ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is kept open because that's the place where it actually affects the entire world. Because if it is not just 20% for the world, but it's for us also. Though we may have reserves for maybe about 30 odd days, China may have reserves for about 180 odd days, Japan, South Korea, all of them will have reserves over 200 plus days. But notwithstanding that, this escalation cost is bound to affect everybody. Everybody. There's no denying the fact. But the thing remains, how is Iran going to be sorted out? Or how can Iran sort out the United States of America and Israel? It's very difficult for Iran. Irrespective of whatever it may have, I don't give Iran more than a week at the most. But of course, things might ease off within a week. But subsequently, it's not going to be easy for the entire world because this kind of clergy domination of a particular place not easy to handle.
But a lot can change in a week's time, General Kulkarni, and everyone in the world at least is hoping that we don't get to the point that the damage is contained within the next 2 to 3 days. I do want to bring in Mr. Krishna very quickly into the conversation. Mr. Krishna, another thing that one's left wondering is the repeated comments that are coming in from President Donald Trump. Now, he, from what we're hearing of the leadership in the US, Israel and Iran, he's been the most vocal. Every few hours you see a comment coming from US President Donald Trump. But do you think, given the constant back and forth, he says something, Secretary of State Marco Rubio comes and almost downplays it unknowingly. We've seen this, constant back and forth. Do you think this is a case of shifting goalposts on part of the United States, whether we were out there to back Israel in this assault, or we were the ones to initiate it, or an attempt to keep the world guessing?
See, it clearly appears to be a case, where the goalpost is changing and there is no end game, which is visible, right? If regime change was an end game, right? So with, Mustafa, who's the son of, the former supreme leader, his taking over, how does that help at all, right? The kind of the people whom US had in mind would lead Iran going forward were also killed, I believe, in the attack, right? And if you look at US's track record of regime change or initiating regime change in various countries, be it Iraq, be it Libya, be it Syria, be it Venezuela itself, the latest, or Afghanistan, I don't think they have achieved anything, and the new regime has in no way been substantially better than the earlier one at all. So that's one thing. And second thing which this war has exposed is that Iran is largely attacking, the in West Asia region. They are attacking the allies of US, right? So they are feeling that they are getting bombed despite being the US ally, and they are not being protected by the US in this war. Countries like UAE, which very, very peace-loving country otherwise, Qatar, Bahrain. So I think that is the
protection,
biggest
Mr. Krishna.
issue.
What we're seeing now, United States do is actually prompt all Americans in the Middle East to leave at the earliest. So we're going to ensure that you're brought back to United States of America is the interim strategy, and that's not, a confidence-building measure for sure. We'll come back to all of you all. Stay on with us. We have more breaking news coming in. Saudi Arabia also intercepted and destroyed 9 drones that entered its airspace, and these are details being shared by state media reports. The report from Saudi press agency, which was attributed to the Defense Ministry spokesperson, said drones were destroyed immediately upon entering the airspace. It did not say whether any casualties or damage to infrastructure had resulted. So no word so far, Haim, on whether there's been injuries or casualties, but Saudi now intercepting and destroying 9 drones that entered its airspace.
Right, and that's what Saudi Arabia is claiming right now. Strikes and counter-strikes continue. Remember when we were talking about what sort of war strategy Iran is going to employ, this happens to be one of them, employing cheap drones against these heavy and expensive batteries in the bases and also ally nations in the Gulf right now. This is the latest that's coming from Saudi Arabia. 9 drones have been shot down. For more information, Siddhant is with us. Siddhant, what can you tell us?
Well, that's right. So Saudi Arabia intercepted and destroyed 9 drones that entered its airspace. This is what Saudi state media is reporting. The report from the Saudi press agency, which was attributed to the Defense Ministry spokesperson, said that the drones were destroyed immediately upon entering the kingdom's airspace. Now, as we were discussing before him, that there is also the psychological warfare which is going on. Now, Iran keeps claiming that that we have hit this target in this country. Our drones have successfully managed to penetrate the skies of this country, managed to hit the target, etc., etc. So these countries, the Gulf countries, whether it's UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, they have also opened all lines of communications, perhaps going all out in media and talking about their achievements, that how they have been successfully managing to intercept Iranian drones. Now, these barrage of drones are sent by Iran. Now, most of the times, 90 to 95%, or even more than that, get intercepted by the air defense systems. But even if 1 or 2 or maybe 3, 4 drones could manage to penetrate and hit any target in those countries, perhaps it becomes a big news. So, in fact, yesterday I was speaking to a senior official in the government of UAE. So he kind of was trying to make me understand that how effective UAE air defense systems are, that 97% is the accuracy rate. They have been managed to intercept 97% of Iranian drones. But then again, if one drone hits the target, it becomes the news because smoke starts coming out and then, people start reporting about it.
Right, Siddhant, and in fact, it's very important that you mentioned that because remember, it's also having to put up a fight against the coveted Iranian Iron Dome, and we've been seeing reports that even though, like you said, 95% or 97% of those are intercepted, even if a few manage to pierce through that Iron Dome, that of course is going to be something that poses a direct threat. Then that also shows us the lapses perhaps in their defense systems, and which is pretty much what the countries in the Gulf are also facing at this point. So when it comes to Iranian capabilities to pierce through these sophisticated air defense systems, how do you assess their capabilities on that front?
Well, they are designed around the asymmetric warfare. And they are very cost effective. A single Shahid drone costs $30,000 to $50,000, where a single shot of interception from Patriot or
Thor missile systems cost about $3 to $5 million. So interceptions are very costly, and the drones are very cheap. And Iran sends barrage of drones. So as I say that the other day the UAE official was trying to make me understand this only, that it's not that UAE is fully under the attack of Iranian drones. We have successfully managed to intercept 95 to 97. That's an accuracy rate, which is a very good accuracy percentage. But because one or two drones could manage to hit the target, it gets bad name for
absolutely. Of course, this is the financial cost of the war that we're looking at. We're also going to be discussing the human cost of this war. But with that, we're going to slip into a very short break. News and updates are going to continue on the other side on CNN News 18. Stay tuned.
Devastation, a direct hit by a missile.
Picture is that the US is not able to defend.
Of a drone,
a massive,
the number of ballistic missiles.
Where is it that Iran is actually placing its resources right now?
Tabriz, Sanandaj, Kermanshah, and this is now what they are doing since yesterday. They are conducting more or less an organized.
US bases have been targeted. Drone has been shot down now.
Iran can then threaten or attack enemy nationals.
A massive missile and drone attack over here.
Iran now has been completely, in some ways, dominated
with ballistic missile attack. It means the Kuwaiti air defense was under big strain.
State of Qatar from Iran. Air defenses then intercepted one missile while the second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. So that's the latest breaking that we're bringing for you right now. Another missile attack on saying that there were two ballistic missiles which were launched on the state of Qatar from Iran. The air defenses did intercept one of the missiles. The second impacted Al Udeid Air Base without causing any casualties. Remember, the Al Udeid Air Base happens to be a key US base here, and we're looking at sustained damage there as well. Christine can perhaps bring us more details on this also.
Yeah, so we have the detailed statement. This is the statement that's been issued by the Ministry of Defense. Qatar Ministry of Defense announces that the state of Qatar was targeted by two ballistic missiles launched from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles while the second missile struck Al Udeid base without causing any casualties. So no casualties is the first big takeaway, but it very clearly highlights that two missiles were launched from Iran. Further, the Ministry of Defense, it says, emphasizes that Qatar armed forces possess full capability and resources with God's will to protect and safeguard the sovereignty and territory of the country and to respond firmly to any external threat. The ministry also calls on citizens, residents and visitors to remain reassured, adhere to instructions issued by the relevant security authorities, refrain from spreading rumors and rely solely on statements and information released by official sources. So that's the official statement that's coming in. It confirms that two ballistic missiles were launched from Iran. However, a confirmation also coming in on how the air defense system successfully intercepted one of the missiles. Siddhant Mishra continues to stay on with us. Siddhant, how do you see the stance that's being taken now by some of these Gulf nations? Are we seeing a certain aggression now come in? Because remember, it's day 5 of the war, the ongoing conflict, and no signs of de-escalation as yet. United States continues to send out strong messaging. Iran also making it amply clear at the moment that we're not going to be the first to blink, but caught in the crossfire are some of these Middle Eastern countries.
Well, that's absolutely right, Christine. In fact, we were discussing a short while back that how there is very little room left for diplomacy. The established mediators have been hit, have been targeted by Iran, and each time around, if you see, Christine, in the last 5 days, Iran is trying to make a point that Iran will not only sustain this conflict, but Iran also has a military might, the strength to hit US assets, US personnel and in the region. And perhaps in last 48 hours, Iran has successfully managed to prove at this point, perhaps leading the region into the wider conflict. Now, Al Ubaid Air Base in Qatar have been targeted. Now, this air base hosts US CENTCOM forward headquarters. This is also a home to Combined Air Operations Center, which coordinates air operations across the Middle East. Key launch point for missions in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, and broader regional operations established in 1996, expanded significantly after 2001, houses thousands of US and coalition personnel. Now, the demand of Iran, Kritsween, is that United States should vacate all its air bases in the region. The demand of Iran is that the Gulf countries should make United States leave the region, and perhaps then only Iran will come to the tables for the talks. Then only Iran will stop firing at these Gulf countries. So yesterday, in fact, you see these demands have been coming from the Iranian leadership from day one. And this is perhaps, as I said, that very little room left for diplomacy. Mediators have been targeted by Iran. Iran says the US has to vacate its base. US says that unless they are going to